Chapter 1 of China. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. China by Frank G. Carpenter. A word before we start. I have often been asked what country I found the most interesting in all of my travels over the globe. To me, they are all interesting, and each has its own appeal. But regard for the truth has compelled me to answer China. I have visited this far eastern land no less than 5 times, yet its fascination increases rather than grows less. It is a country with a most amazing past and destined, I believe, to an even more amazing future. I first visited China on my maiden trip around the world, when the Manchu dynasty was at the height of its medieval power and splendor, secure in its belief in the superiority of China over all other nations. Western civilization had only begun to appear over the horizon, and the people were not yet aroused against the white man and his ways. 6 years later, however, when I made my second trip here, an outburst of rioting against foreigners had just swept the country. My third landing in China was at Canton in 1901. The Boxer Rebellion in North China had been put down the preceding year, and under the whip of foreign compulsion, the country was being reorganized. On my next trip, I found that the ancient examination system had been abolished. New schools for the teaching of Western learning had been ordered set up by the thousand, and iron and steel and cotton manufacturing had been begun. Significant of the great changes impending was the death of the Empress Dowager during my stay. Had the old lady lived but a few years longer, she would have seen the inglorious end of the rule of which she was the most able exponent, and an upheaval compared with which all the previous storms she had weathered would have seemed but spring zephyrs. Now, nearly 40 years after my first visit, I am once more in China. The empire has passed away, and a republic has succeeded it, although it exists more in theory than in fact. Instead of trying to fight the foreigner, thousands of Chinese are rushing headlong to adopt his ways, both good and bad. Ancient walls that once guarded great cities have been torn down to make room for modern highways, and the skies are darkened with the smoke from the chimneys of factories equipped with modern machinery. Foot binding has been almost abolished, queues have been cut off, and the Chinese are getting ready to take a new place in the world. It is to see something of this new China that I ask you to join me in the travels of this volume. At the same time, I must remind you that we are in one of the most ancient of countries, and that we shall learn much that is interesting by stopping frequently to look at the old as well as the new. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hong Kong, Great Britain's gateway to China. I am in Hong Kong, the chief ocean gateway to South China. It is a little island off the southeastern edge of the country and directly in the path of every ship that plies between China and Europe. I am as far from Peiking as New York is from Denver, as far west from Manila as Cleveland is from New York, and as far from the limits of western China as the Rockies are distant from the city of Boston. Hong Kong is 10,000 miles from London by way of the Suez Canal, and halfway around the world from New York City via the Panama Canal. Hong Kong belongs to John Bull. It was ceded to Great Britain in perpetuity in 1841. And, like Venice in the Middle Ages, the British are taking their toll from all who go by. They do not levy direct taxes, for this is a free port, but every ship has to stop here for supplies, and it is certain to leave a number of pounds, shillings, and pence before it departs. Since I first visited it in 1900, Hong Kong has trebled in size and is now as large as Pittsburgh or Los Angeles. As the trade center for South China, it has taken mighty strides. Until today, it is the 5th port of the world in volume of shipping. Indeed, the wealth that annually passes through Hong Kong runs into the hundreds of millions of dollars. The imports alone amount to about $300 million a year, of which $65 million worth comes from Great Britain and its colonies. The 700,000 vessels that call at Hong Kong every year have a total tonnage of more than 50 million tons and range from great ocean liners to small native boats. As I landed here from Manila, I saw craft flying the flags of almost every seafaring nation on earth, in addition to the thousands of Chinese junks and sampans that swarm everywhere. The junks are great clumsy-looking objects with their fat hulls and their sails of matting or coarse cloth stretched on bamboo frames. On some of them I noticed a great eye painted on each side of the bow, a survival of the ancient Chinese belief that a boat must be able to see if a voyage is not to end disastrously. The sampan is a long, low craft from 15 to 50 feet long, with one end covered over and looking for all the world like a giant Chinese slipper. Indeed, because of this very fact, they are often called slipper boats. I am told that there are 50,000 Chinese living upon them, and that they are the homes not only of the humans, but also of an assorted population of chickens, ducks, and pigs. Often the sampans are propelled by women, who stand up and scull their boats much like the gondoliers of Venice. Some of them have babies tied to their backs by strips of cloth, the bare legs of the little ones sticking out in front, and their tiny black heads bobbing up and down as their mothers bend to the oars. If you will imagine a great rocky mountain as high as the Blue Ridge of Virginia, rising up at an angle of 45 degrees from a landlocked harbor, you will have an idea of how Hong Kong looks. This little island, which is only 10 miles long and not more than 4 miles wide, consists of 6 great hills, the largest of which, known as the Peak, is 1,800 feet high. The whole island is so small that one can motor all around it in 2 hours, and I can almost imagine a giant standing it upside down and whirling it around like a top. When John Bull took over this bit of land, it was so barren that even weeds would not grow upon it. Its only inhabitants were the fishermen who lived in huts along the shores, and the pirates who made this their headquarters for preying upon the shipping off the coast of South China. The pirates were finally driven out by the British, who then found that the only way they could keep them out was by occupying the island themselves. In 1841, England obtained complete possession of it and at once set about founding the great port of today. The first thing necessary was to rid the island of disease, and this was done, even though at a cost of 20,000 lives in the 3 years from 1842 to 1845. Much of the land on which the finest buildings of the city now stand was reclaimed from the sea. Great wharves, shipyards, and dry docks were constructed, and harbor fortifications were built. Today, only a little more than 3/4 of a century later, the British have here one of the finest and most important cities in the Orient. Opposite the island of Hong Kong, across the narrow channel that is crossed by ferry in a few minutes, is the peninsula of Kowloon, which juts out from the mainland of the Asiatic continent. This peninsula also has been leased by the British and is now the southern terminus of a railway that is building to Canton. The concession for it was originally given to Cal Bryce and other American capitalists, but it was later sold back to China. Although the work on it has been stopped owing to the chaotic conditions here, it will someday be completed, and there will then be a through freight and passenger service from Hong Kong to Peiking, and from there by other new railroads to all parts of Western China. Although the world knows this port as Hong Kong, and I have referred to it by that name, there is really no such thing as a city of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is the name of the island and colony. The city and port is Victoria, so called in honor of Queen Victoria, who made the island a crown colony. But that name is practically never used except on official government documents and in the records of the post office. Victoria, known to the Chinese as fragrant streams and good harbor, is a beautiful city and an unusual one. Lying on a bay on the northern side of the island, it rises in terraces up the slopes of the hills almost to the top of the peak. Near the water are the warehouses and exporting establishments, and back of them are the shopping and business sections of the city. Here there are fine streets, magnificent office and government buildings, and handsome stores, many of which have arcades upheld by massive pillars. During certain seasons the city is subject to heavy rains, when the very heavens seem about to fall, and for this reason many of the streets are lined with these arcades so that the shoppers can go from store to store without being drenched. There are, of course, many Chinese to be seen in this part of Hong Kong, but otherwise it seems entirely Western. There are moving picture shows where the racial stolidity of the Chinese is vanquished by the antics of a cross-eyed comedian from Hollywood, and there are soda fountains that concoct the ice cream sundaes and milkshakes of our own United States. In front of one of the latter is a sign requesting customers to "come in and enjoy." Indeed, the announcements of many of the stores betray a struggle between the native merchant and the English language, often with amusing results. A big bazaar on Queen's Road, for instance, advertises conspicuously in posters and guidebooks its incomputable prices. Flanking the European settlement on both sides are the Chinese quarters of Hong Kong, with their narrow streets, their gay storefronts, and their quaint double-decked streetcars. Only a short walk from the post office is one of the most densely populated sections in the world. Here there are 150,000 people living and doing business on an area smaller than a 160-acre farm, or more than 1,000 to the acre. Some own rice factories, some are silversmiths, others are bankers, and others, both women and men, work at hard labor of every kind. Here also are the retail stores of the Chinese and the East Indians, containing all the wealth of the Indies. There are great shops filled with the most gorgeous embroideries, rugs, and silks. Through some of the windows I can catch a glimpse of blackwood furniture, wonderfully carved, and in others is silverware and jewelry in exquisite designs. Back of the business district and climbing the slopes are the homes of Hong Kong. Here live both Europeans and wealthy Chinese, some in bungalows and some in luxurious and pretentious mansions. The houses are built on terraces and rise one row above another more than halfway to the top of the peak. Winding its way up the steep slopes between them is the cog tramway, on which cars run up and down all day. It ends at the Peak Hotel, which from its location almost at the top of the mountain commands a magnificent view of the harbor. Beyond it a road leads to the very summit, almost 2,000 feet above the city. Victoria itself rises up from the sea so steeply that many of its thoroughfares are nothing but flights of steps, and there are only a few streets near the waterfront where automobiles can be used with comfort. Outside the city, however, there are several hundred miles of fine motor roads, one of which nearly encircles Hong Kong. I went over this road yesterday in a trip to Repulse Bay, 11 miles from the city on the opposite side of the island. The scenery along this highway reminded me of the French Riviera. The road goes uphill and down, now skirting the water and now climbing 1,000 feet up the mountainsides. It is bordered with trees for practically all its length, and much of the ride was through the forests that have been planted on the former bare slopes of the peak. Repulse Bay is the seaside resort of the colony and has a hotel with all the surroundings of a beautiful villa. There are gardens of semi-tropical flowers, porches that look out over the sea, and below them a fine bathing beach. The hotel has a dance hall and a dining room that would be considered large in any city hotel in the States, and at tea time the veranda is crowded with as gay a throng as at any of our most fashionable resorts. Were it not for the police in the gorgeous uniforms of the Far East and the waiters in their Chinese gowns, one would not realize that he was out of America. Hong Kong is a mecca for sports lovers. It has a cricket club, a football club, a polo club, tennis and golf clubs, jockey clubs, rifle clubs, and yachting clubs. The best golf in the East is to be found in Fan Ling, about 20 miles away, where there are 2 courses of 18 holes each. There are other golf links at Deepwater Bay and Happy Valley. And at Happy Valley there's also a race course in a natural amphitheater in the hills. Everyone in Hong Kong goes to the races, practically all the business offices closing and the banks shutting down for 3 or 4 days when the meets are held. I happened to be here during the races the first time I came to Hong Kong, and until they were over, I could get no money on my letter of credit and could not even cash a check. The resorts and clubs of Hong Kong are patronized by the wealthy Chinese as well as by the whites. The revolutions throughout China have driven the rich natives to the treaty ports so that they may be under foreign protection, and some of the finest homes here are now owned by Chinese. Indeed, I am constantly being surprised at the wealth and the poverty of this gateway to Asia. Its rich are so rich and its poor so poor. Hong Kong is a city of millionaires, both British and Chinese, and of hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children who labor for from 3 to 5 cents an hour. There are many who earn barely enough to keep soul and body together, as you may see from their faces, which seem pasted on to their skulls. My ride around the island of Hong Kong was in the $10,000 motor car of a capitalist from Great Britain, driven by his East Indian chauffeur in faultless livery. On the way, I passed gangs of Chinese women and girls of all ages working on the road, their thin cotton trousers flapping around their bare feet. Each had a hammer in her hand, and my host told me they had been breaking stone for the highways. Their wages are just about 2 cents an hour, and they put in 10 hours a day, yet they were laughing and smiling and by no means bemoaning their lot. On this ride we passed many women, bare-armed and bare-legged, harnessed like horses and dragging heavy loads up the hills. Others were carrying baskets of earth and stone slung to a pole across their shoulders. Women do much of the bricklaying, road mending, and coaling in Hong Kong, and the only difference in the treatment accorded them is that the men get the most money. Indeed, human labor is the cheapest labor in Hong Kong, and human muscle one of the less expensive commodities. The Chinese are the pack animals, the beasts of burden, the drays and cab horses of the city. I have hired a jinrikisha for 10 cents an hour. Think of being pulled across town for the price of a glass of soda water. Or I can be carried about in a sedan chair slung on poles resting on the bare shoulders of 2 big coolies, whom the law prohibits from charging more than 17 cents an hour. For 75 cents gold, I can have them all day, from 6 in the morning to 5 in the evening. A sedan chair of this type is a sort of wicker box with a soft wicker back and armrests. Along the sides are fastened 2 poles as big around as your wrist and 18 feet long. Between the poles, in front and behind, stand the 2 bareheaded, yellow-skinned coolies who act as bearers. Where the poles come in contact with the skin, they make it so calloused that it is thicker than that of one's heel, or else rub it raw as a badly adjusted saddle galls the back of a horse. Having seen Hong Kong by automobile, rickshaw, and by sedan chair, last night I took a tramp through the streets to see how the city looks after dark. Although I am told that all sorts of vice goes on in the narrow alleys that climb the hills, I felt safer than I would in a strange city of the same size in the United States. Everything was quiet. The great buildings were as dark as pockets, and the mountains back of the town were shrouded in gloom. The green woods were turned to blue by the darkness, and the lights of the houses shone like rows of stars under the clouds that enveloped the peak. Walking along Queen's Road, I stopped under the electric lights to watch the night crowd as it passed. It was a cosmopolitan one. There were red-turbaned, black-bearded Sikh policemen guiding the traffic and directing the chairs, jinrickshas, and automobiles this way and that. There were British soldiers from the garrison and sailors in the uniforms of a half-dozen nations. The navies of all the world visit Hong Kong, and their marines may be seen any night in the streets. There were many East Indians dressed in calicoes, Parsee girls with white shawls over their faces, Klings half clad in white cottons, brown-skinned Malays from Borneo and the Philippines, and Japanese just off their vessels, besides Westerners from America and all parts of Europe. Sampan women in wide black cotton trousers and cotton chemises moved silently along on bare feet, and some rich Chinese merchants in cloth shoes took up the greater part of the sidewalk with their voluminous silk gowns. By and by it began to rain. The water came down in sheets, drenching the women until their chemises clung to their bodies. The sailors ran for shelter, and the street policemen donned raincoats and put on caps over their turbans. As for the rickshaw men and the chair bearers, they dragged out coats of palm leaves and covered their heads with hats of bamboo as big as umbrellas. The hats were painted bright blue. The palm leaves looked like feathers, and as they trotted along inside the shafts, they appeared to be yellow-legged birds with blue topknots, harnessed to the chairs and the carriages. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Monte Carlo of the Far East. From Hong Kong I have come to Macau, the smallest and oldest of all the European colonies in the Far East. There were Portuguese traders here only 85 years after Columbus discovered America, and from then until now this little peninsula, extending out from the coast of South China, has practically belonged to Portugal. The grandfather of European colonies in the Western Pacific, it has declined from an important commercial port to a notorious gambling center, and today its chief revenue is from games of chance and the sale of opium. Although worn with vice and old age, it is still one of the interesting spots in Eastern Asia. In addition to this peninsula, the Portuguese possessions here consist of the small islands of Tarpa and Kolowan. Macau, which is only 4 or 5 square miles in area, was also formerly an island. It is now connected with the mainland by a narrow sandy spit built up by the tides, jutting out from the mouth of the Pearl River below Canton. It was settled by the Portuguese in 1577 and for 300 years was the chief foreign commercial port of China. During the 18th century especially, it was the neck of the bottle, as it were, for the trade between this country and Europe. Here too came the sailing ships of American traders, carrying away tea and silk to the New World. And in the graveyard of the old English church of Macau, there are still to be seen the names of many Massachusetts seafarers who ended their last journey here halfway around the world from their New England homes. For a long time during its early history, Macau had a steady revenue from its traffic in Chinese coolies, who were shipped from here to the United States, South America, Australia, and to northern China. Thousands were kidnapped and carried to the islands off the coast of South America, where they were forced to dig out guano, and where they were treated so cruelly that most of them died. Others were sent to the Isthmus of Panama to work on the railroad and the canal, and there they committed suicide in such numbers that one station on the railroad was known as Matachin, or Dead Chinaman. Still others were shipped to the sugarcane plantations of the West Indies and the Guianas. In all, about 500,000 coolies were carried away from China in this way. The Emperor of Peiking objected again and again, but it was not until 1875 that the traffic was stopped. With the opening of the free port of Hong Kong, only 40 miles away, the trade of Macau entered upon its rapid decline. As fewer and fewer large vessels stopped here, the port was neglected, and when at last it made a desperate effort to regain its lost shipping by removing its customs duties, It found that the harbor was so filled with silt that big ships could not enter. Today, only sampans and small fishing boats can use the old harbor, the steamers that come here daily from Hong Kong and Canton anchoring in another harbor between Macau and one of the neighboring islands. Although practically useless commercially, the harbor of Macau is one of the most beautiful in the Far East. A small crescent-shaped bay, it lies at the foot of a great hill covered with buildings that might have been lifted up from the streets of Lisbon and dropped down here in China. They are of the Portuguese type, roofed with red tile and painted in every shade of red, blue, pink, gray, and yellow. Many of the houses were separated from the roadway by arcades, under which one can walk protected from the heat of the tropical sun. Some of them have bars over their windows and doors. These were originally put up, according to the former Portuguese custom, to shut in the women from the streets. Indeed, one may find here many other survivals of the Portuguese life of centuries ago, and this in spite of the fact that Macau today, with its 75,000 people, is largely Chinese. Intermarriage between the Chinese and the Portuguese has been so common that practically the only pure-blooded Portuguese left are the officials, the police, and the soldiers. Many of these Chinese are Christians, and in the churches the whites and natives worship together. Considering its reputation for vice, Macau has an unusually large number of churches and convents, and in its gaming houses the sound of the church bells may be heard above the click of the roulette wheels and the rattle of the dice. I attended services last Sunday in the cathedral, a structure covering more than a quarter of an acre. It has no seats, and I found the floor filled with kneeling figures, including many natives and half-castes. Macau was for centuries the center of Christianity in Asia. There were missionaries here before there was a church on the North American continent, and ruins still remain of a cathedral built 18 years before the Pilgrims first set foot on Plymouth Rock. That was the Church of St. Paul, which was founded in 1602 and which was almost entirely destroyed by fire in 1833. Today, only its magnificent facade remains. In front of the ruins is a stone-flagged court, now almost grass-grown. Here, where trod the Christians of 300 years ago, I saw spread out to dry great trays filled with incense sticks for worshipping the gods of the Chinese. They are made in an incense factory nearby, one of the several small industrial establishments that are to be found in Macau. This city still has a small trade in tea, silk, and tobacco, and especially in firecrackers, which it exports largely to the United States. Many of the Chinese have become very wealthy and now live in the former homes of the rich Portuguese on the beautiful boulevard that extends along the bay for 10 miles or so. This drive is but one of the numerous well-paved highways that are a feature of this pretty little city. The roads of Macau are smoother than the asphalt streets of our national capital and as beautiful as those of Central Park. The wide boulevard along the harbor is shaded by banyan trees, the branches of which interlock overhead, and there are seats here and there where one can enjoy the beautiful views. A few automobiles are used in Macau, but outside the city the rickshaw is the chief vehicle. I took one yesterday when I went for a trip through the surrounding country. Passing through the arched gateway guarded by soldiers that separates the Chinese from the Portuguese territory, I rode for miles over the mainland. Everywhere I went the road was lined with luxuriant crops, but the people, dressed in blue cotton and barefooted, seemed terribly poor. There were many beggars, and near the graveyards we met mourners in sackcloth, with coolies to support them as they moved along, seemingly prostrated with grief. It is near such scenes of poverty that vast sums of money are spent daily in the gambling dens of Macau. These establishments are open and busy from early morning until late at night, and are frequented by all classes, from coolies to millionaires. I visited one of them myself last midnight. It was in the heart of this Portuguese capital, on the Rua de Yogo, the chief gambling street. Suppose you come with me for a visit to this palace where Dame Luck alternately frowns and smiles upon those who court her. Going through a well-lighted passage, we enter the ground floor, which is crowded with Chinese. Men and women are gathered about a long table covered with matting, upon which are lying money and chips and cards. These are the poorer Chinese. The upper classes sit in the galleries that surround the gambling room. As the game goes on, they let down little baskets containing their money, singing out, as they do so, the number on which the stake is to be placed. At the close of each game, the bankers shout the lucky numbers, and the winners pull up their profits in these baskets. The game in progress is fan-tan, which is popular all over China. As it is played here, the banker takes a couple of handfuls of coins from a pile at one side of the table and covers them with a brass bowl. Later he counts them into groups of 4, and the betting is on whether they will come out even or whether 1, 2, or 3 will be left. The game looks fair, and I put my money on number 1, only to find that 3 wins the stake. The next time I put it on 2, but luck is against me again, and my stake goes into the pile of the banker. The Chinese are among the greatest gamblers of the world, and one finds gambling houses in every colony, city, and village. The people gamble on the roadside, in the tea houses, and on board ship. Many of the passengers on my steamer here were Chinese, on their way to try their luck in the fan-tan houses and to indulge in the other vices forbidden by law in the English settlement of Hong Kong. Next to gambling, Macau's second big source of revenue is from the manufacture and sale of opium. Here is located a great opium farm that pays $4 million annually for the privilege of operating. I say farm as that is what the people of Macau call it, but it is really a factory, a monopoly farmed out by the government for turning the crude juice of the poppy into opium. The juice from which opium is made is obtained from the capsule of the poppy blossom. In the gathering of it, these capsules are cut in the afternoon with a notched iron instrument, and the next morning the fluid that is oozed out is scraped off into a receptacle, which when full is set aside for its contents to dry. After being exposed to the air for 2 or 3 weeks, it is sent to the factory. During my visit to the Macau farm, I saw the opium arriving in the form of great round balls as big as my head, or packed in boxes. I asked the manager of the factory to let me photograph some of them, but he refused to allow me to use my camera in the works. He permitted me, however, to go through the establishment, and I spent several hours in the different rooms. It is one of the busiest places I have seen in China. The melting room, where the opium is boiled and refined, is not more than 20 feet wide, but fully 500 feet long. Along each wall, running the entire length of the room, are scores of little ovens, in each of which is a flat brass basin. In these basins the opium was being cooked, seething and boiling, as a half-naked Chinese stirred it with a huge ladle. The room was filled with white vapor from the hundreds of boiling kettles. The fumes got into my nostrils, my head ached, and for the time I actually experienced the sensations of an opium addict. Leaving this room, I went into another where the opium, having been boiled to the consistency of unpulled taffy, was being made into a paste-like mass. Here, after being rubbed and stirred and kneaded by sweating coolies, the opium is put up in the tin boxes in which it is shipped. The Macau factory makes more than 40,000 pounds of opium a year, half of which is consumed in this country. Opium has been known in China for 700 years, having been introduced here by the Arabs during the 14th century. At first it was used only for its medicinal properties, but later the Chinese learned how to smoke it from the Dutch in Java. From then until the middle of the 19th century, it was smoked and eaten in increasing quantities, although several royal edicts had been issued from time to time prohibiting its sale and use in the empire. Practically all of it then came from India, and the Emperor of China tried to suppress its importation but without avail. He taxed the consumers of opium and sentenced to death many of the Chinese dealers who were bringing it in. The officials could do nothing, however, with the foreigners, and by 1840, $7 million worth was being brought in from India annually. In that year, a Chinese official staged a second Boston Tea Party of his own by destroying 10,000 chests of opium, an act that precipitated the Opium War between the Chinese and the English. That conflict ended disastrously for China, which was obliged by England to open 5 of its ports to foreign trade, to cede Hong Kong to the British, and to pay a large indemnity besides. When China was defeated a second time in another opium war in 1857, it decided that as long as it could not suppress the use of the drug, it would raise its opium itself. This it did, and it was not long before the poppy was being grown in practically every province in China. The number of addicts to its use increased many times, and every city and town had its opium dens. The craze for the drug grew to such proportions that parents even sold their children and husbands their wives to buy it. By 1907, China had more than 15 million eaters or smokers of opium and was the largest consumer of the drug in the world. In that year, the Empress Dowager was successful in making an agreement with England, according to which India was to reduce its opium shipments to China 10% each year over a period of 10 years. At the same time, a drastic campaign was begun against opium raising and opium using in the empire. Imperial edicts were issued cutting down the size of the opium farms, shutting up the opium dens, and requiring all dealers in opium to take out licenses. The government commanded all farmers to reduce the size of their opium fields by 10% every year, thus providing that no opium at all should be cultivated after the end of 10 years. It required that the merchants decrease their opium sales 20% every year, closing out their entire business in the space of 5 years. It ordered that all public opium dens should be summarily closed, and that the retail opium shops should be gradually abolished. At the same time, it inaugurated dispensaries where medicines might be obtained free to take away the craving for opium, and encouraged the establishment of opium hospitals for those who had contracted the habit. In the meantime, large stocks of opium and supplies of smoking paraphernalia were confiscated and burned. Hundreds of thousands of pipes, bowls, lamps, boxes, and vessels for opium cooking were destroyed by fire, and like numbers of hypodermic needles used for morphine injections were broken up. These wholesale burnings and destructions took place in every province, and they are still frequent occurrences. However, it is an open secret that in many instances where a stock of opium is ordered destroyed, what is really burned is so much brown sugar flavored with only enough opium to give out an odor, while the drug itself is hidden and later sold. At the beginning of this 10-year campaign against opium, and for some time thereafter, high hopes were entertained that at last a successful method had been found to destroy the greatest curse of the Chinese people. But circumstances again conspired against the enemies of opium. First, this program was interrupted by the Revolution and the subsequent founding of the Chinese Republic, and later came the World War and the general industrial upheaval and confusion that made itself manifest all over the world. While other important international matters crowded the opium question to the wall, poppy raising was again increasing and the drug traffic flourishing. As time went on and political conditions in China became more upset, the central Peiking government had less and less authority over the opium situation. Today, although poppy raising and opium using are forbidden by national law, it is a fact that more opium is grown and consumed here than ever before. It is estimated that the total opium need of the whole world for medicinal purposes is only 350 tons a year. Nevertheless, 10 times this amount is now being produced outside of China, while this country alone raises more than all the rest of the world together. In most of the provinces, the law against it is entirely ignored, the officials encouraging its planting to provide themselves with a private source of income, and in some places even enforcing its cultivation and sale to raise money for the upkeep of their troops. The province of Shan-tse, for instance, is almost one vast poppy field, and a common remark about it is that 1 of every 10 people there, 11 are opium smokers. In the few provinces where the officials make a genuine effort to cooperate with the central government in prohibiting its cultivation, opium is used just the same, as it is practically impossible to prohibit its being smuggled in. With 9/10 of the high officials of the country regular addicts to it, there is little hope of stamping out its use among the common people. As in the past, anti-opium societies exist everywhere in China today, but have little effect upon the industry as a whole. As a matter of fact, the use of opium will probably be wiped out in China only through active intervention and cooperation on the part of the great powers of the world, combined with the efforts of a central government that will be strong enough to enforce its laws in every corner of the country. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wonder That Is China. From the 2 outposts of English and Portuguese civilization in the Far East, I have come to the Chinese city of Canton, the southern gateway to the Republic. I almost said the Empire of China, for although China is now a republic politically, the word empire gives a better idea of the vast extent of this ancient land. It is so large that if I were to take an airplane and fly to its western frontier, I should have to travel as far as from the Atlantic Ocean to Great Salt Lake. And if I should turn the machine to the north and head straight for Siberia, I should have to make a flight almost as long before I came to the northern boundary of this country. Roughly, China is an irregular square, each side of which measures about 2,000 miles, sandwiched in between Siberia on the north and the Indo-Chinese Peninsula and Hindustan on the south, and from east to west stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the high desert wilds of Russian Turkestan. It contains by far the best part of Asia, the tenderloin of the continent, as it were, with about the same kinds of climate and soil that we have in North America on the opposite side of the globe. As to size, the greater China is the largest nation on earth. It is so big that its area equals that of the United States, Alaska, and all our dependencies, with enough left over to make 11 states the size of New York. It contains 1/4 of all the land in Asia and 1/14 of all the land surface of the globe. It is an enormous tract, indeed, to be shut off from the rest of mankind, to be given up to pillage and banditry, and to remain dormant when the whole world wants a part in developing its resources and trade. Only 1/3 of this vast area is contained in the 18 central provinces that we know as China proper. The remainder of the country is divided among the dependencies of Manchuria, Mongolia, Turkestan, and Tibet, each of which, as far as geography and racial customs are concerned, is a separate nation in itself. China proper extends westward from the Pacific Ocean in the shape of a giant fan bounded by the desert of Gobi and the mountains of Tibet. Its western frontier is mountainous and in the southwest highly mineralized, but it is for the most part a vast plain sloping gradually down to the Pacific and cut by some of the greatest rivers of the globe. The 3 drainage systems of this plain are those of the Yellow, the Yang-tse, and the West rivers. The Yellow River, or the Hangchow, has a basin almost 10 times as large as New England. Just south of it is the great valley of the Yang-tse. This is the Mississippi of China, but considering the rich territory on both sides of it and the vast numbers settled within its basin, it is far more important than the Mississippi or than any other river in the world. It drains an area as large as the basin of the Hangkow, and which has a population twice as great. Parts of this basin are more densely packed with humanity than any other region on earth. In South China, the basin of the West River, or the Xikiang, as the Chinese call it, has an area 10 times as large as Ohio and is populated by 60 million people. Here the average is only about 1 person to every 4 acres, whereas the Yang-tse Valley has 420 to a square mile. Altogether, the Chinese number more than half of the population of Asia. There are 100 millions more than all the peoples of North America, South America, Australia, and Africa put together. They are almost equal in number to all the races of Europe, with the Russians included. They are 1/4 of the inhabitants of the earth. Stop a moment and think what this means. This is an age of small families. If all the human beings who are living today could be assembled in families of 4, with a proportionate division of races and nations, every family on earth would have a Chinese as one of its members. The population of the globe is estimated at 1,748 million, and according to the official Chinese figures published this year, China proper alone has 446 million people. The dependencies of Mongolia, Tibet, and Turkestan, which are not included therein, have from 6 to 10 millions more. Enormous as is this population, it will someday be even bigger. The present rate of infant mortality among the Chinese is probably the highest on earth. If by medical attention and sanitation it were reduced to a level with ours, the population of China would be doubled in a short time and would equal nearly 1/2 of all the people in the world. But perhaps you will say that China is already crowded and cannot support an increased population. As a matter of fact, 2/3 of its people are concentrated in 1/3 of its area, leaving millions of square miles in northern and western China that have hardly any inhabitants at all. These regions await only transportation to be settled and developed so that their riches can be poured into the world. Already there is a westward movement of settlers from eastern China that in many ways is comparable with the westward tide of pioneers that flowed across the United States during the last century. Once means of communication and access to markets are provided in her unsettled areas, China could easily support 50 or even 100% more people than she has now. In spite of the vast population scattered along the coast and in the valleys of her 3 mighty rivers, enormous numbers of Chinese are still entirely out of touch with the rest of the country and the outside world. In the western provinces of Sichuan, Shanxi, and Gansu, there are 70 million Chinese, or more than half as many as all the people in the United States, who are isolated and of necessity entirely self-sustaining. The natives of this region make their own clothing, build their own dwellings, raise their own food, and in short, furnish for themselves every necessity of life. Too far from the ocean to get salt from the sea, they even drill down into the earth 3,000 feet to reach a supply. On one plain only twice as large as the area of Rhode Island, 500,000 people live upon crops that are watered with an irrigation system 2,000 years old, yet so skillfully constructed that American engineers admit that they cannot improve it. When these regions are reached by railways and roads, when they have an outlet for their products, and when they are able to buy what the rest of the world has to sell, their trade will amount to as much as that of some of the nations of Europe. In fact, it is almost impossible for me to give you an adequate idea of the wonder that is China. Like a giant just roused from the sleep of centuries, it is not yet wide awake and hardly realizes its vast potential wealth and strength. But the story of its development in the next few decades will surpass anything that the world has ever known before. Like the Israelites of old, the Chinese have begun their exodus from the dark Egypt of superstition and are escaping from their enslavement to tradition. When they are once fully underway with the civilization of the Western world, they will have a momentum that nothing can stop. Because of the large part America has played in the development of China and the even larger share we shall probably have in the making of the new China, whatever happens here in the future will be a matter of vital interest to us. Now stop and think how long China has been in existence. A contemporary of Babylon and Chaldea, it has seen those powerful nations of the ancient world rise and fall, and although they have passed into antiquity, it is still great. Some of the scientists who are seeking the origin of the Homo sapiens, the first man to think, now believe that his original home was in Central Asia on the edge of Chinese Turkestan. Excavations made not far from there show that people were living in houses and had sheep, cattle, and hogs 2,000 years before Abraham, the stock farmer of the scriptures, went out at the command of Jehovah to offer up Isaac. It is not yet 2,000 years since our ancestors in Northern Europe were eating with their fingers, sleeping on straw, and dressing in skins. Chinese history dates back more than 2,000 years before that. It has records or traditions of one emperor born in 2852 BC who started out with a huge immigrant train to conquer and settle what were then the wilds of this land. Taking a great following over the mountains, he established them in Kansu, the northwestern province of China proper, and a state that has now about 5 million people. He stayed there a while and then led his pioneers eastward to within 125 miles of the site of Peiking. This invasion was followed by others, the conquering settlers taking North China first and then making their way on to the south. Our ancestors were still cave dwellers when the Emperor Shan-tung gave his people the wooden plow and started them farming. That was in 2700 BC. 500 years later, China had an emperor who was known as the Great Engineer, chosen to rule because of his ability to keep the floods of the Yellow River in check. It was at about that time that the Chu Li was written, a work that is said to have equaled anything in the literature of the world, not even excepting the Bible. The Chinese have had scholars and religious leaders from that time to this. Lao-tse, Confucius, Mencius, all lived long before Christ. In Charlemagne's time, the Chinese already had a system of civil service examinations in literature, and they had a geographer 300 years before Christ. They had classics before King David sang the Psalms, or Solomon wrote his Proverbs, and not long after the time of Christ, China had a national mistress of poetry, history, and eloquence. The Chinese invented fibrous paper and the art of printing, and were the first to make photographic engravings. Some of their books were published a half-century before Gutenberg, and they had written poems in 1765 BC. 200 years before Christ, they began the Great Wall of China, one of the engineering marvels of the ancient world. They were the first to use gunpowder and ink, and probably the first to evolve the principle of the mariner's compass. They originated dishes of porcelain, and they gave silk and tea to the world. Many of the social and political theories proposed throughout the world today had already been tried out by the Chinese when Europe was governed by petty kings and robber barons, and when the mass of our ancestors were practically slaves. About 1000 AD, 2 generations before William the Conqueror introduced feudalism into England, and 200 years before the Magna Carta was signed, there lived in China a socialistic philosopher, Wang-on Shim, whose theories were given a 10-year trial by the Emperor Shan-tung. These embodied a more complete system of government ownership than that attempted by the Bolshevists of Russia. In this experiment, the state took the management of commerce, industry, and farming into its own hands, with the avowed purpose of helping the working classes and keeping them from being ground into the dust by the rich. It established commissions to fix wages and prices. It measured the land into equal plots, graded it according to the richness of the soil to create a just basis for taxation, providing also that the taxes should be paid only by the rich and that the poor should be exempt. It established old age and unemployment pensions and made every family of more than 2 men furnish 1 member to the state militia. Throughout the centuries, these people have been perhaps the world's greatest preachers of personal liberty, good order, and scholarship. Yet today they are in a state of semi-anarchistic chaos in which the authority of the government has almost wholly disappeared. I can best describe the state of affairs by making a comparison with the United States. Let us imagine that our federal government had become so weak that its influence extended no farther from Washington than Baltimore, 40 miles away. Suppose it were powerless to make our citizens pay income taxes or to levy its present toll of millions of dollars on tobacco, luxuries, and inheritances. Suppose also that the major generals commanding United States troops at New York, El Paso, and other army posts refused to take orders from the Secretary of War or even from the President himself. Suppose that the governors of our various states were levying taxes on goods passing through their respective territories and collecting revenues as they pleased, nominally for the government at Washington, but actually to line their own pockets. Think what would be the situation in our country if goods in transit across the United States were taxed every time they passed over a state boundary line. Let us say, for example, that a trainload of corn were started from Kansas City for New York. If the conditions in the China of today were to prevail, the governors of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York would each demand the payment of a tax before they would allow the train to cross their states, and they might help themselves to some of the corn besides. But this is not all. To complete the picture, you must suppose that half of all the soldiers in our country had not received any pay for 6 months, a year, or even more. Let them be roaming about in bands of from 50 up into the thousands, preying on travelers and raiding towns. Finally, suppose also that down in New Orleans a government was set up in rivalry to the one in Washington, calling itself the Republic of the South, and keeping a big army in the field. All these conditions are existing in China. Under the Republic, the central government of China has not been comparable with ours in the United States. The 18 provinces, exclusive of Manchuria, have been governed like so many little kingdoms. They range in size from areas as large as the state of Indiana to districts 100,000 square miles bigger than Texas, and they have populations of from 5 to 45 millions. In practically each one, some military man is the real ruler, and while most of them have civil governors, the latter are compelled to do the bidding of the generals who command the troops in the field. These generals rarely recognize any supreme commander-in-chief. They control the people by force of arms, say how much the latter shall pay in taxes, and then go out and collect it. In the provinces, especially those of the interior, they raise money by selling licenses for gambling and other concessions. They sell public property at auction and often let the men help themselves to whatever they can, picking up by raiding a village. Whenever they want to move troops or goods, they commandeer railroad cars and locomotives. More often than not, these provincial military rulers, known as tutuns, laugh up their sleeves whenever the Peiking government tries to control them. Although the taxes they collect are supposed to be for the support of the central government, they send almost no money to the capital. It is little wonder then that the customs duties continue to be collected by the representatives of outside nations. Thanks to scrupulously honest foreign administration, they are the only guaranteed source of revenue available for the payment of at least a portion of the country's foreign obligations. The Chinese have never really been ruled by Peking or even by the governors of the provinces, but by clans or families. China is not a nation of individual patriots like the United States or Japan, but rather an aggregation of families and villages in which the clan spirit is stronger than it ever was in Scotland. As a rule, each family works for itself and cares nothing for the others about. The children consider that they owe allegiance only to their parents, and in the past fathers and mothers have had practically the power of life and death over their children. Filial piety has always been considered by the Chinese the greatest of virtues, and the worship of ancestors figures largely in their religion. In the past, the family was also the foundation of the government. The emperor was theoretically the father of his people, and they were supposed to revere and obey him. Like the father of a family, he could do what he liked with his national children, who submitted to almost any extreme of imperial authority, but who at the same time expected him to leave them alone for the most part to look after themselves. This family principle worked very well for the Chinese until the foreigners began to force their way into the country. The imperial authorities never welcomed Europeans, and for a long time did all they could to keep them out. In the conflicts that followed, the inability of the Chinese system to withstand outside aggression was exposed to the world. In the first war between the Western nations and China, which took place 82 years ago, Hong Kong was ceded to the British, and the 5 ports, Canton, Amoy, Soochow, Ningpo, and Shanghai, were forced open for foreign trade. The Second War with Great Britain resulted in that country taking Kowloon on the mainland opposite Hong Kong and the opening up of Tientsin. In the meantime came the Taiping Rebellion, which lasted for 14 years and resulted in more ports being opened to the Western nations. France came in and demanded indemnities, and the administration of the maritime customs was given over to the British. In 1885, France fought with the Chinese and as a result grabbed Tonkin. With the Sino-Japanese War, the island of Formosa went to Japan. After beating Russia on Chinese soil, the Japanese took also a part of Manchuria and later Korea, which had been a dependency of China, while the Germans established themselves on the Shan-tung Peninsula. When one considers all these things, it is not so surprising that China is in chaos today, but rather that as a nation it exists at all. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The City of Rams in the 20th Century. Come with me for a motor car ride through Canton. Yes, a motor car ride. We are in one of the most progressive cities in China, and in the districts we visit today shall not have to tramp along on foot, be hauled in jinrickshaws, or carried in sedan chairs on the bare shoulders of coolies. Canton lies on the Pearl River, 90 miles from Hong Kong and 60 miles from the Pacific Ocean. It was a commercial center when Rome was at the height of its glory, the capital of the kingdom of Nan-yush up to 100 years before the time of Christ, and a town that the Chinese say dates back to fairyland. According to their traditions, it was founded by 5 fairies, clad in coats of as many colors as that of Joseph, who came riding through the air on 5 rams. That is why the people still call Canton the City of Rams. It is now many years since I visited Canton. The city then looked the same as it had for centuries. It was strictly Chinese, its only foreign section being confined to the little island of Xiamen. On the mainland, the streets were so narrow that a cart or carriage could not be used, and all my trips about the city were either on foot or in chairs carried by sweating, half-naked coolies. We shall cover the same ground today in a high-powered automobile supplied by the mayor. To understand the changes that have brought about the Canton of today, we must know something about the Canton of the past, and so shall look at it first through the impressions registered on the eye of my mind 30-odd years ago. Imagine a mighty beehive of humanity covering 10,000 acres. Let it spread out for 3 miles from the banks of a muddy yellow river teeming with shipping, and let it be cut up here and there by canals covered with boats so closely packed in that one wonders how they can ever be moved. These are but the faint outlines of the picture. You must cover this territory with somber, gray 1- and 2-story buildings of brick with overhanging roofs of tile. You must put them along streets so narrow that you can stand in the center and touch both walls with your hands. As a high Chinese official passes by, he is preceded by a liveried servant beating a gong, behind whom is another servant, carrying the mandarin's badge of rank in the form of a red umbrella mounted on a handle as big around as a flagstaff. After these, surrounded by soldiers in ragged uniforms, comes the great man's chair, carried by coolies with a pony often bringing up the rear. The wheelbarrows that are the motor trucks of this old canton must stop at the corners to let others pass, and the great loads borne along on the shoulders of men and women force everyone back to the walls. Under our feet are the flagstones worn smooth by the tramping of millions of barefooted Chinese throughout the ages, and above, the tunnel-like streets are roofed with straw matting to shut out the tropical sun. As I look back again, another vivid series of pictures comes into my mind. One is a mighty wall 40 feet wide and perhaps 30 feet high, a huge ring of stone and brick 6 miles in circumference, dropped down, as it were, into the honeycomb of this human beehive. This is the wall of the old city, which was built about 1000 A.D., 6 centuries before there was a single blockhouse on the North American continent to defend our pioneers from the Indians. This wall was to protect Canton from the hordes of invaders who again and again tried to loot the city of its vast riches. It served for generations, but the Tartars of the north came again and again, and finally, less than 3 centuries ago, the Manchu armies were victorious. They subdued all China, putting their garrisons into every city and district. They then quartered here an army which lived on the city until the Manchu dynasty was overthrown and the Chinese Republic was founded. My memory records the great yamuns, or palaces, of the officials of the past, the tens of thousands of cells of examination halls, and the Buddhist temples, large and small, then found in every part of the city. At that time Canton had grown far outside its walls. It was crowding the river, and the buildings extended out to the multitudinous graves that covered the surrounding hills. With these pictures in mind, we begin our trip through the Canton of today. Our starting place is the island of Xiamen, where are located the foreign consular offices, the homes of the officials, and the chief foreign business houses. This site was given to the foreigners about 65 years ago, when it was only a mud flat. Today it is an Occidental settlement in the heart of the Orient. It is almost a separate city in itself, a city of handsome homes and magnificent buildings, of streets several hundred feet wide with concrete or flagged sidewalks, and of a general atmosphere of luxury and comfort. Many of the streets are so wide that large spaces have been closed to traffic and turned into tennis courts for the residents. Xiamen is connected with the mainland by 2 bridges which are guarded day and night. At times the hatred of the Chinese for foreigners is so roused that the latter do not dare stir from their concessions without special protection, and no Cantonese are allowed upon the island after nightfall without an explanation of their business. The natives are especially antagonistic to the missionaries, whom they call Jesus devils. I have myself been greeted with cries of "See the foreign devils! Cut their heads off!" and "Down with the barbarians!" as with some friends I moved in and out of the swarming lanes that made up the old city of Canton. It was a Chinese holiday, and the roughest of the people were on the streets. We got many a scowl, and as we left one of the temples, a crowd of hooting and yelling boys followed us, and the boldest of them began to throw stones at us. A soldier finally came up and drove the crowd away, and then went with us several squares for our protection. But let us return to our trip. We must first walk to the bridge, for nothing on wheels, not even a jinrickshaw, comes into the foreign concessions. As we go by the guards, we face a great wall of new buildings, some finished and some in the course of construction, on what was the edge of the beehive I have described. Everywhere new structures are rising and a new city is being created. Right in front of us are warehouses, and office buildings of 4 and 5 stories, built in foreign style, with a hotel of 8 floors and a tower rising above the whole. This wall of buildings is several hundred feet back from the water, and between it and the stream has been constructed a wide concrete roadway that extends along the river for the entire length of the city. The banks have been walled with stone. Hundreds of ramshackle old buildings have been cleared away, and, as a result, Canton now has a bund, or shore drive, that compares with those of the other big cities of the Far East. It is thronged with business, the river along it is hidden by boats, and the traffic and people are those of the changing Chinese. It is in the heart of this bund that we step into our automobile. As we take our seats, one of the features of the new China is brought to our attention. This is the motor buses that we see rumbling along. These buses are small, with Canton-built bodies on American chassis. Each bus has seats for about 24 passengers and are all jammed with men, women, and children. The fare is 10 cents, and attached to some of the buses are trailers, each of which holds 40 persons, and which, being considered second class, charge only 5 cents. At the same time, well-to-do natives are riding by us in covered chairs carried by bearers, and hundreds of bright red jinrikishas, each pulled by a half-naked coolie with a hat as big around as a parasol, form waving streaks of bright color upon the gray concrete bund. As we move onward, our chauffeur sounds his siren at every turn of the wheel. A multitude is passing on foot, and as the crowd breaks to let us go through, we have the changing China under our eyes. Everywhere the new is mixed with the old. The new is seen in the great buildings going up in every direction, half-finished structures enclosed in a lacework of scaffolding made of bamboo poles tied together with ropes of rattan, and the old in the yellow-skinned women and men, barefooted and often bareheaded, who are working like ants making modern buildings without modern building machinery. There are no steam shovels to dig the foundations, no concrete mixers to work the cement and gravel, and no motor trucks to carry the freight. Every sort of building material is carried on the backs or shoulders of men, or I might say of women, for the women here do as much work and as hard work as the men. They are the hod carriers and the helpers of the bricklayers and the masons. Working on one building are girls who have not reached their teens, and women who have the wrinkles of 80 years or more. Here comes a great cartload of bricks that must weigh a ton. It is as much as 2 horses could haul over one of our country roads, and it is dragged along by 3 women harnessed with clotheslines to tugs of thick rope attached to the axle. See how they bend and strain as they move the cart onward. They are barefooted, and the breeze flaps their wide black pantaloons against their yellow calves. They wear jackets that fall loosely from the neck to the hips, and they have on huge bamboo hats. Their wages are 25 cents a day. The whole riverfront is now walled with warehouses, stores, office structures, and fine municipal buildings. A large modern department store is getting the trade of some of the old business cells that I have described, and here and there factories with modern machinery are springing up. At Honan, one of the suburbs, a cotton spinning mill has just been completed, and not far away a new copper foundry is making sheeting from native ore. A new shipbuilding plant is turning out 200 barges a year, and there are 5 large factories that make socks and underwear. I have on a pair of tan shoes that cost me $12 in Washington. The secretary of the mayor, who is sitting beside me, has on shoes that look equally good. When I ask him the price, he tells me they cost $3 and that they were made in the new shoe factory here in Canton. Leaving the Bund, the next stage of our journey is along the route of the Great Wall that formerly enclosed the center of Old Canton. You remember how Joshua took Jericho in his conquest of Palestine. The walls of that city, the remains of which I saw being excavated during my last trip to the Holy Land, were not 1/3 as wide as those of Canton, and the city within them was not 1/20th the size of that within the walls here. They were great walls, nevertheless, and they fell flat at the command of Jehovah when Joshua, the general of the Israelites, had his 7 priests blow their 7 rams' horns, and the people make a great shout. The Joshua of Canton is the mayor, the owner of the car in which we are riding. It is only a few years since he sounded the trumpet in this city of rams, and now there is less to be seen of its mighty wall than that of old Jericho on the banks of the Jordan. In its place is a wide belt road, paved with concrete made by crushing the old brick and stone. Other roads have been built from this one, the whole creating a system of streets planned with the aid of American civil engineers. All these new motor roads are being lined with modern buildings. They are lighted by electricity and have concrete sidewalks. White Cloud Road, which is now under construction from the Hong Kong Kowloon Canton Railway Station to the White Cloud Mountains some miles away, is to be as wide as Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, and to have a parkway of gardens and trees running through its center. This road will cut its way through the town, demolishing not only the buildings on the space needed for the roadway, but enough on each side of it to make room for new buildings all the way to the slope of the mountain. Another striking feature of the new Canton is the parks, many of which are the old yamuns and temple grounds transformed. They are known as gardens, and there is a first public garden, a second public garden, and a third public garden, each in a different section of Canton. The first garden is in the central business section and has an area of 20 or 30 acres. The second garden, which is twice as large, is on the site of the former Eastern Parade Grounds and is to have an athletic field, tennis courts, and golf grounds. I spent some time today in the first public garden, which is a wonder of economical construction and beauty. It was formerly the yamun of one of the provincial officials, but no sign of the old buildings is now to be seen. The grounds have been cleared and beautiful gardens created that remind me of those of the Tuileries in Paris. One walks through plot after plot of beautiful flowers, through long arbors covered with green, by fountains where the water plays over artificial rock creations made according to the artistic celestial idea, and finally, under the old banyan trees that have been walled in to protect them, one finds a gorgeous tea house. At the entrance to this garden is a fountain with a tall statue of the Chinese goddess of mercy, and on each side of the roadway are carved lions that came from the old yamun and are perhaps 1,000 years old. Some of the bronze bells and other things from the temples have been put up in the garden, and the whole is in good taste and of great beauty. The mayor's secretary told me that this park cost about $100,000 in gold. A similar creation in Washington City could not be attempted for less than $1 million, and I doubt if it could be completed for double that sum. Nevertheless, this garden was made within 2 years, during all of which time Canton was in the throes of revolution and war. As we make our way through Canton, we find that the temples and joss houses are fast disappearing. By order of the military authorities, hundreds of the small ones have been sold at auction. Vast numbers of artworks of one kind or another have been scattered and many lost forever. Some of the statues have been placed in the parks, others are in the hands of curio dealers, and in the chief English hotel there is a gigantic bronze Buddha of more than life size, which probably will soon be bought by an American tourist. Some of the chief temples still stand, and they will probably be preserved because of their historic and artistic value. One of these is the Flowery Pagoda, which rises high over the center of Old Canton. It contains a wonderful statue of Buddha that is one of the art treasures of the world. Another temple, that of the 500 Genii, was founded 503 AD, 100 years before Muhammad was born, and was rebuilt about 70 years ago. Inside it is a great hall arranged in aisles, on each side of which are richly gilded figures sitting upon elevated platforms. These are the 500 genii supposed to be disciples of Buddha. Among them, strange to say, is a statue of Marco Polo, the famous Italian traveler who came here from Venice more than 200 years before Columbus discovered America. Although his hands are folded in Buddha style, Marco has a hat and a mustache that make him an incongruous figure among the others. The reason for the sale of the temples, so one of the city officials tells me, are two. One is that because of revolutionary troubles, Canton is living from hand to mouth and has had to raise funds by making a general sale of all the public property it could possibly dispense with. The temples brought in something like $2 million in gold, part of which was taken by the soldiers and the rest used for improving the town. The other reason is the fact that superstition is dying out in China and that the best element of the modern movement wants to hasten its passing. The people are caring less and less for their old religion, and there is no further use for the gods that represent their former beliefs. I am inclined to think that the statement as to superstition is true. The progressive movements in China are overthrowing many of the old ideas, and new opportunities are being created thereby for the missionaries. The natural trend of the human mind when it gives up any religion is toward atheism or some new faith, and with the breaking down of the old beliefs, Christianity will be accepted the more easily. China is one of the great missionary fields of the world, and Canton is one of the oldest stations in it. This city was the first to be opened up by our American missionaries, and as a result of their work, it now has great hospitals, a strong native YMCA, and many schools and colleges. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Through Old Canton. Today we shall leave our 20th century automobile and instead of gliding over new wide streets shall walk or be carried by sedan chair through the Old Canton, the Canton that has not yet been caught up in the march of modern progress. The old China is a giant compared with the baby of the new civilization in this land of the Far East. Like Moses on Mount Nebo, when on the edge of the grave, his eyesight is undimmed and his mighty strength unabated. Meantime, the baby is lustily growing. It is slowly unbinding the feet of its mother, and, copying Delilah, it has clipped off the hairy pigtail of its Samsonian father. But the old giant still shows no lack of strength, and it will be generations before he succumbs entirely to the Western era. Within 5 minutes' walk from one of the new macadamized avenues, we find that modern Canton has disappeared. We are lost in the past, in a narrow, old street lined with stores. In front of almost every establishment is a gorgeous wooden sign, a foot or more wide and from 4 to 10 feet long. Beautifully carved and inlaid with gold leaf or enameled in brilliant colors, these signs make the streets a blaze of red, white, green, and gold. Upon each is cut the name of the firm doing business inside. Some have slogans advertising the excellence of the goods within, and others bear such names as Lucky Profits, Good Fortune, and Cheap John. We wander through alleys walled with cells filled with satins and silks, and crossed by other alleys where the merchants sell nothing but furniture. We go through a street a half-mile in length in which there are silversmiths working and selling, on into cave-like sections where embroideries are being made, and beyond that into streets devoted to huge wooden coffins and others where only pipes and tobaccos are to be seen. Farther on we stop in quarters selling gold earrings and bracelets and ornaments of apple green jade. The Chinese have luxurious tastes and are fond of the best in all things. When they buy gold jewelry, they insist upon its being 22 carats fine. They delight also in ornaments of silver, many of the women using silver hairpins, and the Chinese gentlemen commonly drinking their wine out of silver cups. One can buy silver toilet articles everywhere. These include not only combs and brushes, but also toothpicks and ear picks, tongue scrapers and back scratchers. Nearly every American traveler in China talks of the bad smells of Old Canton. There is no doubt that they are numerous and penetrating, but I find that there are also good smells, and many that I wish to carry home with me. There are streets here that deal in nothing but sweet smelling woods. On every hand are men cutting up odorous sandalwood logs to make fans, work boxes, and other articles, and the delightful fragrance pervades the entire street. Some of the wood is ground up to be mixed with mud for the incense sticks that serve as cigarette and pipe lighters, and which are used also in every Chinese temple. Sometimes there are altars outside the stores where these incense sticks are lighted as dusk comes on. The native stores of Canton do a large business. You must ask for what you want, for the Chinese do not put their goods on display, nor do the largest of the dry goods stores employ a man solely to arrange the windows, as is done in the United States. Indeed, these stores have no windows on the first floor, but are open across the entire front. The biggest of them are not more than 15 feet wide, but they are long and high, and the walls and sides are lined with shelves filled with goods. The merchant, in black gown, black skull cap, and cloth shoes, waits upon the customers, and a cashier counts up the sales on an abacus, a little calculating machine consisting of wooden balls on wires. You who have an idea that all Chinese go barefooted should shop with us in the shoe street. There are hundreds of stores here that sell nothing but shoes. Some are of wood and cloth, some of leather of all colors, and some have soles made of sheets of paper pasted layer upon layer until they are a half an inch thick. There are shoes of black patent leather, of the white canvas that is so much liked by the modern Chinese woman, and shoes for old women whose feet have been bound. These are so small that an American girl could not get her hand in one, much less her foot. They are made of the finest of satin and are embroidered in silver or gold. The old style man's shoe is of black satin with a sole of white wood as thick as two of your fingers. Of late the men are buying more and more foreign style footgear, and among the public officials I seldom find one who is not wearing leather shoes, black, white, or tan. Every shoe store is also a factory. In some are sewing machines, but most of the work is still done by hand, and at the back of each establishment we see men and boys sewing and stitching away. The same is true in the sweatshop district, where street after street is filled with open cells in which men and boys are making clothing for men and women. The costumes of the Chinese are rapidly changing, Western style garments displacing those of the old native type. The skull cap with the feather or button on top is being put aside for felt and straw hats, some of which are imported from Europe and America, and some are made here in Canton. The bright colored silk gown worn by the Chinese man in the past is another garment that is now less frequently seen. Those that are worn reach from a man's neck to his feet, and are still of blue, white, or yellow silk, but the sleeves are much shorter and smaller than formerly. Both the men and women who affect foreign dress lose their Chinese appearance to a large extent. At a distance one can hardly tell that they are of the Mongol race. The men have lost their queues, and the women walk with a swing as firm and active as that of an American girl. Their complexions may be fair, and the nose and the mouth may not be different from yours and mine. However, there is one feature that always distinguishes the Chinese, and that is the eye. I have thought many a Chinese a Westerner until I looked at his eyes and observed their buttonhole shape. No matter how much foreign blood the Asiatic has in him, his ancestry shows in his slanted eyelids. Many of the rich Americanized Chinese now live in homes furnished in modern style, and far different from the old type of native palace that their fathers owned. In this connection, I recall a visit I made to the home of Hankow, a millionaire Chinese, the first time I was in Canton. He lived in a palatial residence on the banks of the Pearl River, and in the midst of a wilderness of buildings occupied by servants and relatives of his family. When a man makes a fortune in China, his whole clan settles down upon him, and Hankow supported about 400 of his poor relations. As I passed through the several courts about his home, I saw all kinds of work in progress, some of the servants being busily engaged in cleaning fish and others in grinding rice into flour. From the reception room I remember hearing Hankow children, as like all Chinese pupils of that time, they sang out their lessons at the tops of their voices. Now and then the sharp clap of the ruler could be heard when one of the boys made a mistake. Their father told me he intended to have his sons educated at the Hong Kong Foreign College and to let them finish in America and England. He spoke English himself and was then among the most progressive of the Chinese. As we sat and chatted, the choicest of Formosa tea was brought in, the leaves of which I judge were worth about $20 a pound. It was served in covered cups without saucers, and we drank it sitting in black ebony chairs around small tables. In those years there were no easy chairs in a Chinese gentleman's house. This palace had uncarpeted floors of stone, and the chairs that stood against the wall had straight and unyielding backs. The partitions between the rooms were of colored glass framed in ebony. Some of the curiously shaped panels had pictures painted on them by Chinese artists, and the effect of the whole was that of a fancy but unoccupied storeroom rather than that of a comfortable home. Some of the finest rooms in the house looked out upon a garden that, contrasted with the narrow, bad-smelling streets just outside its blue brick walls, seemed like Eden in bloom. About a lovely little lake covering nearly an acre were rustic bridges, tiled summer houses, and all kinds of tropical vegetation growing luxuriantly in the moist air of Canton. The great leaves of the lotus almost covered the lake. Goldfish darted through the water like streaks of light. Blackwood seats, stiffly Chinese, stood out against a background of green, and birds were singing everywhere. Although in the heart of the city, we seemed to be miles away in the country. While the rich Chinese in Canton number thousands, and although the standard of living is rising and the common people have more money than ever before, there are hundreds of thousands of poor. The old section of the city swarms with lewd fellows of the baser sort, both men and women. Canton is in the same latitude as Havana, but it is hotter, I should say, for here the air reeks with moisture. The men and boys of the poorest class are often half naked, and a common sight in a store is a burly merchant clad only in a pair of thin cotton trunks, the waist string of which is lost in rolls of fat. As for the women, the old Chinese conventions say they must not expose their persons regardless of the temperature. The standards of Chinese propriety are far different from those of Japan, where a girl will primp, bathe, or labor away in public while bare to her waist. We shall see many beggars as we go through the streets. Most of them are professionals who have created their loathsome sores to attract pity and alms. I saw one man today who seemed to have sliced a pound of meat from his thigh. The raw red wound was flaunted in my face as he held out his hand for money. As I went up the steps to the bridge at Xiamen yesterday, I was accosted by a boy, terribly crippled, who writhed along on his withered hands and legs, showing a surprising speed, as twisting this way and that, he kept himself under my feet. Another professional beggar, who I have seen more than once, is an aged woman who carries a crippled old man on her shoulders. The blind beggars, from decrepit old men and women to young boys and girls, are legion. They come from an asylum of the city, and guided by a leader whose sight is not entirely gone, each one clutches the clothes of the one in front of him as they go about. All of them have flat brown baskets that they hold out as they roll their sightless eyes and beg in piteous tones. Now and then we see a gang of these beggars standing in front of a shop waiting for the merchant to pay them to leave. He will give them only a pittance, but they will stay until they get it. A missionary I have met here tells me of a beggar who used to go about Canton with a leper on his back and force the people to give him money to get rid of him. The ears, hands, and feet of the leper were apparently just ready to drop off, and it was a brave man who paid no attention to him. I have noticed no lepers in China on this trip, but when I was here before I saw several. There was then a leper village outside of Canton and another in the city, and many of the boats on the river were inhabited by lepers. I am told that they made a practice of going to funerals and demanding alms of the mourners, and that they sometimes leaped into the graves and refused to leave until they had been paid. Going on through these scenes of want, we find food in profusion. There are cookshops at every few steps, and restaurants are as numerous as along the banks of the Seine in Paris. There are stores selling all kinds of meat, fish, and game. There are cells piled high with oranges, bananas, mangoes, melons of every variety, and sweetmeats that make one's mouth water. Canton preserved ginger is eaten all over the world, and nowhere can you buy more different kinds of dainties. I had dinner today at a restaurant that covered an acre and contained dozens of rooms. My host led me through garden after garden until we reached a room at the back before which a fountain was playing, and there we sat down at a table. The dinner lasted 3 hours. We began with watermelon seeds, followed by bird's nest soup, a jelly-like mixture made of the spittle with which the birds of some of the South Sea Islands cement their nests. From that we went on to bowls of delicious shrimps as big as a thimble, to slices of ham from far-off Yunnan, and then to cream-fed chickens and suckling pigs fattened on chestnuts. The many sweets I cannot describe. Yesterday I was taken to a cook shop on one of the avenues, where the pièce de résistance for each guest was a specially fed pigeon as big as a broiler, so fat and so dainty that it made me think of Lucullus and his nightingale's tongues. Daily I taste some new Chinese dish that I should like to add to my menus at home. Many of the most elaborate dinner parties of China are served on the water, and among the tens of thousands of boats here are some floating hotels. They are gorgeously decorated, being painted in brilliant colors and having small paned windows of stained glass, which sometimes wall all sides of the vessel. At night they form a most picturesque sight as they move over the water. Here a rich Chinese often brings his friends for a great banquet, with several sing-song girls as entertainers. The dinner may be good, but the singing is sure to be bad. To the American ear, Chinese music has neither tune nor harmony, and the most nerve-wracking noises I have yet heard, outside of an insane asylum, is this sing-song wailing of the native performers. At none of the meals I have eaten here have I yet had a taste of what is known in America as chop suey. The truth seems to be that there is no such dish eaten in China, although it is commonly served as Chinese throughout the United States. Chop suey, I am told, originated at a dinner that Prince Li Hung Chang gave in New York when he made his trip around the world. Prince Li carried his own chef with him, and the menu was strictly Chinese. One of the dishes especially delighted the wife of the guest of honor, and she asked Li what it was. He called in his chef, who replied in Chinese that it was a chop suey, which means a hash that he had concocted himself. Prince Li said in English, "It is a chop suey," and the name clung. The Chinese restaurants in New York, hearing of it, began to include chop suey on their menus, and today it is the chief concoction they serve. In the cheapest restaurants of Canton, the kitchen is on the ground floor, and the poorer people dine on the floor above. The prices rise as one goes upward, the best meals being served on the second and third stories. Half-naked waiters bring in the dishes, the contents of which only the cook knows. Chopsticks are used, and if you want to compliment any person who is dining at the same table with you, you will use your chopsticks to pick up one of the daintiest morsels on your plate and with a bow offer to put it in your neighbor's mouth. There is no cloth on the table, and a piece of brown paper serves as a napkin. After the meal is over, a wet towel is passed around, and with this each guest washes his face and neck. This used to be the most approved method of Chinese washing, and a wet towel was passed around even at the theater. In a country of leprosy and smallpox, it is one of the best means possible of spreading those diseases. The teaching in our old geographies was that the chief diet of the Chinese is rice and rats. The truth is that although much rice is eaten in this part of the world, and no people can cook it better, it is too expensive a food for tens of millions of Chinese. In the northern part of the country, ground millet and cornmeal take its place, and even here, where it grows everywhere, the best rice costs too much for the poorest people. As to rats, Canton is the only place in China where I have ever seen them sold, although they are probably eaten by the very poor throughout much of the interior. On a former visit here, I bought a pressed rat that had been skinned and smoked and hung up for sale with a long string of others. It measured a foot from nose to tail, looked like a slice of dried pork, smelt like salt meat, and might have formed the center of a sandwich. I bought it with the idea of sending it to the Gridiron Club, that association of newspaper gastronomes to which I belong, and whose semi-annual dinners in Washington are famed all the world over. However, after carrying it for several days in an unopened part of my baggage, a single sniff at it told me that it could never go through Uncle Sam's mails. The rats relished by the Chinese are not the common gray rats that we know in the United States, but a different species entirely, which are caught in the fields. The gray rats are thought to have been the carriers of bubonic plague, which has caused such terrible epidemics in China, and laws have been passed prohibiting them from being sold or served in restaurants. I do know that dogs and cats are eaten here, as I visited a restaurant yesterday where I saw dog flesh stewing away on the stove. It looked like fresh pork and was relished with much smacking of lips by the yellow-faced, slant-eyed coolies who brought it for a cent or so a plate. The flesh of black dogs and black cats is especially esteemed in China, as it is supposed to give great courage to anyone who eats it. And in this dog stew I noticed that about an inch of hair had been left on the end of the animal's tail to show his color. Overhead was hanging a cooked dog with the same tip of black hair still upon the tail. Outside of the restaurant were a number of cats in little square wooden cages, with a woman poking each of them in the ribs to see how fat they were. Their meat is higher priced than dog meat, as it has, I am told, a much better flavor. Only the poorer classes eat dog meat, and the restaurants serving it are usually of the very cheapest type. In some of the cities of China, snakes are sold for food. The dealers take out the fangs before putting them into the baskets in which they are kept, and a peddler will hold one up and squeeze it as he expatiates on its fatness. Python meat is considered a particular delicacy, being, I am told, as tender as chicken. For special occasions it is elaborately served and decorated with chrysanthemum petals. The poorer classes of the Chinese seem to eat every part of every kind of animal. In North China, horse meat, mule meat, and donkey meat are sold everywhere, and there are butcher shops in Peiking where one can buy camel steaks. Neither the age of an animal nor the manner of its death makes any difference whatever in its sale, and even cattle that die from disease are cut up and sold for food. I had a gastronomic discussion the other night with the man who is at the head of the American Bible Society, during which he described a trip he made some years ago through the Yang-tse Valley. Nearly all the crops had been destroyed by floods, and for weeks the only thing he could get to eat was some poor rice. When his stomach finally revolted against this diet, he was in the neighborhood of a temple presided over by Buddhist priests, noted for their love of good living, and he decided to go there and see if he could not get something to eat. I called at the temple, he said, and told a priest who I knew was a gourmand that I would pay whatever he asked if he would get me a good meal. And lo, that very night we sat down to what I thought was a fine dinner. There were a bowl of beef, white rice, and several other things. The meat tasted delicious, and I ate heartily of it, but was rather surprised to see the priest leave it untouched. As we were about getting up from the table, I paid the priest for the dinner, and feeling in fine spirits after my meal, twitted him on the fact that he, who was a devout Buddhist, must have broken the rules of his religion in taking the life of the cow from which my delicious meat had come. "Ah," said he, "you do not understand. I furnished you meat, but still I did not sin. The animal from which that meat came was not killed by me nor for you. It was not a cow at all. It was merely an old water buffalo that died down the road several days ago. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Shanghai. It is now more than a quarter of a century since I first steamed through the mouth of the great Yang-tse River into the wide waters of the Wangpu, which reaches the ocean through the same delta as the Yang-tse. There I anchored under the shadow of the immense fortifications built by the Chinese at the Wusung Bar to guard this entrance to their country. Standing on the deck of the ship that had brought me from Japan, I could see the guns frowning down upon me from the ramparts, and could almost hear the shrill cries of the officers as they drilled their cotton-gowned, pig-tailed, almond-eyed troops. Surrounded by the gunboats of China's navy, we lay for some time directly opposite the entrance to the fort, a Chinese structure so covered with gilded carvings that I thought at first it was the gate to a temple. Shanghai is 12 miles up the Wangpu River from Wusong at its mouth, and as that stream was then too shallow for the largest ocean steamers, we made the last lap of our journey in a steam launch. The region through which we passed was as flat as a board, having been built up by the rich sediment brought down by the Yang-tse from the uplands of China. From the launch I could see for miles over gray mud plains, relieved here and there by what in the distance looked for all the world like cocks of hay, but which were really the graves of the Chinese. Scattered over the landscape were thatched huts surrounded by trees, and in the creeks that cut up the plain could be seen the masts of the ships and boats floating along. The ride up the Wangpu on my present trip was a constant revelation of how the new China is tramping on the heels of the old. The Wangpu has been deepened so that the largest steamers plying between the western Pacific ports can anchor in the very heart of Shanghai. Steam dredges are always at work in the stream to keep the channel clear, and a great steel pipe a mile long carries the silt above the water over the banks to where it flows out to build up new land. All the way up to Shanghai, the Wangpu is filled with shipping of every kind, from the junks with eyes as big as dinner plates on their prows to great oil-burning steamers from the ports of America, Europe, and the rest of Asia. For 10 miles or more it is lined with wharves and warehouses, and with modern factory buildings with English signs. As we made our way through the shipping, we passed flour mills, sawmills, cotton factories, and the tank farms of the two great oil companies, the Standard and the Dutch Shell, which compete for the job of lighting the Orient. Farther on were silk filatures, cigarette factories, and other industries, which together employ tens of thousands of people. Shanghai has now 11 modern rice mills and 16 great flour mills, equipped with steel rollers just like those of Minneapolis or Duluth. It has 52 cotton factories, which produce much of the yarn consumed in the valley of the Yangtze River. It has knitting mills that are making silk stockings for the United States, weaving mills that compete with Manchester, Fall River, and Osaka in producing the cloth used in China, and mills extracting oil from cotton seeds and beans. On one bank of the Wangpu, in the midst of these, is a $25 million electric power plant, which runs the street railways and furnishes power at low rates to most of the industries. These modern buildings now rear their great black smokestacks into the air, where once the grave mounds were the only things to break the flatness of the landscape. While the Chinese of the interior reverence their ancestors as much as ever, many of the graves near the seaports are being moved, and the land where they stood used for building purposes. Yet hundreds of these mounds still remain. In the midst of a rice field one will often see a half dozen of them, looking like so many green haycocks, and built up as symmetrically as though chopped out with a chisel. There are now automobiles chugging along the roads through these ancient graveyards, and with my field glasses I could see also a locomotive hauling a train down to the little town of Woosung. It was this railway, which covers the 12 miles between Shanghai and Woosung, that introduced China to steam locomotion. Its track, the first built in the empire, was constructed by a British company in 1876 at a cost of $100,000. It had been operated only 2 months when it was destroyed by the Chinese officials, who were opposed to railroads because they thought the smoke of the locomotive might disturb the spirits who inhabit the air. As the story goes, they persuaded a coolie to allow himself to be run over by the cars by promising to pay $100 to his family upon his death. The man threw himself in front of the train, and after his mangled body was removed from the tracks, a mob tore up the road, just as the officials had known they would. For a long time after that, the railway movement in China was dormant. Arriving at Shanghai, I went on shore at the Central Wharf, the landing place of the Robert Dollar Company, which has many lines of steamers across the Pacific and in fact clear around the world. Here I took an automobile and crossing a bridge of concrete and steel rode up the Bund. This is the wide strip of land laid out in parks and roadways that borders the river for several miles. On one side it is lined by the acres of sampans that extend far out into the river, and on the other it is backed by the chief business structures. The highway is paved with asphalt, with long lines of automobiles parked in the middle. While moving along on both sides are jinrickshas and wheelbarrows, carriages, and cars. Near the building line is a tramway, and beside the parks near the river are drays piled high with freight being dragged along by gangs of coolies. Shanghai now has automobiles and motor trucks and trolleys with first and second class compartments that seem to be always crowded. There are red jinrickshas in which one can ride a mile for 10 cents, pony carts in which the passenger often stands up while the driver sits on a seat at the front, and wheelbarrows carrying passengers on shelves on each side of the wheel. Each of these is pushed by a coolie who bends over almost double as he trots along. The streets extending out from the Bund are named after Chinese cities, and those running parallel with it after Chinese provinces. The whole comprises one of the most modern centers in China. The new Shanghai is a city of asphalt with flagstone sidewalks, of tall electric light poles and safety islands through the center of the wider streets, and of traffic policemen whose costumes vary according to the concession in which they are. In the English concession are tall, somber, and stately Sikhs from India in blue uniforms with brass buttons, and wearing great yellow or red turbans above their bearded faces. The French have their own police on the streets of their concession, some of which, like the Avenue Joffre, are named after generals of the World War. In other places the traffic police are clad in the blue uniforms of the Chinese soldier, with their brass badges of office worn on their caps instead of on the breasts of their coats. Shanghai is the chief ocean gateway to the great Yang-tse River Valley, which supports more than 200 million people. It is situated in one of the most densely populated parts of the republic, having, it is said, 40 million souls living within a radius of 150 miles. Within only a few hours' ride by train is a city population as large as that of Chicago, including Greater Shanghai, which is as big as Philadelphia, and Hangchow and Soochow, each of which is larger than Buffalo. It is this population and the more than 200 million people reached by the rivers that form the foundation of Shanghai's financial and commercial supremacy. From a business and manufacturing standpoint, the city is the most important in China. With the railroad era that is bound to come sooner or later, it will probably be one of the world's greatest cities and rival in people and wealth New York, London, Berlin, and Tokyo. It is of the city that the Bund is the financial, business, and commercial center. It is lined with structures of 4, 5, 6, and even of 9 stories, built of granite, brick, and reinforced concrete. Some of them cost millions of dollars. The white stone building of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, for instance, looks more like one of our great government buildings than like a bank, and it is as beautifully finished within as any financial house in New York. Here also are the Bank of China, which is to some extent a government institution, the Bank of Communications, and perhaps 50 other Chinese banks, all of which are paying dividends. They work according to modern banking methods, pay interest on deposits, and have regular checking accounts. Shanghai has a cotton exchange and a silver exchange, the brokers in the latter buying and selling money amid scenes of as much excitement as in the New York Stock Exchange when Wall Street is on the verge of a panic. Different kinds of currency are used in the different parts of China, and among the well-paying professions is that of the exchange broker, who handles the financial operations involved in the export and import trade. This man is often a foreigner and may be known by the pony-drawn victoria in which he rides from bank to bank. The bed of the carriage is only about 10 inches from the ground, so that he can easily step out and in, and as he rapidly covers the short distances from one business institution to another, he usually stands up instead of sitting down. Shanghai is growing by leaps and bounds, and not only along the Bund, but in all parts of the city. Real estate values have been rising rapidly, until they now compare with those of the larger cities of the United States. Land that a few years ago was nothing but grave mounds has been bought up, the families of the deceased having been paid for moving the ashes of their ancestors, and is now being sold at high prices. Property along the waterfront in the International and the French concessions has jumped to $500,000 and upward an acre, and will yield more than 8% interest on the capital invested. Even 3 miles from the heart of the city, land sells at about $18,000 or $20,000 an acre. Along the Soochow Creek, a water highway lined with flour, cotton, silk, and oil mills, land has doubled in value within a short time and is still going up. It is the same along the riverfront all the way to Woosung, the people banking on the belief that the population of Shanghai will eventually increase to several millions. Shanghai has a unique system of government, being controlled by a municipal council of 9 members, who derive their authority from the treaties made by the great powers with China. Though located on Chinese soil, it owes no allegiance to China, except in the payment of about $5 a year for each acre of land in the settlement. The 9 members of the council, the majority of whom are British, are elected annually at the ratepayers' meeting. This meeting is composed of all foreign residents of Shanghai who own property or pay a rental of $40 a month or more. Each resident has a vote for each piece of property he holds, so that at the annual meeting some persons are able to cast 20 or 30 votes. After election, the 9 members appoint one of their number as chairman and another as vice chairman, but neither of these 2 members nor any member of the council receives any compensation for his services. It is a position that carries with it a large amount of prestige, and when a new consul of any nationality arrives in Shanghai, he calls upon the chairman of the municipal council as well as upon his consular colleagues. The council is located in an imposing stone structure occupying a whole block opposite the cathedral. Here there are offices for the secretary and his staff, the Public Works Department, the Tax Department, the Commissioner of Police, the Public Health Department, the Chief of the Fire Department, and all the other branches of municipal activity. The heads of departments receive good salaries and through their positions enjoy a high social standing in the city. Socially and intellectually, Shanghai is the center of this part of the world. The city has good schools, a public library, a lecture hall, clubs for men and for women, art exhibits, and amateur theatricals. There are in fact all the features of social life in a large American city, with a constant round of teas, luncheons, dinners, receptions, and dances. The wealthy residents of Shanghai live in a section that reminds me of the suburbs of a great European city. Here there is one luxurious home after another, each surrounded by gardens and shut off from the street by brick walls or iron fences. One of the most aristocratic residence streets is the Bubbling Well Road, leading out to the temple of Ching-an-su, which dates back to the year 250 A.D. It is lined with the homes of Chinese millionaires as well as those of rich foreigners. The Chinese live in the most magnificent style, and some of their extravagances are astounding. There is one widow, for instance, who did not want her sons to live in the dormitory of the big Shanghai University, and so she built them a comfortable brick house on the edge of the campus and installed a retinue of servants therein. Formerly, the wealthy Chinese mingled almost not at all with the foreigners, but they are coming more and more to take part in the social life and sports of Shanghai. A striking difference between the new and the old customs is to be seen also on the passenger steamers here in the Far East. Instead of keeping to their cabins as formerly, the rich Chinese now appear in the smoking and lounging rooms and stroll about the decks. At dinner they have their own tables in the dining room. You see them playing mahjong in the smoking room, and in the ballroom young Chinese girls often dance with foreigners. In coming from Hong Kong to Shanghai, one of the passengers on my ship was a striking-looking 6-foot Chinese with a bald head that shone under the electric lights like varnished ivory, a thin mustache, and about 25 hairs of a beard. He was dressed in a long gown of sky-blue silk. His wife, who was a bit younger, was literally loaded with jade, pearls, and diamonds. The two seemed to be much interested in watching the dancing, and I finally learned that a pretty young Chinese girl who was dancing with the foreigners was their flapper daughter. This family, by the way, was but one of the many evidences one sees in China of the mixture of the new and the old. The daughter's hair was as smartly bobbed, her dress as modish, and her little dancing pumps were quite as neat as those of an American debutante. Her father, however, was a picture of the Chinese gentleman in a guise that is being seen less and less. Take his fingernails, for instance. Among the Chinese, long fingernails have for hundreds of years been a sign that the owner does not have to do manual labor. I once met a man whose nails seemed almost a foot long. They were not white, but as dark as a cow's horn, and they curved inward. He was as careful of them as a society girl is of her complexion, and he told my guide that it was a great sorrow to him that he had broken off his favorite nail, which had been even longer than those left. Often the nails of only 1 or 2 fingers are allowed to grow long, being protected by the pointed silver or gold shields that are sold in the shops for this purpose, and that fit the finger like a thimble. Like Hong Kong, Shanghai is a city of sports. What would you think of a big racetrack covering an area of 20 city blocks right in the heart of New York at Times Square? That is what there is in Shanghai. The land was granted to the Jockey Club for this purpose generations ago when the city was smaller, with the provision that if it was ever used for anything else it should go back to the original owners. Today the races are still held there, and the spring meet is one of the great events of the year. Everyone goes and nearly everyone bets. All the banks close, the foreigners come in from the settlements up and down the Yang-tse River, and the hotels are crowded. Shanghai has football, tennis, golf, hockey, polo, and swimming clubs, and all kinds of sports associations. In the racing grounds are also 2 cricket fields, golf links, tennis courts, a baseball diamond, and a polo field. Here are held athletic tournaments and baseball matches in which the best players of our Asiatic Naval Squadron and of the Shanghai Civilians contend for the championships of the Far East. There are also athletic games in which visiting clubs from the Philippines, Japan, and Hawaii compete with the Chinese. Hockey is played mostly by the Sikh police and the Britishers who learned the game in India, and the polo clubs are largely British, the mounts used being Manchurian ponies trained for the purpose. Shanghai has its nightlife also. There are cafes of all types and prices, vaudeville houses where one can dance with the women performers, and cabarets where maidens from Russia and Siberia try to induce the guests to drink champagne with them at something like $12 a quart. The native resorts of this city are not so bad as they were in the past. Most of the old gambling houses are now closed, and Shanghai today is a goody-good city, in outward appearance at least. The opium smoking that goes on is done illicitly in private houses or shops, which are often raided by the police. As Shanghai is an international settlement governed by foreigners, such cases come before the mixed court, which ensures their being tried without bribery and that the sentence is just. Among the new amusements of modern Shanghai are the moving picture theaters, of which there are many, and also the resort known as the New World, which is located at the beginning of the Bubbling Well Road. At night the New World blazes as brightly as the structures on the Great White Way of New York. It has all sorts of shows, and it might be called a Coney Island under a single roof. It is frequented by Chinese, and it has dances at which Chinese girls in foreign dress and bobbed hair go whirling about in the arms of their partners. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Far Eastern Land of Cotton. China is the land of the blue cotton gown. Only the rich and the well-to-do can afford silk or wool, and there are at least 400 million people who wear nothing else but cotton all the year round. Every man, woman, and child of the masses has one or two thin cotton garments for summer, and for winter as many suits of well-wadded cotton as are necessary to keep him warm or as he can afford. In the northern provinces, which have a climate much like that of Montana, the people don suit upon suit as the weather grows colder. They gauge the temperature not by the thermometer but by the number of garments they have to put on. 2 suit days are mild, 3 suit days are colder, and 5 or 6 suits mean that it is 10 degrees or more below freezing. On such days the portly Chinese who can afford 5 wadded suits has every one of them on and has to squeeze to get through his own doorway. There is no other country in the world that consumes as much cotton as China. Dr. Wu Ting-fang, the famous Chinese minister to the United States, put the matter in a nutshell when he said, "If 1 inch could be added to the shirt tail of every Chinese, it would keep the cotton mills of the world busy supplying the increased demand." A conservative estimate of the amount now used is 20 yards per person a year. At that rate the cotton goods required by the Chinese would equal 8,000 million yards annually. These figures are beyond ordinary comprehension. To give a concrete illustration, the cloth would be enough to carpet a motor highway wide enough for 30 automobiles running abreast all the way from the earth to the moon. Or it would make a strip almost 3 miles wide stretching across the North American continent from Philadelphia to Los Angeles. But even this is only a patch on the possibilities of the future. Wages are rising and the purchasing power of the people is growing. Indeed, it is probable that many of the Chinese are already using 60 yards of cotton a year instead of 20. To meet this rapidly growing demand, new movements have been inaugurated to increase the cotton growing areas, and modern spinning and weaving mills are being built throughout the country. We are apt to think that the United States is the only big cotton raising nation on earth. One of our agricultural explorers who has traveled widely over this country tells me that China was raising this fiber 400 years before there was a single cotton plant in our country, and that it has as much good cotton soil as we have. The best of it is in the Yang-tse Valley, especially in the Delta, but the plant will thrive almost everywhere from Peiking to Canton and from Ningpo to Qingtu. In 8 provinces it is one of the leading crops. The present yield makes China about 2nd or 3rd among the cotton growing countries of the world. The United States ranks 1st, and it is neck and neck between India and China as to which holds 2nd place. Most of the cotton grown here is of a short staple, and the seed used has been bred so carelessly throughout the ages that the production per acre is not large. By the native method of cultivation, the seed is sown broadcast, which means that the plants must be afterward thinned out. If this is not done, the cotton bushes rarely grow to a height of more than 3 feet, so thickly are they planted. The bolls then do not average more than 6 to a plant, and are so small that it takes 40 or 50 of them to yield a pound of seed cotton. Of late, the agricultural colleges have been turning their attention to increasing the cotton yield. Seed is being imported from the United States, and the Chinese government has hired American experts to assist in the movement. Special summer schools are being started in the region about Nanking, and in some parts of the cotton area, it is proposed to consolidate the small farms into large plantations managed by foremen especially trained in these schools. Not long ago, American seed was introduced in a cotton field in Shan-tung, which previously had produced about the poorest crop in China. The result was an increase of 50% in the yield, which so excited the farmers that as soon as the cotton was ripe, they came at night and stole it for seed. The American seed was found to be much superior to the native in hardihood, and Shantung cotton is now bringing high prices. As to cotton cloth, the Chinese have been weaving it since the days of the Crusaders, and in a number of localities the same methods that were used then are employed today. Vast quantities of Chinese cotton are still ginned with a bowstring, and tens of thousands of hand looms are in use. All over the country there are farmers who work in the fields in summer and spend every winter weaving cloth for their families. Within the last decade or so, many of the old Chinese looms have been replaced by others imported from Japan. It is these hand looms that create the great demand for the cotton yarn now being spun in the big mills throughout the country. In the far interior, wages are so low that the hand-woven cloth often costs less than the machine-made product. The weavers in the remote districts work by the piece, getting only $1 or so for 200 yards and making perhaps 20 yards in a day. They do well to earn 25 cents in 12 hours. For this reason, their cloth is able to compete with that made in the cotton mills to so great an extent that there are hand looms right here in Shanghai, the center of the modern machine spinning and weaving industry. When I visited China in 1888, there was not a modern cotton mill in the empire, and at the time of my second visit 6 years later, only 2 had been established. One of these was at Shanghai and the other at Wuchang, opposite Hankow, 600 miles up the Yang-tse. When I came to China again in 1901, I found at Shanghai a new mill that belonged to Li Hongchang, the great statesman, Sheng Kung Pao, the Steel King, and other wealthy Chinese. At that time, there were only 8 cotton mills in China, and in all, less than 400,000 spindles were running. Today, China has more than 70 cotton mills, to say nothing of those being built in Manchuria. They are operating more than 2 million spindles and upward of 13,000 looms, and producing about 2 million pieces of cotton goods and 1 million bales of yarn every year. More than half of all the mills and about 2/3 of the spindles are here in Shanghai. Perhaps the most up-to-date of all these cotton factories is the Winggon, situated on the west bank of the Wangpu River, about 3 miles from the heart of Shanghai. I went through it with the selling agent of the Boston firm that designed and built all the machinery with which it is equipped. He tells me that there is not a more modern mill anywhere in the world. When I was here before, most of the cotton manufacturing machinery used was British, but our machines have since proved so superior that the new mills are being equipped by United States companies. The Winggon mill has 8 acres of buildings for spinning cotton yarn only, and a plant of the same size for weaving piece goods. These are of reinforced concrete with walls and roofs of glass. All the interior woodwork and iron is painted white, and hundreds of electric lights make the mill as bright at midnight as at midday. It is run by electricity furnished by the Shanghai Municipal Power Plant, and the machinery is well provided with safeguards against accidents to the workers. The ventilation is excellent. In fact, the wing-on would be considered the last word in up-to-dateness anywhere, and it differs from our best American mills only in the people that work in it. The mill now employs 1,700 hands, who are divided into 2 shifts, the work never stopping for Sundays or holidays from one year's end to another. Of these 1,700 hands, fully 1,600 are women and girls. For a wage equal to from 20 to 30 cents of our money, they work 12 hours every day, or rather 11 and a half, for they are now allowed a half-hour off for lunch. The Chinese manager told me of this concession of a half-hour with pride, saying that the other factories give no recess, but expect the girls to eat their lunches while they are tending their spindles. He showed me the lunchroom that had been built for the employees. It is equipped with tables and benches, and as a special favor, the workers who bring cooked rice with them may heat it in the steam kettles with which the room is supplied. I suppose this is the Chinese idea of a free lunch. Another concession is the alternation of the shifts, so that after every 10 days the night shift becomes the day shift, and vice versa. I am told that these women receive about the highest wages of all those in the 52 cotton mills of Shanghai. They certainly seem to do as efficient work as the women in our cotton mills, who get 12 times as much. In the United States, we have more than 26,000 establishments making textiles and employing 1.5 million workers. What a revolution it would bring on if their owners tried to cut wages to 2 cents an hour, and how the men would object if they were paid less than the women, which is the case in the mill I am describing. When I asked the manager why the women received the highest wages, he replied, "They work quite as well and they cause us less trouble with strikes. The men will strike when they think they have a grievance, but as a rule the women will not." These yellow-skinned, slant-eyed Chinese women and girls dress in cotton coats that reach to their hips and wide trousers that fall to the ankles. They wear their hair in one long braid down the back, sometimes banged over the forehead and sometimes combed straight up without a parting. Many of them have earrings of gold. They look fairly healthy, and extraordinarily so when one remembers their long hours of continuous work. The manager says the youngest are 13 or 14 years old, but I saw several who looked less than 10. Some of the girls tend 160 spindles each, and others more. When I think how they must stand for nearly 12 hours watching machines that require attention almost every minute, I am surprised that they do not drop to the floor in utter exhaustion. The Wing-on mill is now earning money at a time when many other mills are falling behind and even shutting down. It pays dividends of 6%, a rate that is very low for China, where 10, 12, or even 20% is looked upon as only a fair return, and where most of the factories divide all their earnings every year. China today is the world's greatest importer of cotton yarns and the second greatest importer of cotton piece goods. On the other hand, there is no doubt that this and others of the new Chinese mills will eventually make a great part of the cotton yarn and cotton piece goods used by the people here. They will not only do that, but they will export yarn and cloth to other parts of the world. The day may even come when the Chinese will produce more cotton goods than we and employ many more workers. We Americans have never pushed our trade as we should in this part of the world. The people of the Yang-tse Valley and of South China, who comprise about 3/4 of the total population of the Republic, are supplied with cottons largely by the British. Our cottons have been consumed chiefly in Chile, Shan-tung, and the other provinces of the north, including Manchuria and Mongolia. Those regions demand a heavy textile to keep out the cold, and the American piece goods are of that quality. In the provinces on the Yang-tse and in the south, a finer cotton, better bleached and of lighter weight, is required. The British make this of our raw cotton, thus taking from us all the profit of manufacture, carriage, and handling. When I asked one of our consular officials how Uncle Sam could increase his cotton exports, he replied, To do so, he will have to get rid of the idea that anything will do for the Chinese. These people are particular about little things. They know good materials, and they buy only the best at the fairest prices. They are also full of fancies and superstitions, and one cannot offend their sense of propriety. Take a little incident that happened last year, the consul continued. An American exporter shipped to Shanghai a big consignment of handkerchiefs for the use of the natives. Each handkerchief had the Chinese symbol for good luck stamped on one corner, which the exporter thought would help sell the goods. The shipment was a total loss. No Chinese would buy those handkerchiefs at any price, and when one was finally asked why, he replied, "We Chinese have too high a regard for good luck to wipe our noses upon it." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Secret Societies and Labor Unions. I write today of the secret societies, the guilds and the labor unions of China. For hundreds of centuries, almost from before the era of recorded history, down through the imperial dynasties to the present state of chaotic republican government, this country has had such organizations. There are in existence today secret societies and guilds nearly as old as China itself, while the progressive movement that has swept over the land since the fall of the empire has brought to this country the modern labor union. The secret societies of China have sometimes been evolved from the clan system, but they are conducted independently of family organizations, and often sprang from entirely different sources. Many are political in their aims, and others are religious. Both kinds have been involved in bloody outbreaks. Their rules are extremely strict, and violation of them has been known to result in torture and death. Women as well as men have their secret societies. In one of them, the Golden Orchid, the girl members swear never to marry and to commit suicide rather than break their vows. Another sect, the activities of which belie its poetical name, is the White Lily. During a rebellion in Hupei province some years ago, more than 20,000 of its members were beheaded in 4 months. The oldest secret organization in China is the Triad Society. It is said to have been the cause of the Taiping Rebellion, which was led by a fanatic who claimed that he had been sent to this world to reform China. This outbreak lasted for years and cost China 10 million lives, thousands of temples, and the devastation of several provinces. The Triad Society holds regular meetings and ceremonials, and its members have a system of signs and passwords by which they may recognize one another. In entering a house, I am told, they stop a moment at the door and then put the left foot inside first. In sitting down, they point their toes together and keep the heels apart, and they have a way of raising their trouser legs that is known only to the brethren. They are bound to help any fellow member who gets into trouble. When a man has once joined this order, it has the power of life and death over him, and punishes any disloyalty by beheading. Another strong sect of this type is the Kaloa Hui Society, which has its origin in the province of Hunan, and now numbers millions of members with branches in every city. Members are initiated by drinking hot wine mixed with the blood of a cock killed during the ceremony. Before the revolution, this order was an enemy of the Manchu government, and ever since its beginning, following its motto of China for the Chinese, it has been violently opposed to foreigners. In years past, it has exhorted the people to destroy the Christians, spreading abroad posters accusing the missionaries of frightful practices. These depicted them mutilating Chinese children and killing babies, cutting off the breasts of young girls, and gouging out eyes. The Boxers, who were responsible for the anti-foreign uprising of 1900, had much the same principles and ceremonials as the Triads, and, like the Kaloa Hui, were united against outsiders. Their motto was "Protect China and kill the foreigners." Their name was the result of a very free translation of their Chinese designation, which meant the Fist of Righteous Harmony. They believed that the heavenly powers were sending down multitudes of spirits that entered their bodies and gave them added power against the enemies. Some of these frenzied fanatics believed so firmly that they were immune from death that they shot themselves in an attempt to prove it. Unfortunately, the bullets missed the spirits and killed the men. Another belief of the Boxers was in the power of hypnotism, and they spread the story that the foreigners had a magic medicine that, if rubbed on the palm of the hand and held up before the face of a Chinese, would hypnotize him and make him the slave of the foreigner. They said that this medicine was made out of the eyes of infants and young children, and that the missionaries stole them for that purpose. During my early travels through China, I often saw a mother put her hand over the eyes of her child, or hide its head in a shawl until I had passed out of sight, and it is because of the old belief that crushed eyes were used in photography that the primitive Chinese even today does not like to be photographed. When his face is thus recorded, he believes that the mysterious eye mixture with which the plate is covered catches hold of his soul, and that its owner can cause him all sorts of evil thereafter. Today, of course, this belief exists only in the isolated districts. Far removed in their practices from the secret society, but with almost as strong a hold upon the members, are the Chinese guilds. These have today much of the influence and power that they wielded 1,000 years ago. Many authorities say that China has had guilds of one kind or another for 2,000 years, and it is an accepted fact that the Guild of the Blind in Peiking existed during the Han Dynasty, 200 years before Christ. The guilds of China are divided into two main groups, provincial and crafts. The former are organizations of the people of one district or city who are living in another part of China, and who form there a society for their mutual benefit. Here in Shanghai, for instance, are a Canton Guild, a Ningpo Guild, a Shan-tung Guild, and so on. The trades and crafts guilds, on the other hand, are combines of the craftsmen and workers of a city or province. They cover every possible occupation, from goldsmiths to slop carriers, beggars and burglars, and, having as members both employers and apprentices, manufacturers and merchants, they differ from the modern union by being a combination of capital and labor. They are the outgrowth of the age-old industrial system of China, in which every store makes its own goods, and as modern manufacturing establishments increase, they will probably decline in power. One of the activities of these guilds is to fix prices, and another is to act as arbitrators in settling disputes. The average Chinese will flee from a lawsuit as from a pestilence, and looks to his guild to keep him out of court. These organizations also regulate the terms of apprenticeship in different trades. The craftsmen who do the exquisitely delicate handiwork of China acquire their amazing proficiency only after years of service, usually for no reward except food and lodging, and often even pay a cash premium for being taken on. In the past, the guilds were their only protection against the autocratic government, and as the workmen realized their power, they did not hesitate to use it. One such instance arose out of a rush order for gold leaf, issued by the emperor himself. To fill this order at short notice, a gold leaf merchant who had a factory at Soochow obtained permission from the authorities there to take on more apprentices than were permitted by the rules of his guild. Thereupon the other workmen went on strike, and called a meeting to decide upon a punishment for the employer who would defy his guild law, even by official orders. Then they attacked him in his factory and bit him to death, first assuring themselves that there was no law in China making biting to death a capital offense. Every man was required to join in the execution, and those who bit first were stationed at the door to see that each man who left the building had his lips covered with blood. The employer died a horrible death, and the men who committed the crime were arrested and tried, but only the one who took the first bite was beheaded. Workmen who break the rules of the guilds are also dealt with severely. Fines are common, and maiming and killing are not infrequent. I remember that when I was in Shanghai before, a dock worker was found with his eyes gouged out because he had disregarded the order of his union forbidding members to work on the docks. Some men will even injure themselves rather than break a guild law, and an instance is known of a cooper who, being ordered by a magistrate to work at lower wages than those specified by his guild, cut off his right hand to incapacitate himself for the job. Another evidence of the former power of the guilds was in a threatened strike of the barbers. Their trade was for a long time considered such a menial one that no barber's son was admitted to the literary examinations through which official positions were filled. The guild finally demanded that this custom be changed, and, by taking their appeal to higher and higher authorities, emerged victorious. The officials knew that if the barbers carried out their threat to strike, all China would soon be bearded and unkempt. At the very bottom of the Chinese social scale is the slop carrier, yet he too has his guild. Many large Chinese cities have no sewers, and all the garbage and refuse of every description are taken out of the house every day by men who do nothing else. They carry their malodorous loads in huge wooden buckets slung to the ends of a long pole that rests on one shoulder. Naturally, everyone gives these men a wide berth, but occasionally a collision occurs, and with disastrous results. Such an instance took place the first time I was in Nanking, and the gorgeous lavender silk dress of no less a personage than a magistrate was hopelessly defiled. His Excellency thereupon ordered the slop carrier to be thrown into jail and threatened him with severe punishment. Before 24 hours had elapsed, however, his fellows had heard of his predicament, and as one man they struck. They refused to lift a bucket of slops or to permit anyone else to do so. It was only a few days before the city was in such a condition that even the Chinese could stand it no longer, and the magistrate had to release his prisoner. There is no doubt that even to this day the Chinese are masters of the art of walking out on strike. This fact was demonstrated to the foreigners only too forcibly at the time of the recent Hong Kong seamen's strike, which tied up the whole city for more than a month. Demanding higher wages, every seaman and dock worker in that great port quit work. No ship could obtain a crew in order to clear the port, while the Chinese on incoming steamers joined the strikers the moment they arrived. When the strike ended, almost 200 vessels were lying idle in the harbor. Not only that, but the entire city was in a state of paralysis for lack of workers, for out of sympathy for the seamen, every other class of celestial labor had struck also. Public transportation facilities were at a standstill. All kinds of industry ceased, and practically the whole city was servantless. Guests in the hotels had to buy food outside and make their own beds, and even in private residences, domestics of many years' service joined the strikers. In the end, the seamen were victorious, but only after more than 250,000 Chinese in Hong Kong had quit work. With the progress of modern industry throughout China, the guild, developed as it had been to serve the proprietor worker, is being replaced by the labor union composed of workers alone. Such organizations are still in their infancy in this country, but there is no doubt that they are lusty infants and growing steadily. Here in Shanghai, the workers in the cotton and silk mills are all unionized, and in Canton, organized labor is even more in evidence. That city not only had the strongest guilds in China, but it has learned more of Western ways than have most other cities, and it lies in a rich agricultural district where strikers know they can always obtain a living from the land if necessary. Besides, under the leadership of Sun Yat-sen, it long had a government that was decidedly partial to labor. It was only a few weeks ago that I saw in Canton a labor demonstration in which 200,000 workers took part. They represented 100 different organizations and included seamen, wharf hands, railway workers, employees of rice, lumber, textile, and knitting mills, machine workers, and all kinds of craftsmen. It has been only within recent years that a district and permanent class of industrial workers has been formed in China. Formerly, the laborers in a machine industry were considered as on a much lower social scale than craftsmen or followers of the time-honored occupation of farming, and they are ostracized by the guilds. Now, with the increased number of craftsmen who labor for others, many of these same guilds have split up into various unions and have revised their laws to conform with changing conditions. The Chinese laborer is as good as can be found anywhere in the world. He is expert in operations requiring delicacy and precision. He has the mechanical instinct, and he will do the same thing over and over for 12 or 14 hours without variation or complaint. His wages are nearly the smallest in the world, but the cost of living is likewise low, and in large families is met by the combined earnings of the father and mother and even of the children. China has no laws against child labor, and what few attempts have been made to regulate it have met with opposition, not only from the employers, but from the laborers themselves. For instance, the manager of one of the cotton mills here experienced great difficulty in enforcing his rule that no child less than 4 feet tall should be hired. Children under this height were constantly being found at work, and it was discovered that their mothers or some other older person had applied for the position and then turned over to the child the employment badge that everyone who enters the factory must show. The interests of both craftsmen and laborers are looked after in many cities by native chambers of commerce, of which there are now 800 in China. Practically all the guilds and unions are represented in these organizations, which settle disputes among members, secure immunity for merchandise from bandits, and help see that bills are paid when due. The old-style Chinese merchant is used to paying his debts only 3 times a year, and foreign firms that want to do business with him must accept this custom. The first payday is during the Dragon Festival, the second during the Moon Festival, and the third during the Chinese New Year celebration. It is particularly important that all old accounts be settled by New Year, as if they are not only does a man lose his credit for the next 12 months, but, according to the Chinese belief, is sure to have bad luck. The Chinese New Year, which occurs later than ours, is a sort of 4th of July, Christmas, birthday, and Sunday mixed together. Every man, woman, and child in the country counts himself a year older on that day, and all call on their friends and wish one another many happy returns. It is the only time of rest that many of them have throughout the year, and for 10 days before it arrives the country goes wild in preparation. The stores feature low prices and new goods, and the bargain counters are thronged. Everyone buys presents, and everyone who can do so purchases a new suit of clothes for the occasion. Those who cannot will borrow or rent, so that on New Year all China dresses in satins, furs, and silks. Every person is supposed to take a bath the day before, and for the majority of the lower classes this occasion is the only time during the year when they are comparatively clean. The Chinese paint their whole country red on New Year, in more than one sense of the word. With them red denotes good luck and prosperity, and all the New Year cards and invitations are on paper of this color. Every child gets its New Year present wrapped in red paper, and over the doors of the houses are pasted red inscriptions bearing characters praying for good fortune, wealth, and happiness. Red firecrackers are set off on the night before to scare away the evil spirits, and hardly anyone goes to bed. The Chinese say that the man who for 10 years in succession sits up to the last night of the old and sees the first sunrise of the new year will have a long and prosperous life. In addition to this holiday, the public offices, the new schools, and the big business houses in some of the larger Chinese cities are now observing Sunday. When I was in Canton on that day, the city offices and the department stores were closed. Also the banks and some of the larger of the Chinese business houses, and all public services were suspended. Common labor and small merchandising went on as usual. This condition is but the beginning of a new movement for Sunday observance, which the labor guilds are now agitating, and which some day will probably spread all over China. So far there are no religious observances connected with the day, and to the Chinese it is a rest day, not a Sabbath. Even at that, the adoption of Sunday marks a big stride forward in the new civilization of China. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hangchow Bore. From Shanghai I've come to Haining, 100 miles or so away, over the Shanghai Hangchow Ningpo Railway. I boarded a train on this line in the Shanghai station, which even at the hour of 7 o'clock in the morning was thronged with people. My car was built in the British style, being divided into compartments, handsomely upholstered in leather. There was room in ours for 8 persons, but as Chen, my guide for the day, had gone ahead and tipped the conductor, we had seats to ourselves and were not disturbed by other passengers throughout the ride. As we slipped out of the Shanghai station and rode slowly through the railroad yards, I had an opportunity to see the Chinese method of coaling an engine. This was done by coolies carrying on their backs baskets holding about a bushel of coal apiece. Walking up a plank that reached to the top of the tender, they dumped their loads into the bin and then went back for more. In this country everything possible is done by manpower, which is so cheap that oftentimes it does not pay to use labor-saving machinery. The roadbed of this line is well ballasted. The track is of standard gauge, the cars moving along comfortably, and we seem to be going at a good speed. In addition to the first-class cars, the train also had accommodations for second, third, and fourth-class passengers. As I went through the train to have a look at my fellow travelers, I noticed that one of the first-class cars had seats arranged much like those of our Pullmans. Tables were set between each 2 seats, and the passengers who were not taking naps leaned on these, conversing together, smoking, or reading newspapers. I saw a Chinese girl dressed in sky blue silk, with earrings of jade shining against the black hair combed straight back from her forehead and ears. She was reading the Sun Wan Pao, a Shanghai daily that has the largest circulation in China. Soon after we left Shanghai, a blue-gowned boy served tea to such passengers as had come aboard without their breakfast, and at intervals during the journey peddled his wares through the train just as does his American brother. He had for sale cigarettes, candies, and fruit, and seemed to be doing a good business most of the time. Occasionally the conductor and the inspector visited our compartment to look at our tickets. Both wore official-looking caps and suits of clothes in Western style, their coats and trousers being of navy blue cloth adorned with the usual bright brass buttons. The conductor was always polite and never failed to wish me well on my journey. A ride of about 4 hours brought me to the town of Shangan, where I left the train and came by sedan chair to the top of the great stone sea wall at Haining, on the north shore of Hangchow Bay. Suppose you join me there and with me watch one of the wonders of China, indeed, one of the wonders of the world. This is the famous Hangchow Bore, the white-crested tidal wave that twice every day, like a mighty dragon, rushes from out of the Pacific up Hangchow Bay to meet the Tientsin River. It is a solid wall of water, usually about 10 or 15 feet high, gradually diminishing as it makes its way inland. Like all the great tidal waves of the world, it is caused by the configuration of the bay and the river. At its mouth, the Bay of Hangchow is approximately 60 miles wide, but 70 miles inland it is narrowed to a width of only 9 miles, while 30 miles farther on it is but 2 miles from shore to shore. It is at the entrance to this bay, dotted with its numerous islands, that the Bore Formation begins. From there it rushes inland at the rate of 13 miles an hour, with a roar so loud that at a given point farther up the bay it can be heard fully 3/4 of an hour before the wave reaches there. The sea wall on which we are standing was built by the Chinese centuries ago to keep these tidal waves from flooding the countryside. As high as a two-story house, it extends along the shores of the bay for more than 100 miles, and is one of the great engineering works devised by these people in their continual struggle with the forces of nature. At the foot of the wall is a series of broad terraces, 20 feet wide, faced with piles, the spaces between which are filled with stones. The top of the terraces is about 15 feet above the water and is paved with blocks of stone. Lying on these stones is a long line of cargo-laden junks, toppled over on their sides, anchored to the wall by cables made of twisted bamboo as big around as my arm, their tall masts towering high above us. They sailed up the bay as far as this point in the preceding high tide, and are now stranded on the shelf above the water, awaiting the next great inflow of the ocean to set them afloat so that they may continue on their way. At each end of the terraces is a buttress, 20 feet high and 60 feet in diameter, made of interlaced poles filled in with stones. These serve the purpose of breaking the crest of the Bore as it rushes inland, thus preventing the junks from being dashed to pieces against the sea wall. The buttresses and terraces alternate with one another for miles, so that sailing vessels may be always within reach of a place of refuge from the Bore. Below us, the tide is still flowing out to the open sea. The water of the bay is muddy and slimy and filled with the silt brought down from the mountains by the Tientsin River. A great sheet of bright yellow 10 miles wide, it is bordered on each side by deep blue mountains and roofed by a blue sky filled with fleecy clouds. Far out beyond the yellow expanse we can see the whitecaps of the Pacific. Behind us is a garden-like region covered with patches of luxuriant crops and dotted with clumps of green trees and dabs of pink, the peach orchards just bursting forth into bloom. There are thickets of gray mulberry trees and clumps of feathery bamboos, out of which peep the thatched roofs of farmhouses. Laborers in blue gowns and gray hats are at work in the fields. Lazy buffaloes are dragging plows along the furrows, and birds are singing in some willows near by. It is an ideal country scene, as peaceful and quiet as a spring day amid the hills of my farm in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. But listen, what is that sound in the distance? It makes us think of a railroad train running at great speed, but far off. That is the mighty Pacific, gathering itself for its onslaught upon the Bay of Hangchow and the Tsiantung River. Looking through our field glasses, we can see about 10 miles away at the foot of a blue island a faint line, a mere streak of silver across the surface of the water. As we watch, the line broadens and lengthens. It advances with a noise like charging cavalry, the sound of the crashing waters becoming louder and louder. The wall of water continues to grow nearer and higher, carrying behind it a fleet of boats that are riding up into the bay with the tide, dancing about madly like cockle shells. Toward the center of the bay the wave curves upward in a great arc, its crest tossing spray and foam into the air as it seems to be rolling over and over. Where the wave touches the sea wall, its waters are deflected and form another wave just behind it, even higher than the first. One moment the surface of the river at our feet is as smooth as a mill pond, but the next we hear the mighty slapping of the water against the buttress below us, and the rising flood catches the first of the junks at the end of the terrace. The boats are suddenly alive with men, who with a great kiyiing rush about with poles in their hands, each one trying to avoid a crash against the embankment or a collision with the neighboring craft. In a few seconds they are all afloat, and are rising as rapidly beside the wall as if propelled by giant elevators. As the water seethes and boils, making myriads of whirlpools in the bay, the boats sway this way and that, tugging at their bamboo cables and tossing their masts about in the air. A moment later all is quiet again. The Bore has passed and the contest is over. The Pacific has met the river and crowded it back. It has filled the bay and is now carrying the tide far into the interior. Their farms protected by the dikes and walls, the people are working in the fields just as peacefully as before the Great White Terror came galloping in. Hangchow, only 40 miles distant from where we are standing, is a city of some 500,000 population, while but a little more than 120 miles away is the great Chinese metropolis of Shanghai. I venture that if the Hangchow Bore were so near any of the large cities of our Atlantic coast, there would be daily excursions of thousands of people to see the spectacle, and that the sea wall for miles would be lined with hotels. As it is, the Bore is only a handicap to Hangchow, for it makes that port inaccessible to ocean traffic. The bay is too shallow for safe steamer navigation, while the inrush of the tide twice daily constitutes a great danger to shipping. No vessel can meet that roaring wall of water and survive. The Chinese have many legends about the Hangchow Bore. According to one of them, it is caused by the spirit of a successful general, who so incurred the jealousy of the emperor that the latter had him assassinated and thrown in the river. His spirit is now trying to take revenge, the people say, by flooding the country with this mighty tide. Another story tells how one of the rulers at Hangchow tried to control the Bore. The tides interfering so much with the building of dikes, he finally ordered several hundred bowmen to shoot the evil spirit of the waters, prayers being said meanwhile for divine aid. These measures, the Chinese say, proved quite effective. The tide withdrew and stayed away until the prince had completed embankments and buttresses. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. The City of Heaven. I am in Hangchow, the City of Heaven, the capital of the province of Zhejiang, and the former seat of emperors and kings. It is famous for three things. It is important in the history of China, it is noted for its beauty, and it has a drugstore like none other on earth. In the first two respects it has many rivals, but in the last it is unique among all the cities of the world. We have no store in the United States like this establishment, and in 40 years of travel over the globe I have not seen its equal. This drug hall of propitious munificence, as it is called, covers a large area, and is made up of many rooms and departments. It is said to be the largest on earth. I cannot vouch for this statement, but I do believe that it is the most interesting. Located in the heart of Hangchow, it is surrounded by many modern improvements, but if you were to visit it with me, you would think we had stepped back into the Middle Ages. It is not merely a store where drugs are sold, but also a factory where Chinese medicines are compounded. When I visited it, dozens of clerks were selling remedies for various Chinese ailments, and both the wholesale and the retail departments were crowded with purchasers. The walls of this shop were covered with gilded inscriptions in Chinese, setting forth the virtues of the remedies sold, and praising the potency of certain pills. The names of some of the preparations for which the establishment is noted are such as almost to make illness attractive. I myself, for example, might be tempted to be sick if I knew that I would receive the Great Blessing Pill, which contains 10 different kinds of drugs, each one said to possess special curative properties. If I were residing in China, doubtless I should feel more secure if I had also a good stock of the Pill of 10,000 Efficacies, said to be excellent for no less than 10,000 different kinds of aches. Then there is to be had here the Double Mystery Pill, highly recommended as a cure for elephantiasis, while the Six Taste Pill is credited with power to act on the brain. Finally, there is the Transparent Peace Pill, good perhaps for the nerves, while most precious of all is the 1,000 Gold Pill. The latter is reserved for maidens exclusively, the name of the remedy referring to the Chinese custom of praising the daughter of a friend by saying she is the equivalent of 1,000 ounces of precious metal. Possibly, if our own patent medicine men were to name their remedies in the Chinese style, they might increase by millions of dollars the huge sums Americans already spend on tonics and cures. Going on into the manufacturing department, I saw men grinding roots and bones into powder for making these pills. I was startled to discover that every one of these workers was blind. When I asked why this was so, I was told that it was for two reasons: one, because it is considered a good deed to give work to blind men, and the other because these unfortunates can be hired for less than even the ridiculously low wages of the Chinese coolie. I understand also that the fact that these workers cannot see how the medicines are mixed, and therefore cannot give away any trade secrets, makes them preferred to men with good eyesight. Leaving the grinding mills, I went into a department where scores of men and girls were molding the pills, and then into one that contained a number of big stone jars, each holding about 50 gallons of little pellets. There were, I venture, enough pills in those jars to kill or cure all the people in a dozen cities of China. The jars were arranged in sections and had different labels upon them. I asked the man how the pills were sorted, and he told me that it was according to the diseases for which they were intended, and also according to whether they were for women or for men. It seems that even though a Chinese woman may suffer from the same kind of stomach ache as her husband or brother, she is not necessarily treated to the same kind of pill. I finally visited the outdoor department of this Chinese medicine factory. It was a little zoological garden or menagerie, in the pens of which were about 20 deer waiting their turn to be made into magical remedies. All of them will one day be stripped of their antlers in order that the latter may perform their mission of relieving the internal distress of some Chinese citizen. Deer horns are supposed by the Chinese to have valuable medicinal properties, and a pair of them is the usual drugstore sign in China. The Hangchow drugstore purchases also the bones and the whiskers of tigers, believed to have such powerful medicinal qualities that pills made of them cost more than would so many pellets of gold. In making their remedies, the Chinese doctors and drugstores use some of the ingredients known to our materia medica, but they employ mostly substances more commonly associated with a witch's cauldron. These include snake skins, moths, asbestos, oyster shells, and a great variety of other weird constituents. The more vile and nauseating the concoctions offered them as medicines, the more powerful the Chinese believe them to be. They also practice the theory that if a little medicine is good for an ailing body, a lot of it will be even better, and so they frequently pour these mixtures into their system by the gallon. In recent years, patent medicines have been introduced and widely advertised by Japanese and American firms, and are now being consumed in enormous quantities. Everyone who has studied the Chinese methods of treating the sick agrees that their practice is far better than their theory. Although the native physicians have the most fantastic conceptions of the organism of the human body and the functions of its various parts, they have also a great deal of practical knowledge gained by long experience. They rarely understand the exact causes of either the illness or its cure, but by observation they have learned that certain things happen under certain conditions. Many of them are particularly shrewd judges of human nature, and are often able to inspire a faith in themselves on the part of their patients that probably is more effective than are the remedies they prescribe. In making his diagnosis, the physician is supposed to be able to locate the trouble and determine its cause merely by feeling the pulse, and if he turns to the other members of the family for information about symptoms, they will think he does not know his business. Also, a Chinese doctor must effect a cure rather quickly, or be dismissed from the case. If the physician first called in by a sick man does not obtain satisfactory results, another is sent for almost immediately, and if he does not succeed, a third, a fourth, and even a fifth may be successively consulted. If these fail to cure, the patient is then likely to become angry, declare that all doctors are frauds, and turn to his gods for relief. The latter are quite as likely to make him well as the ministrations of the native physicians. Doctors whose fathers before them practiced medicine are especially esteemed, as it is assumed that the sons have inherited many secret and valuable prescriptions. In recent years, of course, many Chinese have graduated from Western medical colleges and are successfully practicing modern medicine. On the whole, the Chinese are a healthy people. When one of them becomes sick, he usually abstains from work and all other activities and takes to his bed. This course gives nature its best opportunity to restore normal conditions, and the man usually recovers. Also, it is a fact that the Chinese are differently constituted physically from members of the white race, and are not nearly so sensitive to disease as we are. They have larger digestive apparatus. Their nervous systems are not so highly organized as ours, and in general, they are so adapted to their environment that they can survive living conditions and even diseases that would bring illness and death in an American community. Another commercial establishment for which Hangchow is noted is the world's largest fan store. The manufacture of fans is one of the great industries of this city. They are produced here by the million and shipped to all parts of China and to Europe and to the United States as well. Some are made of eagle's feathers and others of silk with fine ivory handles, but the great bulk of Chinese fans are manufactured from paper and wood. The most gorgeous specimens are not used by the Chinese themselves, but are shipped abroad. The common type of fan in China, and the one used largely by the lower classes, is the familiar dried palm leaf, cut to the desired shape and size, its edge bound with a splint. The largest fans of this type, which are nearly a yard in diameter, are seldom seen in our country, as only the smaller ones are sent to the United States. These big fans are used by the common people for all sorts of purposes: to blow up a fire, to dust off a seat or cool a chair for a visitor, as hats and sunshades for the women, and to cool a baby's food. In passing a blacksmith shop, one may often see an apprentice fanning the man who is sweating at the forge, while coolies usually fan themselves vigorously whenever they get a chance to sit down for a rest. Fans are even more extensively used among the upper classes, and form a part of the personal equipment of both men and women. There are all sorts of styles and varieties, some of them reserved for the use of one or the other of the sexes, or for particular occasions or seasons. There are fans for spring and fans for summer, and also fans for autumn, although with the advance of cooler weather they are less used. A deserted wife is sometimes referred to by the Chinese as an autumn fan, signifying that she has been discarded as no longer serving her master's purpose. With the adoption of Western ways by the younger generation, fans are moving somewhat into the background of things Chinese, and are not playing so great a part in the social intercourse of the more cultured people. Nevertheless, their manufacture and sale still continue on a large scale, and when I visited the big fan shop of Hangchow, I found it one of the busiest establishments in the city. At the front a score of clerks were busy showing goods to prospective customers, and in the workshops one set of men was engaged in shaping the sticks, another was painting designs on the leaves, and still others were fastening the parts together. This is contrary to the usual custom in the native industries of China, in which one man usually does the whole job, from preparing the raw material to completing the finished product. The most important industry at Hangchow is the manufacture of silk, and since time immemorial this city has had its silk millionaires. There are here now a number of steam-operated silk filatures, and whole streets are given over to silk shops, in which hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of goods are sold every year. Many are little factories as well, and in them I saw children weaving the most beautiful ribbons and crepes, a few of the finest grades being made by boys and girls under 15 years of age. Hangchow has a population about the size of that of Cleveland, and has always been an important center of Chinese industry. Its manufacturing and commercial prosperity is the more remarkable by reason of the fact that, as I have said, the Bore in the Bay of Hangchow and the Tsiantung River makes the city practically inaccessible as an ocean port. Even the Grand Canal, which has one of its terminals here, has no water connection with the bay because of the bore. Practically all the goods made here or brought into the city are moved by way of the Grand Canal and the network of inland waterways that covers this part of China. One of the newer industries in Hangchow is the tourist business. The city has become a resort for both natives and foreigners, the Chinese coming here from all parts of the country to dwell for a time in the City of Heaven. Hangchow and its surroundings possess great natural beauty. Prominent among its many attractions is West Lake, situated on the western edge of the city. The hills about it are covered with bamboo and plum and peach trees, and have gardens and parks full of roses and honeysuckle. The diamond-bright surface of this lake is studded with emerald green islets, on some of which are the homes of the wealthy men of present-day Hangchow, while on others are palaces built by the kings and emperors of the past. In bygone times the pageants and feasts staged on the lake and its islands rivaled in their splendor the spectacles of ancient Rome. The earliest recorded history of Hangchow goes back to about the time when Constantine made Christianity the religion of the Roman Empire. This city was then the capital of kings, and later the Chinese emperors made it their capital, greatly enlarging and beautifying it. The walls were extended from a circumference of some 13 miles to include an area said to have been 40 miles around. It was during this era that Marco Polo visited Hangchow and told the world of its beauties. "It is the grandest and noblest city that the whole world containeth," he wrote in his account of his travels in China. Had he come later, his comment would have been far different, for the northern invaders kept pushing their way south and finally sacked and destroyed this city. When the Manchus came into the ascendancy, they built alongside the old Hangchow a military reservation that became the Tartar city, in which the representatives of the emperor lived surrounded by troops. In the Taiping rebellion of the 19th century, and again in the revolution of 1911, the Tartar city and part of Hangchow as well were pillaged, burned, and razed to the ground. Nevertheless, after each calamity, Hangchow has been rebuilt, and though it is now smaller than formerly, it still retains much of its old beauty and prosperity. It is in the damaged areas that the modern improvements of present-day Hangchow are most conspicuous. Fine new thoroughfares have been built, ancient walls have been torn down to make room for broad boulevards, and arched bridges over the canals have been leveled to facilitate the crossing of wheeled vehicles. The site of the Manchu camps by the lake is now occupied by new hotels, modern in their construction and equipped with all the latest conveniences. The city is a mixture of ancient and modern types of architecture, so much so, in fact, that many of the Chinese feel that its beauty is doomed by the structures of brick, steel, and concrete that are rising among the ancient temples and pagodas. More than 1,500 years ago, Hangchow was a meeting place of the religions of the world. It was here that a Buddhist monk from India founded one of the first monasteries of his religion in China. Here also came the fire-worshipping Parsees, Jews who built synagogues, Christians from Palestine and Syria who established their own places of worship, and Mohammedans who erected a great mosque to the one God. The foreigners and their religions prospered so well that in the 9th century the officials and the populace combined to exterminate them, and some 20,000 were massacred within a few days. As late as the beginning of the 18th century, another Chinese ruler had the idea that the Christians and their religion were a menace to his authority. He therefore expelled the Jesuit missionaries, who had gradually established themselves here, and destroyed some 300 Christian churches. Other foreign religious buildings were destroyed when the city was sacked by the Taipings, who were determined to exterminate all idols in China. Since they found no images in the Mohammedan mosque, they allowed it to stand, one of the only 2 houses of worship that were spared from destruction. After the Sino-Japanese War, Hangchow was again opened to foreigners for trading and residential purposes, and its modern development began. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Along the Grand Canal. At Hangchow, I am at the southern end of the Grand Canal, the world's longest artificial waterway. It extends northward from here to Tientsin, a distance of nearly 1,000 miles, and is ranked among the greatest engineering works on earth. The Chinese, whom we regard as a backward people, began it when our English ancestors had not even a word in their language meaning engineer. That was 600 years before Christ was born, at the time when Athens was at the height of its glory and when the city of Rome had just been founded. The portion lying north of the Yang-tse River was constructed first. Then followed the stretch from the Yang-tse south to Hangchow, while last of all, the northern section was completed during the 14th century. Although the canal itself ends at Tientsin, it connects with Peiking by way of the Peiho River. If you will look at the map, you will see that the Grand Canal provides an inside water passage along the eastern edge of China, lying on the average about 100 miles back from the coast. Running through the Great Plain from North to Middle China, the canal crosses both the Yellow and the Yangtze rivers and taps the regions of greatest wealth and population. It touches several of the chief cities, many of which owe their population and trade largely to their location on it, and for centuries formed the chief artery of trade between North and South China. During a former trip to China, I spent some time at Xinjiang, a city as large as Minneapolis, where the Grand Canal meets and crosses the Yangtze River. I have followed the course of the canal across much of the Yangtze Valley and have seen other parts of it about Tientsin. I have traveled for hundreds of miles upon it by steam launch and houseboat, and have made side trips into some of the myriads of smaller canals that branch from it. According to one authority, the first section of the Grand Canal was dug at the order of a king of the Shui dynasty, who, to please his queen, wanted to make a voyage southward through this territory by water. Later, its chief use was for transporting the rice that was sent as tribute from southern China to the imperial government at Peking. In fact, the northern portion was constructed partly to serve that purpose in the absence of roads worthy of the name. Formerly, most of the government taxes of China were collected in kind, and every year the farmers of the south sent more than 100 million pounds of rice to the capital. This custom was as though our government were to require every farmer of the Middle West to ship a part of his corn crop to Washington by means of a canal from the Mississippi River at St. Louis to the Potomac. Every town along the canal had its government granaries, and at Nanking I once saw acres of barns filled with tribute rice awaiting shipment to the north. Sometimes the rice boats that started from southern China in April did not reach Peking until September, but I gather that the men selected to deliver the rice tax did not mind the long, tedious journey, for as bearers of tribute they were privileged characters. They always claimed the right of way on the canal and made other boatmen await their convenience. On the return trips, the rice boats brought down goods that were sold in the South at a handsome profit, especially as the boatmen usually evaded the payment of taxes supposed to be collected on all cargoes moving through the canal. At times these rice boats used to make their way up the Grand Canal in large fleets, their number being often so great that they choked the waterway for weeks. Even under the most favorable conditions, the canal afforded but a slow means of communication. The boats were towed by human muscle, the thousands of coolies employed for this purpose toiling along like so many horses. In some places, especially after the waterway began to suffer from neglect, boats were pulled through the shallows by manpower, and were even dragged up muddy inclines where there were no locks to serve as steps between the different levels of water. Another thing that caused congestion along the waterway was the tyranny of the lock keepers. This position was a coveted one among the Chinese, as it offered plenty of opportunity for "squeeze," as the people here call the private rake-offs made by officials. The owner of a large boat, for instance, would bribe the keeper to close the locks after it had passed, and not to let any one else through until it came back on its return journey, thus assuring that it could make its trip without delay. This meant that thousands of smaller craft, the owners of which could not afford to pay any extra toll, were held up sometimes for a week at a time. For hundreds of years this waterway was the only means of communication between the North and the South, and successive governments spent enormous sums on its maintenance. Great dikes and other works were built along its course, and lakes and rivers were diverted to feed it water or to prevent its being flooded. At one time more than 100,000 men were employed on a single section 100 miles long, and it is said that an army of 300,000 laborers once worked 7 months to turn the course of a river into the canal. Wherever possible it runs through lakes and streams, winding about in great loops, but there are many sections that require the hardest kind of digging and the highest quality of engineering ability. North of the Yang-tse there are places in which the canal is carried over the country on tops of viaducts 20 feet high. Across it were built hundreds of thousands of bridges, usually of stone, and beautifully arched so that boats could pass under them. Locks and reservoirs were constructed as needed, but the former were not nearly so elaborate as the canal locks to which we are accustomed. Many of them are now in ruins, for with the building of railroads along practically the entire route of the canal, and with the development of steamship service along the coast and on the rivers, this waterway has been increasingly neglected. In recent years both foreigners and Chinese have been agitating for the restoration of parts of the Grand Canal, in order to give the people again the full benefit of this cheap means of transportation. The government has both appropriated and borrowed from foreigners large sums for such purposes, but I am told that repeatedly the funds have been diverted elsewhere and that little work has been done. Even so, portions of the Grand Canal are much used today, and in the Shan-tung section alone, the canal handled in a recent year goods worth about $11 million. However, the volume of traffic is slowly decreasing and will probably continue to shrink unless the waterway is modernized and improved. The importance of the Grand Canal as an artery of trade and travel was increased by its connection with the many lakes and rivers of eastern China, and with thousands of smaller canals. This part of the country is cut up by artificial waterways that in some places are more numerous than the roads of rural New England, and that have a total length measuring tens of thousands of miles. In the seacoast provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang alone, two of the most wealthy and progressive districts in China, there are no less than 25,000 miles of inland waterways. As to China as a whole, no one knows just how many canals it has, but it is estimated that they have a total length of 225,000 miles, or enough to reach 9 times around the earth at the equator. One authority says that if 40 canals were built across the United States from east to west and 60 from north to south, their total mileage would be less than that of all the Chinese canals. In coming from Shanghai to Hangchow, I saw something of the canals of the Yangtze Delta. There seem to be more of them than in Holland, and I should say that almost every farm in this region can be reached by boat. Many of these waterways are so narrow that nothing wider than a canoe can pass through them, but others are broad enough for big sailing junks. Out in the country, the canals themselves are often invisible at a distance, and the white sails of the watercraft seem to be skimming along the surface of the level green fields. In the villages, the people build their houses right on the banks of the canals, and thus have at their doors not only a means of transportation, but also an abundant supply of water for domestic purposes. They obtain from the waterways much of their food, including the roots and seeds of the lotus, which are considered delicacies, and the water chestnut, a tuber that when cooked has something of the flavor of green corn. On that trip I saw but few roads. Indeed, the canals are so many that it would be difficult to cover this country with motor highways, such as we have, for example, in Rhode Island. The roads I noticed were but narrow tracks winding their way in and out through the fields, many of them following the route of the canals. Some of these highways were merely wheelbarrow paths, over which all kinds of goods were being transported. I saw men and women walking along, carrying heavy burdens, and I occasionally observed a person of the well-to-do class riding across country in a sedan chair. Once in a while I saw also a cart, sometimes dragged by men and sometimes pulled along by a water buffalo. This region is picturesque and beautiful, although it is as flat as a floor. It is dotted here and there with grave mounds and with clumps of bamboo, and now and then there is a farmstead, its low buildings of brick, stone, or mud roofed with black tiles and surrounded by green trees. All about is a vast patchwork of color, the fields of rice, wheat, and cotton, and the truck gardens for the big cities of this area. The Chinese have been noted as farmers for more than 4,000 years. In the days of the empire, the ground was always broken each spring by the emperor, the festival of spring plowing having been the great yearly event of the Chinese since 2,200 years before Christ. At that time, His Majesty, after fasting and praying in the Temple of Heaven at Peiking, made sacrifices to the god of agriculture. Then, assisted by princes of the blood, he would put his royal, long finger-nailed hands upon the rude plow, painted for the occasion with imperial yellow, and guide it as it was dragged through 9 furrows by a water buffalo. At the same time, all over China, this ceremony was enacted by the chief officers of the various provinces. Couriers were then sent forth to notify all the farmers that spring had officially arrived and that they might begin cultivation of their fields. A day or so later, the smell of newly plowed ground was rising from an area half the size of the United States. Although this ceremony is no longer observed, China is as much as ever a land of farmers. The greater part of the country is cultivated like a garden. There are countless families here who live from the proceeds of 1-acre farms, every inch of which is cultivated. The fields are not even separated by fences, the only boundary marks being little pieces of granite or sandstone. In many regions there is literally not vacant land enough on which to pitch a tent. There are no roadsides, no wastelands, no commons. Every bit of ground is producing something, every lump of soil broken up, every weed destroyed, and every plant tended like a baby. The crops are planted so close together that they form one solid patch reaching far and wide. Everything is sown in furrows, and it is not unusual to see a new crop sprouting between the rows of one nearly ready for the harvest, while 3 crops a year are often obtained from the same soil. Traveling through this region, I was struck by the number of people at work in the fields. The women do just as much as the men. I see them digging up the rich soil with hoes and wading through the flooded rice fields. They are bent almost double as they set out the rice sprouts, and with their bare yellow legs remind me somewhat of great birds diving for worms. I did not see any of them harnessed to either plows or harrows, although such practices are said to be quite common in the more poverty-stricken districts of the interior. Even the children and grandparents are not idle, but make themselves useful by scaring off the birds from the crops. The plows these people use are of the most primitive type, consisting of a beam handle and a share with a wooden stem. Sometimes the share is tipped with iron and sometimes not, but in either case it barely scratches the surface. Chinese farmers measure the depth of a furrow as the Western cowboy did his whiskey, or the farmer's wife her cloth, that is, so many fingers. The spade hoe in common use for loosening the soil is a long-handled instrument with a heavy blade about 4 inches wide and a foot long. Such harrows as I saw were each made of a heavy stick to which were fastened a handle and a row of stout wooden or iron teeth. In spite of the crudeness of their farming methods from a modern standpoint, the Chinese are still making their land produce after 4,000 years of crops. The soil has not given out, and the natural resources are not exhausted. Two reasons for this are irrigation and fertilization. The Chinese have been irrigating their land for thousands of years, many of the canals in the Yang-tse Valley having been built largely for the purpose of getting the water of the rivers and lakes to the farms. To lift it up to the level of the fields, they use methods as primitive as those I have seen employed along the banks of Old Father Nile. Oftentimes the irrigation equipment is nothing more than a 2-quart bucket swung on the end of a rope. The Chinese also raise water from one level to another by rude water wheels, one type of which consists of a series of paddles stuck in a log from which project treadles worked by foot power. Others are turned by the ubiquitous water buffaloes, which are probably the ugliest cattle in existence. These animals, though often dangerous in their actions toward strangers, are easily managed by the small children who tend them, and I have seen little boys of 5 or 6 years sound asleep upon their backs. Mud as well as water is taken out of the canals and spread over the surface of the fields. It is only one of the many fertilizers used by a people who save potato peelings, the parings of fingernails, and even hair cuttings to enrich their soil. Thousands of men all over China do nothing else but gather up bits of such matter and sell them. This fertilizing material, together with the garbage and refuse from the house, is usually kept in great vats, and is spread in dipperfuls over every inch of cultivated ground. Along the canals many of the farmers raise fish, often stocking their ponds with spawn obtained from the rivers and streams. In shallow waters the fish are sometimes caught by means of a long, cone-shaped basket open at both ends. Wading out, the fisherman puts this basket down over a fish and then reaches through the opening in the top and catches the fish in his hands. Traps made of wicker work are often built along the sides of the canals, and dip nets are also used. On the river banks one often sees a large dip net so attached to a bamboo framework that it can be lowered and raised into and out of the water on the principle of the old-fashioned New England well sweep and bucket. In the creeks and canals of Kiangsu, the Chinese sometimes use birds to catch fish for them. These are cormorants, brought up in captivity and specially trained. They are taken out in a boat and then driven into the water, where they dive for fish. A ring around the cormorant's throat prevents him from swallowing his catch, while a string tied to his leg keeps him from flying away very far. At the end of the day the birds are rewarded for their work with a share of the fish they have caught. Like the rivers, the canals of China are alive with boats and people. Near every city or town the water is literally covered with craft, packed together so closely that it would seem none could ever get out. They form a community complete in itself, even to beggars and priests. Some of the boats are floating markets on which one can buy meats, poultry, and all kinds of food. While sails are sometimes used, many of the boats and barges are propelled by oars, or pushed along by poles thrust against the bottom or sides of the waterways. The principal motive power is usually furnished by women. On the back of each is usually a baby, while other children are playing about, always within 6 inches or so of drowning. If you look closely you will see that each child has a piece of clothesline tied about its middle, its shoulders and arms, or even its neck. The lines are short enough to keep the child above the water if it should fall overboard, while as an added precaution a life preserver in the form of a piece of light wood or a small barrel is tied to the youngster's back. Many of the boats on the rivers are covered with rude roofs of bamboo matting, and are in fact houseboats, the front of which is devoted to cargo and the rear to the quarters in which the families sleep and live. The cooking is done over a fire in a little stove or box at the stern. In such limited space, grown-ups, babies, children, dogs, cats, singing birds, and chickens all live together, and all seem quite happy in the midst of the filth, smells, and general confusion. Indeed, hundreds of thousands of Chinese are born, live, and die on the boats that swarm around the river cities, and that move up and down the inland waterways. Girls who are born on the water spend their childhood helping their parents, and then marry other boatmen on whose craft they devote the rest of their lives to bringing up children of their own, and so on for countless generations. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Soochow, the Athens of China. Climb into a jinrickshaw with me and let us take a ride behind our human horses across Soochow, a city built by the Chinese in the time of Confucius, 500 years before Christ was born. It had its parks and canals when Nebuchadnezzar was eating grass in the gardens of Babylon, and had been a commercial center for 2,000 years when the first Yankee traders did business in Boston. In one of its temples is an ancient stone map, 1,000 years old, on which the streets and temple sites of this city are shown to be practically the same as those of today. Soochow, like Washington, was built to order. The king who founded it depopulated 3 large towns in order to people his new capital. Ever since then it has been a city of note, a center of trade, the chief silk market of the country, and the home of so many authors and scholars that it is said to have been the Athens of China. The people themselves have always been extremely proud of their city, and have a saying, "Above is heaven, below are Hangchow and Soochow." Soochow has long been a residential city. Here dwelt kings and their courts, and here came wealthy men from other parts of China to enjoy their riches in congenial surroundings. Many of them built gardens costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of which can still be seen today. Others piled up fortunes on the profits of the silk industry or from rents from their rice lands. Soochow is 2 hours by train from Shanghai, in the midst of a lake region known as the garden spot of all China. To the east there are nearly 100 lakes. To the west is a range of mountains beyond which is the Great Lake, an inland sea 60 miles across. The city is located on the Grand Canal, and is also crisscrossed by 12 other canals that intersect one another at right angles every quarter of a mile. These lead out to hundreds of towns and villages in the surrounding country. Within a radius of 30 miles are more than 100 market towns and no less than 1,000 villages, containing in all about 5 million people, or nearly as many as live in the state of Ohio. As for Soochow itself, estimates of its population vary all the way from 400,000 to 1 million people. It is difficult to judge its size, for the city has long since outgrown the Great Wall, 12 miles in circumference, built centuries ago to defend it. This wall is 30 or 40 feet high and crenellated along the top so as to leave spaces for the bowmen and the gunmen of old to shoot down upon attacking forces. A wide moat surrounds it, and in some places the city proper is entered by water gates as well as by land gates. In bygone days, people entering Soochow by one of the canals had to put toll money into a bag swung down from above on a pole before the water gates would be opened to let them in. As the rickshaw boys pull us through the streets of Soochow on the dead run, we pass many fine houses in gardens shut off from the street by black and white walls. We cross canal after canal over some of the 200 bridges of this city, all of them high and arched so that boats can pass under them. Along these canals the buildings rise up out of the water like those of Venice, and on some of the smaller ones the houses on opposite sides are connected with each other by planks extending from window to window. The streets of Soochow, with the exception of some on the outskirts of the city, are not so wide as the sidewalks of Broadway. I am told that all were originally 8 feet in width, but that they have been narrowed by the merchants building their shops farther and farther out into the thoroughfares. Many of them are now so narrow that 2 rickshaws cannot pass. Even one vehicle going through is enough to crowd the people to the walls. The business activity in these streets is beyond conception. You may have seen ant hills in which the insects have divided the structures they have created into apartment houses, with passages running this way and that. Soochow reminds me of them. We go through street after street lined with cell-like stores, in each of which some kind of business is going on. Most of these cells are factories as well as stores. Goods made in tiny shops at the front or at the back are finished almost while you wait. Here we see blacksmith shops and foundries where Chinese boys and men are working in iron, and there a shop where jewelry is being made. Next is the establishment of a lumber merchant, whose coolies are sawing logs into boards with cross-cut saws pulled back and forth. Adjoining it a number of men are making silk embroidery and braid on hand machines, producing trimmings for the finest of silk gowns. Soochow is noted for its manufactures of silk, jade, and carved work, and for a few years it was especially busy making mahjong sets for Americans. As we go on through the larger streets of Soochow, we pass bazaar after bazaar that are veritable museums filled with beautiful goods. Before each shop hang signs of Chinese characters, which, painted in the brightest of hues and decorated with gold, form a waving maze of color. Beneath them is a constantly moving mass of humanity, filling the street from wall to wall. Let us stop a minute and watch the people. Moving along in front of us are men, women, and children, clad in the many costumes of the various levels of Chinese society. There are babies on the backs of their mothers, and little boys with their hair standing out all over their heads in pigtails, each tied with a ribbon. There are laborers in blue gowns or half naked, carrying great burdens hung on the ends of poles that rest across their shoulders. Now and then comes a donkey or pony laden with goods, a man pushing a wheelbarrow, or again some rich man or woman carried in a sedan chair by tall, burly coolies. Here also is the ubiquitous slop carrier with his 2 buckets. Soochow has no sewers, and all the refuse and garbage of this great city is collected and carried away in buckets. Going on, we come to the city temple, a huge building in the heart of the city. Standing in the midst of grounds that cover perhaps 10 acres, it is surrounded by out-of-door stores and shops that give it the appearance of a bazaar rather than a temple. So many kinds of business are carried on that we think of what our Lord said when he drove the money changers out of the temple. You have changed the house of the Lord into a house of merchandise. Yet the Soochow people say that heaven is just like the city temple. About this temple are all sorts of toy stores. Porcelain of every variety is stacked up in the streets awaiting customers, and men are selling pet birds in cages. When a Chinese buys a bird, he carries it around with him on his finger, tied to his wrist with a string, so that if birdie tries to escape, it can be pulled back. Here also are barbers plying their trade, pill vendors selling medicine, and native dentists, the sign of whose profession is a dinner plate filled with extracted teeth. These dentists will pull a tooth or put in a gold crown for you at a moment's notice. Many Chinese believe that toothache is caused by a worm in the tooth, and that an expert extractor can draw out the worm without pain to the patient. I am told that some of these native dentists actually show the victim a wriggling worm and tell him it came from one of his molars. This, of course, is the result of sleight of hand, but it brings in the money. In the temple itself is a statue of Buddha as high as a 4-story house, with statues of other gods grouped around it. On one of the platforms below these huge figures are more than 100 idols of eminent scholars and gods, standing or sitting. Candles are burning to show that the people have some veneration for the surroundings, and moving about are priests with shaved heads. Perhaps the most interesting thing about this temple is the art gallery that surrounds the great hall of the statues. Covering an acre or so, it is filled with wide corridors walled with Chinese paintings that hang from the ceilings, or are tacked to the woodwork and rolled up in scrolls ready for sale. They include landscapes and figure paintings, some bizarre, and some really good as examples of modern Chinese art. In another temple, we see pictures depicting all the punishments of the lower world. More famous than the temples of this city are its 8 pagodas. The newest is 300 years old, while the Tiger Hill Pagoda was built 1300 years ago. It must be feeling its age, for it leans to one side like the Tower of Pisa. Standing on a low hill commanding a fine view of the city, it is near the tomb of the king who founded Soochow, and of whose funeral the Chinese say 600,000 men were employed to prepare the grave and attend the ceremonies. The largest of these structures, called the Great Pagoda, is octagonal in shape and the highest in all China. From a stone foundation 100 feet in diameter, it rises to a height nearly half that of the Washington Monument. This great tower is divided into 9 stories, each with its balconies and its niches in which stone images have been set up. The outer walls, which are covered with carvings, are 10 feet thick. Inside are other walls that extend up to the top of the tower, thus making a pagoda within a pagoda. In the space between the two are the steps by which one climbs up from story to story. In contrast with these remains of the old Soochow, I notice here many evidences of the new era in China. The jinrikishas, for instance, have rubber cushioned tires, nickel-plated lamps, and bells to clear the way. Many of them use old-style automobile horns worked by rubber bulbs, and the din of their honking is so great that it makes me think of a barnyard of human fowl, each crowing or clucking from a throat of brass. One of the most striking evidences of the new China is the use of electricity. The god of lightning has made his way into every large city, and narrow streets that once were dark at sunset are now bright until midnight. The business section of Soochow is now perfectly lighted, and industry and trade go on everywhere long after sunset, the people spinning and weaving, hammering and sawing, making embroideries, or cutting jade far into the night. Everyone seems to be working overtime to meet the commercial needs of the new China. Even the people are far different from those of the old Soochow, the cutting off of the queues having made perhaps the greatest change in their appearance. In my previous visits to China, every man I saw had his head shaved as bare as a pumpkin, except in one spot, from which his pigtail fell down to his knees, sometimes pieced out with false hair or braid. Back in the interior, many of the older men still cling to these queues, but in the treaty ports and large cities one now seldom sees them. The average man in China today has a thick thatch of black hair combed up from his forehead and standing out all over the scalp. The custom of wearing queues did not originate with the Chinese, but was imposed upon them by their Manchu conquerors as a sign of submission. When all queues were ordered cut off, at the time of the overthrow of the empire and the setting up of a republic, most of the men cheerfully parted with their long hair. In some towns officials stood at the gates, and every man lost his queue as he passed through. There were lively times, however, when it came to handling the objectors. Some of the university students were even forbidden by their parents to come home after they had sliced off their queues, and I have heard of a young man who, before going to call on his grandmother, always had a false queue fashioned on his head so that she might not notice the absence of the original. Another tremendous factor in the changes taking place in Soochow is the new system of education. On the outskirts of the city is Soochow University, one of the chief missionary educational institutions in all China. It has students from every part of the republic and especially from the province of Yang-tse. The university has fine buildings and a large campus and athletic grounds, and it has done remarkable work in making Soochow a center from which Western learning is being spread throughout the country. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Read by BettyB. The world's oldest poultry farmers. In coming to Soochow from Shanghai, I have seen something of one of the great poultry raising districts of China. In the United States, we think of the American hen as one of our oldest institutions, but she is a mere chick in comparison with her cousin in China. The Chinese hen was on the job before the pyramids were built, and she has been working regularly through the thousands of years ever since. Archaeologists have found evidence that the Chinese had domesticated the ox, the pig, and the sheep as far back as 8000 B.C., and I doubt not also that the wives of those days cooked an occasional egg for their lord and masters. Today, these people are the chief fowl raisers in the world, poultry holding practically the same place in the Chinese gastronomy that beef does in the American. In the country districts every family has a few hens, usually living in the same house with the people, and in the markets of every Chinese city one may purchase the finest of fowls, alive, freshly killed, or dried. Dried chickens, ducks, and geese are as common here as dried beef in America. They are split, cleaned, dried in the sun, pressed, and salted, and as seen hung up in the markets for sale, they are as flat as a board, and of the same rich yellow color as the complexion of the almond-eyed merchant who sells them. In many of the cities there are duck and chicken peddlers who go about the streets with two big, loose-meshed baskets hanging from the ends of a pole carried across their shoulders. In the top of each basket is a hole just large enough to permit of a duck or chicken being squeezed through it. Once inside, the fowls find a foothold as best they can on the bottom of the basket and stick their heads out through the meshes. The Chinese have many curious customs in connection with the raising of poultry. They consider chickens with short feathers the best, and believe that the hens that do the least cackling are the most prolific layers. To make ducks lay, they pull feathers from their wings and tails, or else starve them for several days and then let them eat their fill. To fatten fowls, they give them daily a dose of a paste of flour mixed with oil. They claim that they can change the plumage of their birds by feeding them certain things, and that they can produce dwarf chickens by giving the chicks opium. As a cure for pip and similar afflictions, they bleed the fowls under the left wing. Another common belief here is that sitting on the ground retards the growth of geese, which are made to roost at night upon wicker shelves. To save their fowls from being caught by the hawks, the Chinese have also many ingenious devices. In North China, the pigeons wear tail whistles that make a whirring noise as the birds fly through the air, thus frightening away the hawks. The goose herder protects his charges in much the same way, having a sort of bamboo whistle fastened to the end of a rope that he swings around his head from time to scare away any bird of prey that may be hovering near. Duck raising is even more of a specialty in China than chicken breeding. In the lake districts, flocks of them are often driven from pond to feed, herded by a man or a woman carrying a long bamboo pole. The driver plans his trip so that he and his flock will arrive at some large town by the time the birds are ready for market. In other regions the ducks are raised on boats, and at Canton I saw craft on which lived as many as 2,000 birds. These duck herders row or scull their boats along the low banks of the canals and streams, stopping from time to let the ducks feed upon the marshy lands. The birds march off the boats in single file and rush about poking their bills into the mud for worms and shellfish. They feed greedily until their owner blows a whistle when they make a dash for the boat. As the last one frantically waddles aboard, he is assisted by a smart slap from the man who stands at the end of the gangplank with a stick in his hand. The ducks quickly learn that the tail ender is sure of a whipping, and to avoid it each runs like mad for the boat. The duck herder gets his birds when they are half grown from farmers who buy them from big central hatching establishments. There are 8 of these hatcheries here in Soochow, and yesterday I visited one that was in operation hundreds of years before the United States even heard of an incubator. It is now hatching more than 3 million chickens, ducklings, and goslings every year. Entering the hatchery, I found myself in a room with a dirt floor, covered with baskets as big around as a cartwheel. in each of which were more than 100 newly hatched chicks. Near them were other huge baskets filled with duck eggs and goose eggs ready for hatching, and as I watched, more baskets of eggs were brought in. The chicken merchants tested each one before buying, candling them with the rays of the sun that came through little holes in the brick wall of the house. Leaving this room, I entered the hatchery, which consists of clay ovens shaped like old-fashioned beehives. Each had a fireplace in the bottom and a sort of padded basket-work cap on top. A burly Chinese, bare to the waist, lifted up one of the caps, and looking inside, I saw 2 or 3 layers of baskets the size of the ones holding the chicks. Each contained between 1 and 200 eggs. As I watched, a workman lighted a fire in another oven. For fuel he had only a bundle of rice straw worth perhaps 1 or 2 cents, yet this was enough to warm the oven for the 10 days the eggs were to remain in it. During this period they are turned over every day, and at the end of it are taken out and put upon racks overhead or into deep baskets. The baskets used are of closely woven straw lined with paper, and each layer of eggs is covered with a cloth to keep them warm. In other words, these Chinese incubators are based on the principle of the fireless cooker, the eggs being first warmed in the ovens and then packed so that they will not lose any of their heat. Watching the eggs is a work requiring infinite care. Usually the workmen sleep in the same room with them, or in one adjoining, and someone is on duty at every hour of both day and night. Although it is necessary that the eggs be kept at just the right warmth, no thermometers are used. Instead, a worker tests their temperature by thrusting them one by one against his eye and holding each there a second or two. He becomes so expert that as the egg touches his eyelid, he can tell immediately whether it is too warm, too cool, or of just the right temperature. In another room I saw a space about 20 feet square covered with eggs, out of which goslings, ducklings, and chicks were poking their heads. The manager told me that he had no trouble in selling all he could hatch, and that the chicks are ready for sale as soon as they are dry. I wish I could take one of our helpful American hens, or even a rooster, through a factory I visited on the banks of the Wangpu River when I was in Shanghai. I venture that the hen would be clucking and the rooster crowing with indignation for weeks to come. One day's output of that factory represented more than 1,000,000 eggs, which were being dried or frozen for use abroad. Although for centuries the Chinese have had many ways of preparing eggs for the market, it remained for Americans to come here and establish the business of freezing and drying eggs by the million and shipping them all over the world. This particular plant is a striking example of American sanitation and cleanliness. Of the 900 workers in this factory, everyone who handles an egg has to take a shower or tub bath every day. 400 of them are girls, each of whom has to keep her nails manicured down to the quick. She is inspected by a physician when she comes to work, and has to put on a long white gown that reaches from her head to her feet, and a cap that covers every lock of hair. At first I rather doubted the truth of the manager's statement about the manicuring of the nails, and so he took me into a room where 200 girls were breaking eggs and separating the yolks from the whites. They sat at long tables with knife blades fixed horizontally before them, and broke each egg without touching its contents. The manager asked me to point out any table at random, and when I did so, he had the 15 girls at it come before me one by one and hold up their hands. His statement had been quite true. Their nails were absolutely immaculate. The girls, evidently thinking I was a doctor making an inspection, also opened their mouths wide and put out their tongues that I may gaze down their throats. The eggs arrive at the factory from the country for hundreds of miles around, coming in huge baskets, each of which holds 3 or 4 bushels, and contains perhaps 1,000 eggs. When I inquired why cases were not used to prevent breakage, I was told that at the present prices of eggs it is cheaper to stand the loss of the few smashed in transit. From the baskets the eggs are rolled out on endless belts and carried by machinery to the candling room. Next they are opened and the whites separated from the yolks, each manicured maiden handling about 5,000 a day. Some of this liquid egg mixture goes to the freezing rooms, but the greater part of it is dried. The yolks are churned by machinery until they are thoroughly mixed and then poured out upon rollers on which they are dried by blasts of hot air. When every bit of moisture has evaporated, the dried yolk is scraped off the rollers in flakes and packed in tin boxes of 125 pounds each for shipment abroad. The whites are churned in large fats, allowed to stand for several days, and then dried by hot air. Both these products are sold chiefly to bakers and candy makers who use them in place of fresh eggs. The albumen from the whites is used also in making medicines, patent foods, hair and skin lotions, and even in printing cotton cloth. Dried eggs are produced also in native factories where the Chinese ideas of cleanliness prevail. However, these low-grade establishments are being driven out of business by the increasing demand of the buyers that the eggs be dried under the most sanitary conditions. As the export trade affords practically the only market, those who do not meet the standards of foreign countries must sooner or later find themselves without customers. The largest single market for the eggs is Great Britain, the United States taking only a little more than 1/4 of the total amount exported. For centuries, one of China's gastronomical delicacies has been its famous pickled or preserved eggs. They can be kept a long time, but, as a matter of fact, those put down in any one season are usually eaten within a year. The impression among Americans that the Chinese eat eggs many years old is largely contrary to the facts. In the preparation of these eggs, each one is covered with a 1/4-inch layer of paste made of soda, straw ashes, salt, and slaked lime. Wrapped in rice straw to prevent them from sticking together, the eggs are then put into a jar and sealed up for 30 days. At the end of that time they are ready for eating. Their contents have coagulated and acquired a distinctive flavor. In some methods of pickling, the eggs turn as black as jet. In others, they are steeped in water in which the leaves of fir or cedar trees have been boiled. The Chinese preserve eggs also in salt water, regarding them as being especially good for medicinal purposes. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Read by BettyB. In the City of Fine Silks. Have you ever heard of Wuxi? I doubt it. Nevertheless, it is one of the most up-to-date cities of China. It has been in existence for 900 years, having been a thriving town back in the Middle Ages when London was but a village. Traders were doing business here when the southern portion of the Grand Canal was built, and as that waterway increased in importance, the city grew with it, spreading out over the country and erecting a great wall to keep out the robbers. As time went on, Wuxi became a commercial center for a vast region connected by a network of canals. Later, the railway from Shanghai to Nanking was built through it, and the old city took on a new lease of life. That was only a comparatively few years ago, but since then Wuxi has far outgrown its walls. Its population has increased to 300,000 people, its trade is surpassing that of Soochow, and, except for Shanghai, it has more industries than any other city in the lower Yang-tse Valley. Seen from the train, it is a forest of smokestacks, rising from the silk filatures, the cotton factories, and the flour, rice, and bean oil mills. All these establishments use modern machinery and up-to-date methods. Indeed, the Chinese say that the chimney is the pen and the smoke the ink with which the fame of Wuxi as an industrial city is being written across the sky. Wuxi has electric lights, wide streets, telephones, and new schools. I understand that the women here are interested in schools, hospitals, and welfare work, and that they have done much to promote civic progress. The city has many of what the Chinese call modern buildings, including a large public library that contains nearly 200,000 volumes, all of which have been collected here since the founding of the Republic. Adjoining the library is a beautiful park, divided into separate gardens by hedges of boxwood, and containing a number of tea houses built on the shores of a lake or along the canals. On the edge of the lake is a rugged, artificial hill of rocks, surmounted by a monument erected by one of the Wuxi colleges to its alumni. Wuxi is situated in the heart of the chief silk region of China, having a warm, moist climate not unlike that of Louisiana, and especially suitable for raising worms and weaving silk. Near by, rising perhaps 1,000 feet above the plain, is the beautiful mountain of Waisan, which the common people believe protects the silk industry. At the foot of the mountain gushes forth a stream of water said to be the second most famous spring under heaven, and not far away are lovely gardens and temples. On a certain day each year, thousands of women, the wives and daughters of the silk farmers, make pilgrimages to this mountain. Each woman brings with her thousands of silkworm eggs, which she carries in her bosom under her clothes, hatching them out with the heat of her body. She believes the spirits that inhabit the mountain will appreciate the worship shown in this visit to their shrine, and that the cocoons that are spun by the worms thus produced will be large and free from disease. On a former trip to China, I spent a week traveling by houseboat through the canals of the silk regions. Day after day I floated along on one waterway after another, through a country that was a vast orchard of mulberry trees. By getting off the boat and climbing to the top of one of the bridges that arch the canals at every few miles, I could see trees by the million, extending on and on until they met the horizon. They bordered the waterways for miles, and were broken only by occasional clumps of peach trees, or the taller shade trees of some farm village. On this trip I have come to Wuxi by train, riding through mulberry orchards all the way from Soochow. In the United States, the mulberry tree grows about as large as an elm, but here most of them are trimmed down to a height of 6 feet, and the orchards look more like thickets than forests. These mulberries are as knotty and gnarly as an olive tree, and as ragged as the quince. They are planted in rows only a few feet apart, and so carefully cultivated that not a weed is to be seen. Here and there garden stuff is raised between them, but nothing is allowed to grow close to the trunks, and a continual fertilizing and hoeing go on the year around. This is the time for harvesting the leaves and feeding the silkworms, and the branches have been cut off the mulberry trees until little more than the stumps are left. Cutting does not injure the tree, and a sound one will live for a half century, yielding as much as 100 pounds of leaves annually. New sprouts come out every year, and it is these sprouts that produce the fresh green leaves that are fed to the silkworms. In a mulberry orchard just outside Wuxi, I saw men, women, and boys cutting off the branches and carrying them away in baskets. Several of them sold their leaves at less than a cent a pound to a silkworm owner whose worms were feeding in his little one-story house near by. Here, in shallow baskets about 4 feet in diameter, were thousands of silver gray worms, not quite as long as my little finger and about as big around as a lead pencil. They were eating the shredded mulberry leaves, and I could plainly hear the chop, chop, chop of their jaws as they devoured the green food. As I watched, the wife of the owner gave me some leaves and asked me to feed the worms, saying that otherwise they would be offended and would not understand why I had come to see them. Nearly every farmer in this part of China raises some silkworms every year. In some places the eggs laid by the silk moth are hatched by artificial heat in what might be called silkworm incubators, but more often they are put next to the breasts of the women and kept there until the worms come forth. These newly hatched worms are no larger than small black ants, but they have the most voracious appetites, and have to be fed regularly from the day they are born. It is estimated that the worms produced from 1 ounce of eggs will consume a ton of leaves. At intervals they fall into a state of stupor and stop eating, but as all of them do not take these days of rest at the same time, the feeders must always be on duty. After each such sleep the worms shed their old skins and then start busily eating again. During this period of eating and growing, the Chinese tend the silkworms as carefully as though they were babies, observing many superstitious precautions regarding them. The feeding is done in rooms kept at an even temperature, and loud talking is never permitted in the presence of the worms, any noise being supposedly offensive to them. Thunderstorms in particular are believed to frighten the little silk producers. Strong odors of all kinds are kept away from them, no visitors having even a suspicion of perfume being allowed near. When the worms have had their fill of mulberry leaves, they are ready to start climbing the hill, the common expression used here to mean spinning the cocoon. The hill is a bunch of rice straw loosely tied in the center. It is stood upon end, and the worms are dropped down between the straws. Each worm climbs to the top of the bundle and there begins to spin its silk thread, wrapping it around its body as it does so. It continues to spin for 3 or 4 days, at the end of which the cocoon of fuzzy silk is completed. A few of these cocoons are laid aside to supply moths to lay eggs for the next crop, but in the others the worms are killed immediately. This is done by dropping the cocoons in boiling water or by baking them in ovens. After that they are dried and put in baskets to be taken to the markets, or else the silk fibers are unreeled and spun into thread in the homes of the Chinese, many of whom also weave the silk on hand looms. The dead worms inside the cocoons are eaten as a table delicacy by some of the Chinese. They are said to be particularly good in oil, but few of the people dare to serve them so. They say that the living worms have such a dislike for the odor of oil in any form that if they are eaten in this way the next generation will take revenge on this offense to their ancestors by making poor silk. Wu-se produces the finest white silk in the world, and has now 18 great silk filatures or factories where the cocoons are unwound into the beautiful skeins of silvery yarn used in our silk mills. I have visited several of these filatures, one of which lies on the banks of the Grand Canal, some distance outside the walls of the city. I went there by steam launch and entered it by steps leading up from the water. This establishment covers more than 8 acres and consists of several buildings of modern construction, equipped with machinery of the latest type. I am told that the work often goes on for 14 hours a day, although the manager informed me that the regular schedule calls for only 11 hours. In this factory I went through room after room in which cocoons were stored in large baskets or lay in great piles on the floor. Asking as to the value of one of these piles, containing perhaps 15 bushels, I was told that the silk in it was worth something like $600. The manager said it was necessary to watch the employees to keep them from stealing the cocoons. Every man caught in theft is photographed, and enlarged prints of his picture are sent to all the other silk filatures as a warning to them in case he applies for a job. In other rooms I saw the cocoons put into copper kettles to be soaked and steamed. The water, fed into the kettles by pipes, is boiling hot, and a thick steam always rises from it. With a scoop a girl ladles up a score or more cocoons from a basket on the floor and puts them into the water. She then takes a brush of stiff bamboo and stirs them around rapidly so that any life in them is killed at once. The water softens the cocoons so that the ends of the fibers spun by the worm may be easily picked up and reeled off. This work is done by little girls, some of whom did not reach to my waist. Many of them seemed no larger than American girls of 4, 5, or 6 years, and there were hundreds working who were much under 10. Some look hardly old enough for kindergarten, much less for school. Yet there they were, toiling away through every hour of the sunlight, 11 hours a day, 7 days in the week, and for more than 11 months of the year. Their only holidays come at New Year, when the factories all over China are closed for 2 weeks. Some of the little ones tending the kettles were bare to the waist and clad only in trousers, stockings, and cloth shoes. All worked busily. Of the hundreds of children I saw, not one was loafing or dawdling. The manager called my attention to the stools provided for them, none of which I saw occupied, and to the fact that the kettles of boiling water over which they were bending were so low that they could stir the cocoons without reaching up. He said that this made the work much easier, and that in some factories the little girls had to work in front of kettles placed at a height convenient only for grown women. When I asked about wages, my guide told me that the women received 17 cents and upward a day, and the children 10 cents or more. This meant that the babies I saw were toiling for less than 1 cent an hour, in an atmosphere much like that of a washerwoman's kitchen when she is boiling clothes. It was a striking example of the child labor situation that prevails all over China. After the cocoons are thoroughly soaked and steamed, they are divided into lots of 5, 6, or 7. The end of the silk on each cocoon is then fastened to a reeling machine that twists the whole number into one strand, and so winds it that it comes out as yarn. The work of bringing the threads together so that they can be twisted into yarn is handled by women of 18 years or older. It requires great care and can be done well only by experienced hands. I understand that some of the silk filatures in China are doing what they can to better the condition of their workers. Another establishment that I visited, called Sun Ne, which means for the better development of business, has a kindergarten for the children of the employees. It has also a nursery where babies are kept so that their mothers may give them breastfeedings during working hours. In this nursery I saw a dozen yellow infants, each in a basket cradle on rockers. When a baby's mealtime comes around, one of the girls employed at the steam kettles is sent out to carry it to its mother, who stops work long enough to give it refreshment, after which it is taken back to the nursery. These modern filatures of Wuxi represent the latest development of a national industry begun 4,000 years ago. China gave silk to the world. The wife of the Emperor Huang-ti, who ruled about 2600 B.C., having discovered that the filaments of the silk cocoon could be unwound and twisted into thread for weaving beautiful fabrics. From that time on, China has been cultivating silk, and as recently as 50 years ago was supplying half the total output of the world. Although silk continues to be one of the chief products of this country, the exports alone, amounting annually to more than $100 million worth, Chinese silk has been superseded by the Japanese product in quantity and quality. Japan now furnishes 70% of the raw silk used by the United States, our silk manufacturers buying only 23% from the Chinese and 7% from Europe. The Chinese have risen to their present place in the silk world chiefly by making a careful study of the silkworm and the best methods of raising it. By studying its diseases and destroying the bad eggs and worms, they have greatly improved the standard quality and value of their cocoons and raw silks. China, on the other hand, has been paying almost no attention to silkworm diseases, and the result is that much of its silk is of inferior quality. While at Shanghai, I met a representative of the American Silk Association, which is encouraging a movement for the improvement of Chinese silk. This association has been working through the new universities and schools and is doing much for the industry. At Nanking University, for instance, it is raising silkworms in the bright sunlight, which is contrary to the old Chinese idea that they can be raised only in the dark, and it is introducing many changes in the methods of handling the eggs and cocoons. Several of the mission colleges now conduct courses in sericulture. Some of the provinces also have established experiment stations for silkworm raising and are employing experts to teach the people the best methods of breeding the worms and handling the cocoons. China has vast areas adapted to raising mulberry trees and silkworms, and the more progressive people are putting forth efforts to regain for their country its former place in the silk trade of the world. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Nanking, New and Old. In a luxurious car of the fast Shanghai Express, I have come to Nanking, the capital of Yang-tse province, located almost 200 miles north from Shanghai on the south bank of the Yang-tse River. It is one of the oldest cities in all China, and about it are wrapped the splendor and grandeur of the China of the past. Its name means Southern Capital, just as Peiking means Northern Capital, and it had already been the seat of a kingdom 7 times before the rulers of the Ming dynasty made it the seat of the empire. They occupied it until 120 years later, when the third Ming emperor, Yung Lo, left it for Peking. Even before the Ming dynasty, Nanking had been a city of political importance for 800 years. It was 600 years old when Christ was a baby, and was surrounded by walls that were more than 100 years old when Columbus, while seeking a short route to trade with the ancestors of the present-day Chinese, discovered America instead. In later years, Nanking was the scene of some of China's numerous rebellions and political upheavals. Here, in 1657, the great pirate Koxinga made an attempt to unseat the Manchus from the throne and restore the Ming dynasty. He laid siege to the city for 20 days, only to have several thousand of his pirate followers massacred on the night of the 20th. Here, too, the Taipings had their capital for 11 years, and it was here that Dr. Sun Yat-sen took his oath of office as the first president of the Republic of China. Nanking is famous also as the biggest walled city in all the world, although the city of today occupies only a small part of the enclosure within these walls. They go up hill and down over a rolling country, taking in small farms and market gardens, many of which stand upon the site of the greater Nanking of the past. The distance across the enclosure from one wall to the other is more than 8 miles, and there is room enough to accommodate double the present population of less than 500,000. In the days of the Ming emperors, the city had more than twice as many people as it has today, and the land that is now farmed is sprinkled with archways that mark the sites of bridges in the old Nanking. For the most part, the ancient city has crumbled away to dust, and in place of the grandeur of 1,000 years ago are the modern improvements of the 20th century. When I arrived at Nanking, a Chinese captain with a squad of 8 grinning, undisciplined soldiers halted me in the railroad station, demanded that I show the special passport necessary in traveling in interior China, and with much difficulty was dissuaded from examining my baggage in search of weapons. From the station I went by motor car to my hotel just outside of the entrance gate of the city, driving first through the small commercial suburb of Xiaquan, which lies immediately outside the walls surrounding Nanking on the side toward the river. Here most of the foreign business houses have their establishments, but foreigners are permitted only to reside and do business in Nanking proper. On the opposite or north shore of the Yangtze is Soochow, the southern terminus of the railroad from Tientsin, which is connected by a ferry service with the Shanghai Nanking Railroad. Nanking is also a port for ocean steamers, and until the building of these 2 railroads, practically all the freight entering or leaving the city was handled by boats and barges on the Yangtze. In ancient times, Nanking was a city of great commercial importance, and during the years when our clipper ships were sailing the 7 seas and leading the vessels of the world in trade with China, it sent to the United States a buff cotton cloth known as Nanking. This cloth, which was later imitated by the cotton mills of New England, was very popular a generation or 2 ago, and made this corrupted name of Nanking as well known as any of our modern trademarks. But let me tell you of my ride through the Nanking of today. I engaged an American car, a Chinese chauffeur, and a footman, whose chief concern appeared to be to see that his passengers did not escape without tipping him. As we drove along we narrowly missed several pedestrians, who seem here to be even more reckless than our jay walkers at home. My guide explained that in China there is a superstition that every person has a devil constantly following him, and that if he crosses before an automobile just in time to save himself from injury, the car will run over and kill the evil spirit. As we passed through the principal gate to the city over a fine macadamized road, I recalled that in an earlier visit to Nanking I rode from the river to the town on a donkey, which climbed up hill and down, half swimming in pools of water and wading in mud all the way. Beggars then lined the roadside near the gate, but today there were none to be seen and everyone seemed to be working. We crossed bridges marking the intersection of former streets that have now become cultivated fields, and went between clumps of bamboo or patches of vegetables under cultivation where rows of buildings once stood. Billboards displaying lurid posters have been erected here and there in the fields, most of them advertising, in both English and Chinese, a popular brand of American cigarettes. Arriving at a more populated and busier section, I found wide streets with neatly uniformed policemen stationed at the busiest crossings. Here the contrast between the old and the new China is to be seen on every hand. There are shops displaying Western clothing, straw hats, suits, shirts, and leather shoes, and others selling the native garments of China, long gowns, richly embroidered silk trousers and jackets, and shoes of purple and blue cloth. The native barber who shaves the heads of his patrons out on the sidewalks competes with a modern barber shop near by furnished with every up-to-date appliance. Farther along is a dentist's office fitted with the newest of equipment, while across the street an old medicine man is peddling his herbs, bear's claws, and tiger's heads. Noticing a crowd at a booth next to him, I edged my way through and found a man telling fortunes for 2 cents apiece. The people in the crowd presumably considered this the better and cheaper way of assuring themselves as to their health. Next we came to an old Confucian temple, a barn-like structure in front and in back of which are small flower gardens. As we approached it, I noticed a fire burning in an oven of mortar and clay, in which a young girl was placing a piece of paper covered with Chinese characters. Every temple of Confucius has one of these fires burning before it, and those who feed its flames with bits of writing do so to accumulate merit. Entering the temple, I was impressed by its simplicity. Across the back are 3 large tablets, while extending around the sides of the room are 72 smaller ones, all of which bear inscriptions such as: Most holy teacher Confucius, from the creation of man there is never one like him, without equal in heaven or on earth. In front of one of these tablets an old man was offering up prayers and burning incense. Coming to a tea house farther on, we stopped for a rest and a drink, and then went on from the busy city of the present to see something of the Nanking that is passing away. When the Manchus became the ruling dynasty in China, they built here a Tartar city, enclosed in walls to separate it from the common herd of Nanking. These walls are now grass-grown and crumbling ruins, and in the area within them little remains of the wonders of ancient Chinese art and engineering that once were here. Where the ancient warriors held court, there are still some wide streets paved with flags of granite as big as the top of a dining table, and worn smooth by the feet of generations of Chinese. There are several large bridges built of huge blocks put together in beautiful arches without the use of keystones. Fences made of stones mixed with broken tile of the imperial yellow glaze. Pieces of dragon discs in green and red that once adorned the palaces of the city, and bits of shattered marble with which their interiors were decorated. Beside a pillar of what in all probability was once the palace of a prince, I saw lying the plastered coffin of a coolie whose relatives were too poor to raise a mound above it. Close by in the fields, blue-gowned men and women were digging in soil once trod by the feet of royalty alone. My guide finally led me into a tumble-down palace and showed me two marble stones streaked with reddish veins. These, said he, were a part of the floor of the emperor's palace. One of his nobles had abused the royal confidence by saying that which he should not have said, and straightway the emperor had his tongue cut out. The blood from his mouth dropped upon the white marble and stained it, as you see. In the exact geographical center of Nanking is the old Drum Tower, a large red two-story building with a tower on the top. The first tower on this spot was erected in 1092 A.D., less than 30 years after William the Conqueror landed in England. The present massive structure was built by the Emperor Hung-woo of the Ming Dynasty in preparation for a battle with rebels. He placed in it an enormous drum that served as a signal for his soldiers to march against the enemy. Near this tower is a temple in which is a huge bell made at the order of one of the Ming emperors. The story is told that all attempts to cast this bell were failures until the daughter of the worker making it had thrown herself into the molten metal. Another gruesome tale of Nanking relates how, when the Manchus besieged the city during the Taiping Rebellion, the wells of the city were choked with the bodies of women, who thus destroyed themselves rather than be captured by the men of the attacking army. Near the Drum Tower is the North Star Hill, surmounted by a Taoist temple that is approached by a path worn smooth by the feet of countless worshippers of past generations. From here, one can obtain a view of the whole city, and can see the distant hills shaped like a dragon's back that caused Chu Hung Wo, the founder of the Ming Dynasty, to build his capital here. Chu started life as a beggar, but he organized a rebellion that enabled him to conquer China. Under the dynasty he established were accomplished the greatest things the Chinese have ever done in architecture and public improvements. The dragon, you know, is the imperial animal of China and is supposed to bring luck. According to the ancient beliefs, a dragon can do anything. It can make itself as large as an elephant or as small as a gnat, and can build up empires and throw down kings. Some years ago I was in China just before an eclipse of the moon was to occur. The Peiking Gazette at that time announced in all seriousness that on the night of the eclipse the people should turn out and make a great noise so as to scare away the dragon, which would then be trying to swallow the moon. Well, when Chu saw the dragon shape of the Nanking hills, he said, "If I can build my capital on the dragon's back, it will last forever." The result was Nanking, which became for a time the greatest city of China. Probably the most famous of the ancient wonders of Nanking was the Porcelain Pagoda, the beautiful tower built at a cost of more than $3,000,000 by Yung Lo, son of the first Ming emperor, in honor of his wife. This tower was octagonal in form, with a base more than 100 feet in circumference, and rose to a height nearly half that of the Washington Monument. Doubtless you remember Longfellow's lines that have immortalized it. And yonder by Nanking behold the tower of porcelain, strange and old, uplifting to the astonished skies its ninefold painted balconies, with balustrade of twining leaves, and roofs of tile beneath whose eaves hang porcelain bells that all the time ring with a soft melodious chime, while the whole fabric is ablaze with varied tints all fused in one great mass of color like a maze of flowers illumined by the sun. The porcelain pagoda was kept in good condition until about 75 years ago, when the leader of the Taiping Rebellion captured Nanking. Conceiving the idea that this pagoda was causing him bad luck, he had it blown up. Its every brick has now disappeared, and the only remaining vestige of the once beautiful structure is the great bronze dome that crowned its top. This has been turned upside down and set upon a foundation of marble. It must weigh several tons, and it is a marvel to me how the Chinese, with their crude mechanical contrivances, were able to place it in position on the top of the pagoda, 251 feet above the ground, where its gleaming surface could be seen for miles up and down the Yang-tse Valley. From Nanking I rode out into the country to see the tomb of the first of the Ming emperors, recalling as I did so the story of how Dr. Sun Yat-sen, soon after he took office as the first president of China, came here to inform the spirit of the emperor that the Manchus had at last been forced from the throne that they had usurped from the Mings. This mausoleum must have been one of the most magnificent ever made by man. The approach to it is by an avenue more than a mile long, which throughout its entire length commands a fine view of the city. At its beginning is a tower in which squats a turtle, the Chinese emblem of longevity, carved out of black marble and so big it would fill a good-sized room. A marble tablet upon the back of the turtle commemorates the greatness of the emperor, who lies buried at the other end of the funeral highway. Between the tower and the tomb the avenue is lined with gigantic marble elephants, camels, lions, and tigers, most of which still stand facing one another in solemn grandeur in what is now an open field. The broad backs of the elephants are covered with stones, the people believing that the man who can throw a stone to the back of one of them so that it will remain there will have good luck. Guarding this avenue also are giant warriors, each about 12 feet tall, and each, like the animals, carved from a single block of marble. As I stood beside one of these huge figures and reached upward, the tips of my fingers just touched his elbow. As there is no such marble in this region, the stone for these statues must have been brought to Nanking from far in the interior. The figures of both animals and men are well executed, and some of the carving upon them is beautifully done. One of the stone horses has been upset and lies half buried in a ditch, and others are somewhat broken and chipped, but most of them are as perfect today as when they were first set up here more than 500 years ago. The emperor's tomb, however, is in ruins. There was originally, I judge, a temple on the top of the mausoleum. The four thick walls of some such buildings still stand, reminding me of the grass-grown, moss-covered ruins of Europe. I ate my lunch within them, sitting on a stone with my feet among the blue flowers that were springing out of the crevices between the flags of the grass-grown floor. As I did so, I could look out through one of the great arched doorways upon the thousands of grave mounds of the Nanking of today, while the cries of a poorly clad woman who sat and wailed at one of them floated up to my ears. It was the mourning of a peasant for her dead, and I again realized that of all things death alone is king, ruling from age to age, and with his mighty hand making all men of one size. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. The New China Goes to School. Here in Nanking, I am in one of the intellectual centers of both the old and the new China. The city has been important in the educational history of the country since the days of the Ming Dynasty, which inaugurated the famous civil service of China. Under that system, all official positions were filled only through scholastic examinations, held yearly in the chief cities of the empire. During a former visit I made to Nanking, there were 10,000 students here taking such examinations in the vast halls built for that purpose. These great structures were divided into tiny stalls no larger than a modern telephone booth, yet in each little cell a student was required to stay constantly for 3 days and nights. Guards were stationed outside to see that he spoke to no one during this period, and food was passed in through a slit in the door. After the examinations were over, it was not at all unusual to find that many a luckless candidate for academic honors had died in his cell. Today, the vast structure containing these stalls is entirely deserted and has been partly torn down. Nanking now has as modern educational facilities as any city in China, including a number of schools and colleges established by American missionaries. The largest and most interesting of them is the University of Nanking, which is maintained jointly by 4 Protestant denominations in the United States. It is situated in Nanking proper, not far from the ancient Drum Tower, and has an 80-acre campus about which are scattered modern dormitories, laboratories, lecture halls, and houses for the faculty. The latter include both Americans and Chinese, the native instructors being for the most part men and women who have studied either in the United States or at some American institution in China. The university departments include colleges of arts, sciences, and business education, nursing and medical schools, schools for training missionaries and teachers, and a model school with kindergarten, primary, and grade departments. In addition, there are special language schools, a summer school, and schools offering short courses in sericulture, agriculture, and forestry. Another interesting feature of the University of Nanking is the hospital for the care of foreign patients only. It is thoroughly modern, with a staff of highly competent American physicians and nurses, and an equipment that makes it capable of rendering service as complete and up to date as that of the best of similar institutions in the United States. Besides providing hospital facilities for Americans and other foreigners in this part of China, it serves as a training school for Chinese physicians and nurses, and is the directing center of a vast amount of invaluable work in hygiene, sanitation, and medical relief in the Nanking district. The Nanking University is typical of the higher institutions of learning that are going down into history as pioneers in introducing modern education into China. Although the Chinese have the oldest spoken language on earth, they are for the most part a nation of illiterates. 8 out of every 10 people have never attended a school of any kind and cannot read or write their own names. This fact is not so surprising, however, when one realizes that the spoken and the written languages of China are as unlike as English and French, and that a formidable task is involved in learning to read and write the simplest vocabulary. The Chinese language as it has existed through the ages has no alphabet like ours, but is composed of thousands of separate characters. It is ideographic, that is, written in words and phrases rather than letters and syllables. We consider a man a scholar if he is master of 5,000 words of Shakespeare or the Bible, but in China that number of characters is regarded only as the minimum that the educated man must know. As for a Chinese scholar, he must be familiar with fully 40,000 characters, an accomplishment that often takes a lifetime to achieve. The Imperial Dictionary of Shanghai, which has been the standard work of its kind in China for 2 centuries, contains 44,449 words, each of which has an average of 105 definitions. The spoken language of China, with the different meanings of words conveyed by slight variations of intonation, is difficult enough to learn, yet it is child's play compared to the written one. Chinese characters are really pictures, and in translating or reading them, a single word cannot be considered by itself, but rather in association with the characters that stand next to it. For instance, the symbol for man originally showed 2 legs, a head, and outstretched arms. In the evolution of the printed language, this has been abbreviated to the 2 strokes indicating only the legs. This symbol forms the basis for hundreds of Chinese characters. Combined with 4 strokes indicating a fenced area, it means farmer. Inside a box, it is prisoner, and so on. It is the same with the word field. Combined with the word picture for mouth, it signifies happiness, which one writer explains by saying that a vision of a man with his mouth in close proximity to a rice field is all satisfying to the hungry celestial. In the same way, a mouth in proximity to a door means beggar. A door with a bar across it indicates lock, and an ear at a door is to listen. The characters derived from the symbol for woman are likewise numerous and often amusing. Wife, for instance, is a combination of woman and broom, and good of woman and son, the latter symbolizing the Chinese belief that a boy baby represents woman's highest achievement in life. On the other hand, 2 women together mean quarrel, and 3 of them nothing other than gossip, Home is appropriately signified by a pig under a roof, and marriage is evolved by adding the symbol for woman thereto. The education of the student of the past consisted chiefly of learning to read Chinese history and classic literature, and to recite from memory the sayings of Confucius and Mencius, the two great Chinese philosophers. There were no science, no geography, no history of other nations, and only the rudiments of mathematics. There were no schools or colleges, candidates for official and military positions having been selected by the examinations I have already mentioned. It was the missionaries who laid the foundations of Western education in China, both through their own schools at first, and later by their teaching in the government schools. The first of the latter were established only after the enforced opening of the treaty ports. Obliged to come in contact with the foreigners, the empire realized the necessity of preparing its people to do business with them. The wars and uprisings of the decade from 1895 to 1905 brought this realization even more forcibly to the Chinese. It was in 1898 that the death knell of the examination halls was sounded, when the young emperor issued an edict providing for teaching Western learning. A half dozen years later, the old Empress Dowager, who had first opposed such measures, became their ardent advocate. She ordered that a primary school be opened in every village, a grammar school in every walled city, and a college and normal school in every province. With the founding of the Republic 7 years later, a Ministry of Education was established, new textbooks were prepared, and manual training was introduced. Even during the chaotic political and economic conditions of recent years, the educational movements have continued to make progress. The school system is still more complete on paper than in its actual existence, and some foreigners say that the tendency is to encourage too many young Chinese to seek white-collar jobs. Boys and girls are now allowed to study together. They are trained also in athletics, although it was with difficulty that these people were persuaded to engage in sports. The old-type Chinese scholar prided himself upon his green goggles, his long fingernails, his attenuated form, and his hollow chest, and looked upon any strenuous activity as coolie's work. The story is told that the first tennis game played in China brought from the native onlookers exclamations of puzzled astonishment over the foreigners, violent cavortings, and the inquiry, "Can you not hire coolies to do this for you?" Today there are Boy Scout and YMCA organizations in many of the treaty port cities of China. The Chinese students are now as enthusiastic over football and baseball as our own college undergraduates, while the ultra-modern Chinese girl plays tennis and basketball in abbreviated sports attire. The more progressive Chinese now have an entirely different attitude toward Western education from what they had 30 or 40 years ago, when the first Chinese students sent to the United States were thrown into jail upon their return here because of the foreign taint they were supposed to have acquired. When the United States returned $11 million of the Boxer indemnity to be used for the education of the Chinese abroad, the Peiking government founded a school for preparing students to enter our colleges, and today many Chinese young men and women are studying in the United States. The chief purpose of the men students is to prepare themselves for a part in the social, political, and industrial development of China, and where formerly they worked only to acquire a degree, they now study the applied sciences and technical and business organization. They take practical work in industrial plants, business offices, hospitals, and agricultural experiment stations. Even large numbers are studying these subjects in the colleges and universities of China itself, many of which are now offering courses much the same as those taught in our higher educational institutions. Within the last few years, a movement has sprung up in China that is revolutionizing the language and creating a simplified written form that the masses of people can more easily learn. This has resulted in the selection of 1,000 of the most common Chinese words and the representation of them by 1,000 characters, which are now being taught in the schools. These characters were selected by two Chinese scholars, who, unknown to each other, had been working out simplified textbooks for adult illiterates. One was T.E. Tong, vice president of the Shanghai Baptist College, and the other, James Yen, a graduate of Yale and one of the field secretaries sent by the International Committee of the Y.M.C.A. to work among the Chinese laborers in France during the World War. Tong had prepared textbooks covering such subjects as geography, letter writing, citizenship, and health. He had published books also on current events, farming, the nursery, the education of children, and a monthly magazine containing news and topics of human interest. All these were in only 600 characters. At the same time, without any knowledge of what Tong was doing, Yen made up a 1,000-character vocabulary based on the words used most by the coolies in France, and published a set of 3 simple readers. When these two Chinese learned of the similarity of their efforts, they decided to collaborate. Each of them had to a large extent selected the same words, and it was on the basis of their additional study that the final 1,000 were chosen. The effect of this 1,000-character movement will undoubtedly result in giving the Chinese not a new language, but a simplification of the old language in which newspapers and books will be published, and which everyone will be able to read. In the meantime, a new Chinese alphabet also has been devised. The various sounds of the language are represented by 39 symbols, which are now being taught in the schools. This phonetic alphabet promises to do much toward founding a national language that will be understood by every Chinese. Since modern schools have been established throughout the country, China has begun to publish its own textbooks, and 2 firms in Shanghai are turning them out by the million. The largest and oldest company, which I have visited upon 2 different trips to China, is the Commercial Press. It employs 4,000 people and has buildings that cover more than 15 acres. These include a clubhouse and a moving picture theater for the entertainment of the employees, and a public library with thousands of volumes printed in Chinese, English, French, German, and Russian. The Commercial Press has departments for making educational toys, picture puzzle maps of China, and models of flowers and animals. In one room I saw snakes, frogs, and all sorts of insects preserved in alcohol in glass bottles, to be sent out to the schools as biological specimens. It has also sections devoted to printing, picture making, and bookbinding, and one for manufacturing printing presses and casting type, both of which are shipped all over China. It even makes moving picture films for the Chinese theaters. The mechanical equipment of the Commercial Press is equal to that of our modern printing plants. The largest branch of the business, of course, is printing books, both in Chinese and in English. In many of the departments I found women at work, and learned that 800 of them are employed. They feed the stitching and binding machines, perform all sorts of clerical duties, correct manuscripts, read proof, and serve on the editorial staff. A number of Chinese women are translating books from other languages, and some are writing school books themselves. In addition to the new Chinese books that are published here, the Commercial Press is translating and printing many American and English works, and without so much as a by your leave to the authors. China has no copyright laws, although it has signed a treaty that is supposed to protect American authors to a certain extent. For the most part, however, this is disregarded, and as I went through the color printing rooms, I saw coming hot from the press sheets containing the text and illustrations of one of my own books, Around the World with the Children. When I went through this establishment 15 years ago, I found copies of my other school books translated into Chinese, and even received an offer from the manager to write a geographical reader especially for the Chinese schools. The new China now has its up-to-date newspapers as well as its books. When I was first here, the Fourth Estate was in its infancy, and I saw still being circulated the old Peiking Gazette, the handwritten news bulletin edited by the emperor himself. The first newspaper in the modern sense was established in 1872, but it was not until after the revolution of 1911 that everyone who could read was reached by the news of the country. I say news with reservations, as nearly everything printed was colored by political views. Even today, most of the Chinese newspapers are largely subsidized by political parties or leaders, although it has been found that the independent ones that specialize in human interest news rather than politics achieve the largest circulations. Besides the Chinese newspapers, which today include many trade journals, there are several published in English, Japanese, and French, which have a large circulation among the educated Chinese. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Up the Yang-tse to Hankow. Today I write from Hankow, the Chicago of China, which lies 600 miles up the Yang-tse. I have just come up that river by steamer from Nanking, and on a former trip to China made the trip here by water all the way from its mouth. The Yang-tse Kiang, as the Chinese call it, is one of the great rivers of the world. Rising in the mountains of Tibet, 3 miles above the level of the sea, it flows for 3,200 miles before it empties into the Pacific near Shanghai. If it could be laid down upon the United States with its mouth at New York, Hankow would lie west of Cleveland, and the mighty waterway would be navigable for small steam vessels as far as Denver. The basin of the Yang-tse, although only a little more than half as large as that of the Mississippi and the Missouri together, contains nearly twice as many people as live in the United States, and absorbs almost 60% of all the foreign trade of China. The river is the jugular vein of China. For thousands of years it has been the chief artery of trade and commerce, and the main highway by which foreigners have penetrated to the interior of the country. Although shorter than the Nile or the Mississippi, the Yang-tse has a greater flow of water than either, and carries with it a tremendous volume of silt. In sailing along its course, I could see in its banks the strata of soil deposited from year to year. At some point these layers of sediment were between 1 and 2 feet thick. It is estimated that this river each year brings down enough silt from the Tibetan Plateau and the plains of Sichuan to build an island 1 mile square and 90 feet deep. Chungming Island, which is 32 miles long and about 10 miles wide, has been built up in this way during comparatively modern times, and there are other islands at the mouth of the river that have grown up within the memory of men living today. The delta now extends 20 miles beyond Shanghai, which was once on the seashore at the mouth of the river. The Yang-tse not only has built up a vast delta plain, but it also at times cuts it away. Changes in its course have been frequent, with the result that for hundreds of miles its banks are fortified with great walls and dikes. In some places I saw several earthen ridges, one behind the other, marking successive endeavors to keep the river in its course and prevent it from spreading over the plain and tearing great gashes in the farmlands. Several times I saw graveyards that had been eaten into by the river, and noticed the gaping holes left where coffins had been washed out. At one point I saw a casket extending halfway out of the bank within a foot of the water. In coming here from Nanking, I traveled on a steamer as modern as any operated on the rivers of the United States. All the way from its mouth to Hankow, the Yang-tse is dotted with vessels, ranging from the smallest and crudest Chinese river boats to great passenger and freight ships. Among the craft I observed were junks that patrol the river and after severe storms pick up sampans and fishing boats that have met with accidents. They also search the river for the corpses that are always floating in it, especially in times of famine and flood. These craft really form a sort of river police and now and then capture a smuggler or a pirate. We passed many walled cities where pagodas and temples rose above the ridge-shaped roofs of the houses. The whole lower Yang-tse Valley is an enormous granary and workshop in which nearly every foot of land averages 2 or 3 crops a year, and where industries supporting hundreds of thousands of people are carried on. I marveled at the size of the towns we passed. One of them was Nanking, noted for one of the finest pagodas in the Yangtze Valley. It was more than once besieged in the wars of the past, and about 75 years ago it is said that food became so scarce that human flesh was sold in the markets for its weight in silver. As Nanking is not a treaty port, our steamer did not stop there, but we did put in at Kiang, a city farther up the river, and only 142 miles below Hankow. In the past it was a center of Buddhism, but is now the location of the first girls' school to be established in central China. Another famous educational institution in this part of the country is Yale in China, established at Changsha, the capital and commercial center of the rich Hunan province. At that city, Yale University is trying to provide for the Chinese at home all the essentials of Western education, and there is also a native college 700 years old. Changsha is noted for its brass and pewter, for its embroideries on silk and satin, and also as the place from which most of the firecrackers we import are shipped to the United States. The Yangtze above Hankow is even more interesting than below it. Steamers from Shanghai regularly go up to Yichang, which is nearly 400 miles farther inland, although it is only 133 feet above sea level. Between that point and Chungking, however, the level of the river rises 500 feet in about 400 miles. In this part of its course, the Yangtze flows through a series of gorges formed by walls of rock rising almost straight up out of the river, sometimes to a height of 2,000 feet. One of them, the Wushan Gorge, is nearly 30 miles long. In the gorges are a succession of rapids, including 13 large ones and more than 70 smaller ones, that make the navigation of the upper Yangtze extremely dangerous. The scenery through the gorges is magnificent, almost beyond description, and the trip up this part of the river is one of the most interesting in all the world. For centuries these cataracts were navigated only by native junks. Such vessels are operated by sails and oars, but in going upstream through the rapids they must be pulled by men on shore. The downstream voyage is easier, of course, but wrecks have always been so numerous as to cause excessively high freight rates. In the last 30 years the navigation of the gorges to Chungking has been accomplished by steam vessels, which make the upstream voyage in 2 or 3 days instead of the month or so required by the junks. While the risks in this service are great, the profits are proportionately large, and often a vessel pays for itself with the proceeds of a few trips to Chungking and return. On both steamers and junks the upriver rates are about 3 times as much as for the downriver passage. The rocks and rapids are not the only dangers to be faced in this section of the Yangtze. The junkmen, jealous at the loss of their monopoly of the upper river transport, have frequently attempted to interfere with the passage of the steam vessels, and in one case killed the captain of a British riverboat. Both the United States and Great Britain now have among their naval vessels on the Yangtze light gunboats capable of making the trip to Chungking during high water, thus maintaining a patrol for the protection of foreigners. Hankow might be called the New York as well as the Chicago of China, for here are 3 cities in somewhat the same relation as are New York, Brooklyn, and Jersey City, having an aggregate population of about 3 million people, and separated from each other only by narrow expanses of water. Hankow is at the point where the Han River flows into the Yangtze from the north. On the opposite bank of the Han is the city of Hanyang, while across the Yangtze from both Hankow and Hanyang is Wuchang. These 3 places are often referred to as the Wuhan cities, although Hankow is the name generally used by foreigners to designate all of them, for the reason that the city has become the most important commercially and contains the international settlements. To get a view of these 3 cities, I climbed to the top of the Pagoda Hill beyond Hanyang. Before me was the yellow Yangtze, nearly a mile wide. On the opposite bank lay Wuchang, divided by the famous Serpent Hill. The story is told that the viceroy living there was suffering from a carbuncle at the time the first road was being blasted out of this hill, and that his physician declared he was so afflicted because the new road had been cut down into the serpent's neck and was hurting its backbone. The viceroy at once had the cut filled in at a great cost. Apparently the people now care less about the monster's feelings, for Serpent Hill is today pierced by a tunnel. The foreign concessions of Hankow are located along the Yang-tse, and in them one may see the beginning of a new city that is becoming as modern as the international settlement in Shanghai. Extending along the river for more than 2 miles is a paved bund, flanked by modern buildings set in shaded lawns. Here the foreigners live in much the same style and degree of comfort as in any city of the world, and have their clubs, golf courses, and motor cars. Between Hanyang and Hankow, the Han River is so filled with shipping that as I looked down from Pagoda Hill, the masts made me think of a forest, while out on the Yang-tse was likewise a vast conglomeration of water traffic. There were boats that had come down through the gorges of the upper Yang-tse, vessels from the seaports of China, tea junks from Poyang Lake, and queer-looking craft from a score of other localities. It was easy to believe the statement that China has more boats than all the other countries of the world put together. It seemed to me also that most of them had come from Hankow. Besides its importance in water transportation, Hankow is also the natural intersecting point of no less than 3 trunk lines of railroad. One of these has already been built, a second is nearly complete, while the third has been surveyed. If I like, I can board a train here and ride straight north through the provinces of Hupeh, Honan, and Chili to Peiking, a journey of about a day and a half. Or I can cross the river to Wuchang and there take a train that runs 200 miles southwest to Shanghai on a railway that will eventually connect with one built northward from Canton. The ends of the 2 sections are now less than 100 miles apart, and when the gap is filled, direct rail communication between Canton and Peiking will be established. The third railroad line running through Hankow will follow the course of the Yang-tse to Yichang and Chongqing. It will provide an easy outlet for the products of the western areas and will make Hankow an even greater commercial and industrial center than it is now. Modern industry has already made its way up the Yang-tse to the 3 Wuhan cities. When Hankow was first opened to foreigners as a treaty port, the Russians gave an impetus to its growth by founding here factories to supply the trade in tea leaves pressed into bricks for Russia, Siberia, Mongolia, and Turkestan. For many years these establishments were an important industrial factor in Hankow, but with the World War tea shipments to Russia were cut off and the business almost disappeared. At present it seems likely that Shanghai will replace Hankow in the again increasing tea trade, not only with Russia, but with the rest of the world as well. China gave tea to the world and still raises enough to furnish employment to 60 million people. It produces some of the finest teas known, but in the international markets they have been superseded by those from India and Japan. Like its silk, Chinese tea suffers from a lack of scientific methods of cultivation and marketing. This fact is now being realized by the more progressive Chinese, who for several years have been making systematic efforts to improve the industry. A committee was sent to India and Ceylon to study the latest methods of cultivation and manufacture. Government experimental stations have been established in several provinces, and a school of tea culture has been founded at Nanking. Of special interest to American industry is the fact that Hankow has practically a monopoly on Chinese wood oil, of which we buy about $1 million worth a month. This product is so called not because of its source, being obtained from seeds of the fruit of the ton oil tree, but because it is used so extensively in connection with wood, particularly in making varnish, paints, and linoleum. These industries in the United States are almost entirely dependent upon the Chinese supply, as the oil is not produced commercially on a large scale in any other country. Hankow has several electric light and power stations, oil mills, and smelters for reducing the antimony ores mined in Hunan. It has modern cotton and paper mills, steel and cement works, plants for drying and freezing eggs, and cigarette and match factories. These industries are owned and managed by both Chinese and foreigners, the latter including Britishers, Americans, Germans, and Russians. In the native settlements, the Chinese have innumerable old-style shops and factories where flax is spun, cotton is woven, and lumber is cut up by the primitive hand methods that have been in use for centuries. In Hanyang is the largest iron and steel plant on the continent of Asia. The plan for it was conceived more than 30 years ago by Shan-tung, a viceroy of Canton. Obtaining permission from the emperor, he ordered an English firm to send him at once a complete steel plant. The British replied that they would be delighted to sell him a ready-made steel mill, but asked that he first send a sample of ore, explaining that there were two types of equipment designed for the two principal kinds of iron ore. The viceroy told the Britishers not to waste time asking for ore samples, but to send him a steel plant. In the meantime, Shang was transferred to Hankow and directed that the plant be sent there instead of to Canton. The reason he had refused to tell what kind of ore he was going to use in his steel mill was that none had yet been discovered. He took for granted its existence at either Canton or Hankow, and, strangely enough, large iron and coal deposits were later found near Hankow. In choosing the site for the plant, Shang insisted that the furnaces must be so situated that from his house he could see their smoke by day and their glare by night. He consulted the geomancers who looked over the surrounding country, sampled the soil at various places, and finally told him that a strip of lowland where the Han flows into the Yang-tse was the one indicated by the gods of good luck. The site selected was a swamp, flooded during high water. The viceroy, however, assembled an army of coolies who filled in the ground with baskets of earth until the level of the whole area had been raised 14 feet. Shang spent millions of dollars in building the steel plant, an arsenal, and a powder factory, and millions more in operating them. However, as they showed continual losses, he sold the steel works to Sheng Kung Pao, a Chinese multimillionaire. Sheng placed in charge of the works Chinese who had studied iron and steel making in the plants of Europe and the United States, and spent large sums in improving their design and equipment. Since then, the establishment has been mortgaged to Japanese interest and is practically owned by capitalists of that nationality. In talking with American steel men about the Hanyang works, I find them doubtful about the future. They tell me that if the plant were in the United States, it would be forced out of business because of its high costs of production caused by poor design, faulty construction, and inefficient practices. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. To Tsinanfu on the Blue Express. I am on my way to Peking and North China, and have been riding all day on one of the finest express trains in the country. Coming back down the river from Hankow, I left Soochow on the opposite bank of the Yang-tse from Nanking at 10 o'clock this morning, and have been traveling ever since across the province of Anhui. My route today lay about parallel to the Grand Canal, which we shall cross during the night. The first part of my trip from Soochow was through a green, well-watered country, such as I found on the south side of the Yangtze River. As we went on, the landscape changed, and we rode through a region of billowy plains that reminded me of Iowa, finally crossing the range of hills at the northern edge of the Yangtze watershed and entering the Hui River basin. The Hui is one of the most turbulent and unruly streams in all China. Its periodic floods have been responsible for untold losses of life and property, destroying the homes of the people and causing crop failure and famine. The railroad on which I am riding is the Soochow-Tientsin line, the crack train of what is known as the Blue Express, so called because the cars are painted that color. It was this Blue Express that was held up by bandits near the town of Linqing in May 1923. The attack on the train was the cause of an international incident, due to the fact that a great many Americans and other foreigners were on board. The bandits forced all the passengers out of the cars in their night clothes and hustled them off on foot into the mountains, where they were held captive until their ransom was paid. While the kidnapping of Chinese and an occasional foreigner had been frequent occurrences, this was the first time that so large a number had been the victims of such an outrage. Following the holdup, the time of departure of the Blue Express from Soochow was changed so that it would pass through this particular bandit area during the day, and the diplomatic body at Peking presented demands for guards on this and other trains in order to assure the safety of foreigners traveling in China. Later, however, the old schedule was resumed, and although it was threatened with penalties, the Chinese government did not provide the guards that were asked for. The Tientsin Railroad is one of the most important in all China, its construction having brought Shanghai within 36 hours of Peking and made it possible to go from London to Shanghai in 16 days. It was built for the Chinese government by British and German capital, the Germans constructing the northern half of the line and the British the southern half. During the World War, the Chinese took over the German section, but the southern half is still staffed largely by British railway executives under the direction of a Chinese official, who in turn is responsible to the Ministry of Communications at Peking. The Chinese government now has control of the bulk of the railroads in this country. In some cases, the control is largely nominal, and the railroads are really run by foreigners, but in others the Chinese are in full charge. This is contrary to the conditions of some years ago, when nearly every railroad was operated by the particular group of foreigners that built it. For many years, foreign countries had engaged in a grand scramble for railroad concessions in China, not always because they expected or wanted to build a particular railroad, but in order to prevent a rival power from doing so. If one of them extracted from the Chinese the right to run a line through a given area, all the other powers immediately demanded something else as good. During the last decade of the 19th century and the first 15 years of the present century, the whole country was covered on paper with prospective railroads to be built by foreign interests. Backed by their governments, banking and other interests of no less than 6 nations played hands in this game, and there was continual rivalry between British, French, Germans, Russians, Japanese, and Belgians. Even Portugal sought a concession in South China, and the United States once entered a combination for floating a railroad loan. They tell a story in China of an American who came out here full of enthusiasm for opening up the country by means of railroads. At Peking, he obtained concessions for building a line that would tap the rich western provinces and bring them into communication with the rest of China and the outside world. The story goes that at this point he was taken to one of the European embassies and shown a map of China. When he indicated the route of his proposed railroad, he was told, "You can't build there because the British have a concession for that area." When he shifted his route, he was informed that it ran afoul of exclusive rights held by the French. He tried once more, only to be met with the statement that it would trespass on an area reserved to the Russians. Finally, he gave up in disgust, exclaiming, "Will someone please tell me where in blazes is China's territory?" China now has something like 7,000 miles of railroads, practically all of which have been built during the present generation. Within the period of my own several visits to China, the people have changed their attitude toward railroads from one of fear and suspicion of the fire carriages to that of welcoming trains and riding on them up to the limit of their financial ability. This country still has only 1 mile of track for every 50,000 people of its enormous population, whereas in the United States there is a mile for every 360 people, and in Australia 1 for every 150. With less than 3/4 of the area and only 1/4 as many people, we have in our country 37 times as many miles of railroad as China. In the United States and Canada, railways were built in advance of the population and served to promote the settlement and development of the regions through which they passed. In China, the opposite is true. Here there already exists one of the most dense populations on earth, and an enormous amount of traffic awaits modern transportation facilities. This is why China is the world's richest field for railroad development. Experience with the existing lines has proved that Chinese railroads can be made to pay. Were it not for their abuse by the militarists, most of them would now be operating at a substantial profit. Some years ago it was estimated that 50,000 miles of new railroads could be built and run profitably within the next decade, yet there has been almost no new construction since then. From an American engineer I obtained the other day some surprising figures about the cost of transportation in China. Because manpower is cheap, the services of a coolie being available for from 12 to 18 cents a day, one might suppose that it would cost little to move goods about the country by this means. As a matter of fact, even the high freight rates charged by Chinese railroads are cheaper than the more primitive methods. According to my engineer friend, the average cost of moving goods by cart is from 4 to 8 cents per ton mile, by wheelbarrow from 4 to 12 cents, and by mule 6 cents. The average railroad cost is 4 cents a ton mile, and the only rate that is lower is that for movement by boat. Nevertheless, since the construction of the Tientsin line, hundreds of miles of canals in this territory have become clogged with silt through lack of use. Unlike our railroads, the Chinese lines do not accept responsibility for the safe delivery of freight, and it is a frequent practice for a shipper to send a man along to ride with his goods. Before cars with steel floors were adopted, thieves used to bore holes through the planking in order to get at kerosene oil shipped in tin cans. Another trick was to thrust a metal tube through the side of a sack of wheat or rice in a freight car and thus run off the grain. The Chinese seem to make excellent railroad men in subordinate positions. All the engines I have seen were spotlessly clean, and their brass trimmings shone like the fittings of a smart yacht. I noticed, too, that the native engineers stop and start their trains with less bumping and jolting than I sometimes experience in the United States. Some years ago, the government established at Peiking a school for railroad employees, which at times has as many as 600 students. Scores of Chinese have studied railroading in the United States and possess abundant technical skill, but they are said to be more subject to influence, political or otherwise, than are the men in similar positions in our country. Foreigners tell me that the Chinese are fairly competent to run railroads, but that they cannot be trusted to finance their construction. While the Chinese businessman has a reputation for keeping his word in a business contract, as an administrator of government or corporate funds he is not so dependable. He has not our conception of a public trust, and when he comes into control of expenditure of other people's money, he sees no reason why he should not use the opportunity to reward himself, give remunerative positions to his relatives, and grant special favors to his friends. The need for more railroads in this country can hardly be overstated. While trunk lines have been built connecting some of the more important cities, there are almost no branch railroads to supplement them. As it is now, coal, for example, may be available at a mine for 50 cents a ton, while 50 miles away people are freezing because of lack of facilities for moving the fuel. A system of highways to serve as feeders to the railroads is considered by some engineers even more essential than branch lines. Construction of modern roads would, they say, bring China out of chaos by making the people of different parts of the country acquainted with one another, by facilitating the movement of foodstuffs in time of famine, and by widening the markets for the products of the land. About the time of the discovery of America, China possessed 12,000 miles of imperial highways, centered mainly about Peking. As soon as the central government ceased spending the large sums necessary for maintaining these roads, they fell into disrepair and disintegration. The stones with which they were paved were stolen for building purposes, and now only a few remain to show the route of the ancient highways. They illustrate the saying of the people that a road is good for 10 years and bad for 10,000 years. For centuries, all land in China was regarded as belonging to the emperor. If he did not choose to build or maintain highways, it never occurred to the Chinese that it was anybody else's duty or privilege to do so. Roads were seldom regarded as public property, and this is still the case outside the cities. Those who till the soil are jealous of every foot of land used for any other purpose than growing crops, and therefore try to keep the roadways and footpaths crossing their farms as narrow as possible. More often than not these follow the boundaries between adjoining holdings, and consequently meander about a good deal. Some of them have a strip of stone paving no more than 12 inches wide, intended to accommodate the single wheel of the Chinese wheelbarrow. Through centuries of constant wear, these stones have become so deeply rutted that a wheelbarrow moves over them with bumping and jolting. Where the narrow roads are not paved, the rims of the wheels used on barrows and carts have cut deep ruts, which, whenever it rains, are turned into watercourses and washed deeper. Oftentimes, too, the farmer, wanting some fresh soil for a field, goes to the roadway with his shovel and barrow and digs out as much as he needs. He figures, in true Chinese fashion, that the road as a road is of no benefit to him, and that he might as well make it furnish dirt for leveling his fields. Horse-drawn vehicles have not come into use in China, principally because the people cannot spare enough land to raise forage for draft animals, and the primitive methods of transportation still prevail. The chief vehicle used on these roads is the wheelbarrow, in which goods are frequently moved hundreds of miles. The most common type consists of a narrow platform with a large single wheel from 2 to 3 feet in diameter, rising up through the middle of it. Loads of incredible size are carried on these barrows. Sometimes as many as 4 people are taken aboard, 2 on each side of the wheel, while the coolies regularly pile on more goods than it would seem possible for one man to move. The barrow man slips over his shoulders a strap fastened to the handles, and this helps him sustain the load so that he can devote most of his strength to pushing it along. In the cities, wheelbarrows, along with sedan chairs, are being replaced by rickshaws, horse vehicles, and motor cars. The wealthy Chinese and the foreign residents are using the automobile more and more, and most of the cars are of American make, but there will be no large market for our motor vehicles in China until it has modern roads. In the centers of population, businessmen favor new road construction. At least one good roads association has been organized, and a few of the provincial authorities have undertaken road building programs. In some cases it is proposed to construct highways at public expense, while in others the plan is to have them built privately and to permit the owners to collect toll, as used to be done in the United States. One new road in China runs from Tientsin to Peiking, a distance of some 80 miles. The American Red Cross was largely responsible for its construction as a means of affording employment during a famine. Other motor roads have been built out for 10 or 20 miles from some of the large cities, and suburban motor buses are operated on them. A long-distance motor service is maintained over the 1,000 miles between Kalgan in North China and Urga in Siberia. The Chinese proved long ago that they have the engineering ability to build roads. In the region of the upper Yang-tse is an old highway that in some places is on a shelf carved out of the mountainsides several hundred feet above the water, and there are sections where it climbs up in the form of steps. The Chinese say of it that it goes where a monkey could not hang. This highway is so exceptional that it only serves to prove the statement that China is still a country almost without roads, and will probably remain so until she has an honest and stable government. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Shan-tung and its capital. This morning I climbed to the heights of Pagoda Hill to take a look at Tsinanfu, the capital of the province of Shan-tung. Like so many cities in China, it is but the shrunken ghost of the Tsinanfu that existed here in the past. Still, it is larger than Indianapolis and an important political, commercial, and railroad center. Here the railroad from Soochow to Tientsin, over which I have come some 400 miles, meets a line that runs due east to Tsingtao, the port of which we heard so much in the World War, when the Japanese took it away from the Germans. Tsinanfu is 260 miles from Tsingtao, and nearly as far from Tientsin, which lies to the north on the line to Peking. According to the Chinese superstition, Tsinanfu is held in place by an invisible rope extending from the pagoda on top of this hill down to the city, and if through evil influences this rope is broken, the town will sink into the swamp below. I must say I can easily imagine an occasional citizen being lost in the mud of some of the streets of the old city, but as a whole, Tsinanfu seems too substantial for any apprehension that it will vanish overnight. It has mud and brick walls about 40 feet high and 40 feet thick, that the Chinese say once surrounded a city 25 miles away, and that were moved brick by a line of men reaching the whole distance. As I looked down, I could see inside the walls a vast expanse of 1- and 2-story buildings, with an occasional temple rising above them. In the center of the city a great bell, at least 10 feet high, hangs in a tower supported on arches. When I passed that way this morning, I saw dozens of peddlers and beggars plying their trades beneath it. Up to the time of the Boxer Rebellion, Tsinanfu was one of the most conservative cities in all China, and refused to have anything to do with the foreigner and his ways. Later, the Chinese themselves began negotiations for opening it to foreign trade, which was done about 20 years ago. The foreign settlement that was founded here now contains most of the modern buildings, many of which were erected by Germans. There are also many Japanese now in business in Tsinanfu. Here, too, are several important missionary institutions, including Shan-tung Christian University, which is conducted jointly by British and American organizations. The educational record of Tsinanfu in the past has not always been so good, for it was here that the Emperor Shi Huangti, the Napoleon of China, once burned all the books in the country. That was more than 2,000 years ago, yet there are villages in Shantung today that still take their names from that great literary conflagration. One of them is called the Hamlet of the Paper Fire. Another is known as the Village of the Heap of Cinders. Guides show visitors also a field in which they say 450 scholars were buried alive, with their heads sticking out of the ground, which was then plowed over them. Like other ancient Chinese capitals, the fortunes of Tsinanfu rose and fell with the passing centuries. While it achieved vast splendor, it also suffered great calamities. As recently as the Revolution of 1911, more than 10,000 Manchus were massacred here, and their section of the city razed to the ground. Great hollows still mark the trenches in which the bodies of the dead were buried. Others, who took refuge in caves, died a horrible death when bodies of victims of the massacre were thrown in upon them in such numbers that they could not get out. Looking to the north across the treeless plain on which Tsinanfu is built, I saw a broad street glinting in the sun. That is the Great Yellow River, or the Huangho as the Chinese call it. Its basin covers an area of almost a 500,000 square miles, and although its source is only 1,300 miles from its mouth, it winds about so much that it is about 2,500 miles long. Unlike the Yang-tse, it is not an important artery of navigation and trade, being so shallow and so loaded with silt that ocean vessels cannot ascend it. Nevertheless, it has its water traffic, consisting of rafts that bring down the products of the western provinces of Honan and Shanxi. At the completion of their downstream journeys, these rafts are sold as firewood, as it is cheaper and easier to build new ones than to take the old ones back upstream. The Yellow River has a bad reputation for fickleness and instability. It has violently changed its course many times, the last occasion having been only about 75 years ago. At that time, at a point near the city of Kaifeng, and not far from the line of the Peking Hankow Railroad, it shifted the direction of its flow from southeast to northeast. Instead of reaching the ocean south of the Shantung Peninsula, it formed a new outlet on the north side of that promontory. In coming from Pukow to Tsinanfu, I crossed the old course of the river at Soochow. The embankments and hollows of the old river bed are there plainly discernible, although the land is now cultivated and partly covered with houses. This and other changes of its course, together with the frequent devastating floods that have killed tens of millions of men, women, and children, have given the Yellow River the name of China's sorrow and the river of death. Geologists say that the end is not yet. They predict that the river will, in a comparatively short time, as time is measured in the history of the earth's changes, again shift its course, and that such a change will, as in times past, be accompanied by disastrous results. Besides its changes of course, the Yellow River frequently breaks through the elaborate systems of banks and dikes that the Chinese for centuries past have built and rebuilt in the hope of keeping it in check. These earthworks represent the labor of millions of men throughout thousands of years. The first ones constructed on a large scale, so far as Chinese history records, were built by a great man of China who lived centuries before Christ was born. He was given the job at a time when the Yellow River had burst its bounds and its muddy waters were carrying devastation over the country. According to an early chronicler, the inundating waters seemed to assail the heavens, and in their vast extent embrace the mountains and overtop the hills, so that the people were bewildered and overwhelmed. It was at that time that one Yu was selected by the emperor as the man to deal with the disaster. He not only built dikes, but also deepened the beds of the streams and the canals in order to drain off the floodwaters, succeeding so well that eventually he was made emperor himself. Although Yu lived more than 2,000 years ago, his name is said to be better known among the masses of the people of China today than that of any other ruler. Yu was far wiser than were his successors, for they paid little attention to drainage, depending almost wholly upon building dikes to control the Yellow River. The enormous quantities of silt deposited by the great stream have slowly raised the level of its bed, with the result that the earthworks along its banks have had to be built higher and higher to keep the waters from spreading over the plain. A few years ago, the river tore through the dikes at Liqing, a town between Tsinanfu and the sea, and destroyed 500 small towns and villages. The dikes at that time were repaired by a firm of American engineers located in Shanghai, who also diverted a section of the river into a new and safer course. At one time, as many as 23,000 men were employed in this work, the successful completion of which made possible the return of 250,000 people to the lands from which they had been driven by the inundation. American engineers who have studied the habits of the Huanghe say that drainage and not embankments is what is most needed here. Under the auspices of the American Red Cross, various plans for flood prevention have been worked out, but the Chinese have failed to provide funds for doing the work. One of the obstacles to draining this region properly is the Grand Canal. In many places its embankments form an impenetrable wall across the country, preventing the floodwaters from flowing off. The embankments of the Tientsin-Soochow Railroad also interfere with the drainage of some of the country through which this line passes. The floods and breaks of the Yellow River not only cover enormous areas with water, but frequently deposit sand that makes cultivation of the soil impossible for a long time after the waters have subsided. Even if this does not occur, the floods destroy the crops and cause local famines. The country between the Yang-tse watershed and the Yellow River is the chief famine area of China, especially in the vicinity of the Hui River. Americans who have not been in China can hardly imagine what famines mean in this part of the world. The population is so dense and the stores of food so scanty that every crop failure brings death to vast numbers of people. From 8 to 10 million died in the Great Famine of 1878, while in a recent famine period it was estimated that 100 million people were suffering from lack of food, and that 45 million were in the most acute distress. At that time, the deaths in one district numbered more than 1,500 a day. When famine comes on, from either drought or flood, the poorer people begin to sell their possessions in order to get food. Their extra clothes usually go first, and tens of thousands of Chinese each year shiver through the winter season. Next, they are likely to sell the roof timbers of their houses as fuel, and as a last resort, their wives and babies. In one village, typical of hundreds of others. American famine relief workers found that 100 persons had starved to death and that 20 children and 8 wives had been sold. The wives and girls usually become white slaves, while sons are frequently purchased by men who have no sons of their own. Girl babies are sometimes sold for as little as 2 or 3 cents, while young girls bring only $2 or $3, or less than half as much as the carcass of a dead donkey. The valley of the Yellow River is typical of the greater part of North China. The 6 provinces of Kansu, Shanxi, Qili, Honan, Shanxi, and Shan-tung. In climate, in food products, and in appearance, Shan-tung is quite different from either the Yang-tse Valley, where I have been spending the last few weeks, or South China, where I started my present journeys. The cultivation of rice in wet fields ends with the Yang-tse watershed, and the luxuriant bamboo trees grow but little farther north. In place of the water buffalo, which I saw so frequently along the canals between Shanghai and Nanking, now only slow-moving oxen are to be seen. Here in Shan-tung the people do not consume so much pork and rice as in South China, but instead eat more beef and corn. As a race they are taller and sturdier than the Chinese of the South, and also of less amiable disposition than the people who live where nature is more gentle and kind. The climate of Shan-tung may be compared to that of Maine. The summers are cool and delightful, but the winters are long and severe. The Yellow River country is as yellow as are the waters of the mighty stream itself. Its color is due to what is called the Loess Formation, about which geologists have had many disputes, although the generally accepted belief is that it is made up of dust and sand blown down from the mountains and the lofty deserts of the far west. This loess forms a layer of soil from 1,000 to 2,000 feet deep, which is filled in the valleys and smoothed over the mountains. It is fertile, but because of its loose and porous structure is easily washed out. Rivers tear great gashes in it, while roadways sink down and down until sometimes they are as much as 80 feet below their original level. The result is that in Shan-tung and elsewhere in the North China Plain the roads are often invisible, being hidden at the bottom of deep clefts in the earth. Poor people sometimes dig caves in the steep walls of these sunken roads and live in them all the year round. Because of this peculiar formation of the soil, irrigation is usually impracticable in Shan-tung. The farmers must depend largely on the uncertain rainfall and are in constant danger of crop failure, not only from floods but also from drought. The tiller of the soil in North China has indeed a difficult time, and most of the population live on the narrowest margin of existence, with starvation always staring them in the face. Nevertheless, Shan-tung is the most densely populated of all the provinces of China, with an average of 525 people to the square mile. On an area no larger than that of Arkansas, it has some 30 million inhabitants, or nearly as many as in all France. One of the chief industries of Shan-tung is peanut raising, which had its beginning with a few quarts of the goobers brought to Shan-tung by an American missionary from Virginia, and which has developed to an enormous extent in recent years. The American missionaries brought also apple and pear seedlings from which have sprung the orchards of today. Another rapidly growing form of agriculture in Shan-tung is the raising of tobacco, the consumption of which is increasing enormously in China. Much of it is grown from seeds sent over by the American Tobacco Trust and planted under the supervision of experts employed by that corporation. As a rule, the farming methods of Shan-tung are exceedingly crude, and the tobacco manufacturers are interested in getting larger yields and better quality from the Chinese farms. Much of the grain, beans, peanuts, and cotton grown in Shan-tung are brought to Tsinanfu for marketing or to be processed in the industrial establishments that have sprung up here. These include flour and cotton mills, beet sugar mills, bean oil mills, paper factories, machine and railway repair shops, and a few hairnet factories. Most of the industries of Tsinanfu are owned by Chinese, although some belong to Japanese and Germans. So far, there are no American-owned manufacturing establishments in the Shan-tung capital, but some of our largest export corporations have offices here. It was the building of the railway from Tsingtao and the line from Soochow to Tientsin that gave Tsinanfu its start in modern commerce and industry. The Tsingtao line was built by the Germans from Hangchow Bay on the south side of the Shan-tung Peninsula, which they held under lease from the Chinese government. The way the Germans obtained their footing in Shan-tung is typical of the way the European powers used to take slices of China. In 1897, 2 German missionaries were murdered in the interior of Shan-tung. The Chinese government promptly paid an indemnity, but the Kaiser made the incident an excuse for a grab. He demanded a lease on Hangchow Bay and the port of Tsingtao, the right to build a railroad to Tsinanfu, and also the privilege of working mines through a strip of territory extending out 10 miles on both sides of the proposed railroad line. All these demands China was forced to grant. When it came to the construction of the Tientsin-Soochow Railway, the Germans demanded and obtained the right to build the Shan-tung portion of the line, including the bridge across the Yellow River. They spent large sums improving and fortifying the harbor of Tsingtao, but lost all their investment when the Japanese drove them out in 1914. The Japanese, in turn, after holding Tsingtao and the railway to Tsinanfu for a few years, gave them back to China following the Washington Conference of 1921. The third most important city of Shan-tung is Chefoo, which lies on the north coast of the promontory. Chefoo has less than 100,000 people, and since the building of the railway from Tsingtao, it has suffered from lack of communications with the interior by either rail or water. Nevertheless, it is an exporting point for 2 large industries. These are the weaving of pongee silk and the making of hairnets. Pongee, or Shantung silk as it is sometimes called, is made from cocoons spun by silkworms fed on oak leaves instead of mulberry leaves. The work is carried on largely as a home industry, each family turning out cloth without much regard for the requirements of the export trade. The Chinese hairnet industry is centered largely in Shantung and especially at Chefoo. It was developed by the Germans, and at one time all the hair was sent to Germany to be washed and dyed, then brought back to China to be made into nets, and once more shipped across the ocean to be sold in the department stores of our country. This treating process is now being done in China, and although of no great importance in itself, it is, like scores of other newly begun industries, a sign of the gradual development of the country. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. In the Holy Land of China. 45 miles to the south of Tsinanfu, and in plain sight from the top of Pagoda Hill, is sacred Tai Shan, undoubtedly the oldest holy mountain in the world. For more than 4,000 years it has been an object of worship and a place of pilgrimage, and from its location in Shantung gets its name, which means east of the hill, just as Shanxi, the adjoining province on the west, means west of the hill. It is the presence of Tai Shan and the fact that this province contains the birthplace and burial ground of the great Confucius that make Shantung the Holy Land of China. According to Chinese tradition, the Emperor Shun worshipped on the top of Tai Shan 2,300 years before Joseph and Mary fled to Egypt to escape King Herod. In ancient times, practically all the successive rulers of China made the pilgrimage to the top of the mountain, and today hundreds of thousands of people go up every year, especially during the period from February to May, which includes the Chinese New Year. In that season, as many as 10,000 a day make the ascent. Pilgrims to Taishan usually begin their journey up the mountain from the town of Tientsin, which lies about 2 hours south of Tsinanfu on the Tientsin-Soochow Railroad. From there, a road about 12 miles long leads to the top of Taishan. The latter half of the ascent is made almost entirely up of flights of broad stone steps, which are said to number more than 6,000. Most of the people who make the climb are peasants and coolies, and in the old days even women with bound feet walk the whole way to the top and back. Those who can afford it usually hire what is known as a Taishan chair, an uncomfortable arrangement that is little more than a sling suspended from poles resting on the shoulders of coolies. The chair bearers are Mohammedans who have held this concession for years. They are strongly unionized and are said to impose a fine on any member who lets his chair fall while carrying a pilgrim. During the busiest pilgrimage season, the whole route of the ascent is lined on both sides with peddlers and beggars, such as infest practically every holy place I have ever visited anywhere in Asia. I am told that the country people of this section make it a regular practice to leave one person in charge of a farm while the rest of the family spends several weeks in begging on the slope of Taishan. The roadway is lined also with innumerable tea houses, and with temples in which are priests beating gongs, demanding contributions, and calling out to the people to buy prayers inscribed on tissue paper, or to come and have their fortunes told. Going on past the great red gates, known as the First Heaven Gate and the South Gate of Heaven, one reaches the bare, rocky upper portion of the mountain, which in many places has been broken into mighty boulders and crags. On the summit, which is more than a mile above sea level, are several temples, many of them hundreds of years old, where the pilgrims set off firecrackers and hold all sorts of ceremonies. Here, too, is a tablet bearing an inscription that says, "Confucius stood here and felt the smallness of the world below." The writings of the sage record the fact that from this spot he even saw the ocean, which is now more than 100 miles distant. The top of Taishan overlooks the country in all directions for from 80 to 90 miles, including Confucius's own town of Chufu, where he now lies buried. The Tientsin Soochow Railroad does not pass through Chufu. When the line was being laid out, the Duke Kung, said to have been the direct descendant of Confucius in the 73rd generation, refused to permit it to touch the precincts made holy by the great sage. Consequently, those who make the pilgrimage to his tomb must go on foot some 5 or 6 miles, or ride in a springless two-wheeled cart so uncomfortable that walking is usually preferable. The town of Chufu contains 40 or 50,000 people, all of whom are said to be descendants of the family of Confucius. This claim, however, is disputed by those who say that the Confucian line, as in other families in China, was maintained more than once by the adoption of a son, no male heir having been born. Just outside the walls of Chufu is a cemetery of 600 acres, which has been the burying ground of members of the Confucian family for 2,500 years. The grave of Confucius is simplicity itself. It is nothing but a large mound on which several oak trees are growing amid the rank grass. The grass and trees about the grave are supposed to have mystic properties, just as stones from the mountain of Taishan are taken home by pilgrims to serve as charms and talismans. The chief attraction of Chufu is not this tomb, but the great temple of Confucius that extends along one side of the town. It is even larger than the big Confucian temple at Peiking, though similar in design. Inside the temple is a statue of the great man, in front of which is a tablet with the inscription, "The seat of the spirit of the most holy ancient sage, Confucius." All about the temple are tablets dedicated to various disciples of Confucius, who at one time numbered more than 3,000. There are smaller temples devoted to the memory of Confucius's father and other members of his family, including one to the wife whom he is said to have divorced. In the rear of the main building is a smaller one, containing a series of stone tablets on which is inscribed a story of his life. Confucius was born of noble lineage in this town of Chufu, probably in the 550th year before Christ. His father belonged to the official class, but died when Confucius was a young boy, so that the son grew up in poverty under the care of his mother. He held various small offices, and at the age of 22 had gained some reputation as a teacher of the principles of right conduct and good government. He became well versed in music, an expert in shooting with the bow and arrow, and is represented to have been a very human and likable sort of young man. Like Buddha, who journeyed about India on foot in his search for truth, Confucius wandered for some 15 years, applying his ideas of good government as a sort of peace magistrate in the kingdom of Lu, which is now Shan-tung. He is said to have been so successful that the manners of the people were reformed, crime disappeared, and all was peace, prosperity, and brotherly love. This condition was not to last long, however, for the ruler of the adjoining kingdom resorted to trickery to end this happy state of affairs. It is told that he sent gifts of fine horses and troops of beautiful dancing women to the king of Lu, with the result that the ruler and his court gave up the ways of Confucius in favor of the pursuit of pleasure. Confucius withdrew, believing the king would see the error of his ways and call him back. But he never did so, and the sage again spent years in wandering. Confucius died at the age of 72, believing that his life work had been a failure. He was a preacher of law and order, who believed that man at heart was good, but that he suffered from bad government. He felt also that man's first duty was obedience to his parents and veneration of their spirits after they had died, and on this basis he built up his whole theory of society and politics. He claimed that if the people had the right kind of king, they would themselves become good by force of their ruler's example. He stressed the necessity of benevolence and righteousness in those in authority, and the duty of submission on the part of those beneath them. He is best known to Christians as having voiced what is practically the golden rule of Jesus. Confucius said, "What you do not like when done to yourself, do not do to others." Confucius never had an expectation of a life after death, nor did he teach such a belief to his disciples. When the question was put to him, he said that since we know little of life, we can hardly expect to know anything of death. He did not think of himself as the teacher of new doctrines or a new religion, but only as the expounder of the wisdom of the ages before him. He once said of himself that he was not an author, but an editor, that he was not the creator, but merely the teacher. It was the activities of the disciples of Confucius after his death that preserved his name as that of a great philosopher and teacher. These followers wrote down not only accounts of his teachings, but also described his every look and gesture. To one of them, named Mencius, is given the chief credit for establishing the doctrines of Confucius among the religions of the world. He is ranked next to the great sage himself as a philosopher, and he is sometimes described as the Saint Paul of Confucianism, although he lived some 300 years afterwards. Today, every large city in China has one or more temples to the memory of Confucius, and at times of the year the officials still perform memorial rites in them. His teachings have had a tremendous effect upon the people of China. He strengthened the practice of ancestor worship. His writings were studied by all scholars for centuries, and the learned men of today can quote almost whole volumes from his works and those of his followers. Even the masses of the common people who cannot read are familiar with hundreds of his sayings and often quote his moral precepts. Before Confucianism, the two other religions recognized in China in the days of the empire were Taoism and Buddhism. Taoism has been much corrupted from the teachings of its founder, Lao-tse. Until today, it is largely a spirit worship, with hundreds of gods and devils representing all the forces of nature, disease, mountains, rivers, seas, the sun and moon, the stars, every organ of the human body, and in fact practically everything that exists or can be imagined to exist. Buddhism also has been greatly degraded among the Chinese as a form of worship. Its priests are tolerated by the people chiefly in connection with ceremonials for births, deaths, and burials. In fact, the Chinese have but little use for either priests or nuns. Concerning the latter, they have a saying that of 10 nuns, 9 are bad, and the 10th is probably mad. The Chinese are not sharply divided into faiths and sects, such as Catholics, Protestants, and Jews. Instead, The religion of the masses of the people is apt to be a mixture of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, each being represented by a particular precept or practice that in the judgment of the people best suits a particular occasion. Also, Christianity has made considerable progress among all classes. Full liberty of religious beliefs is guaranteed in the Constitution of the Republic. It is estimated that there are something less than 500,000 communicants in the Christian churches of China, but through their educational and other social institutions, as well as their places of worship, the American and other missionaries here are in intimate contact with millions of Chinese. Mohammedanism also is represented in China, the Moslems being variously estimated at from 5 to 30 millions. They first came to Hangchow, and hundreds of years later, a second wave of Mohammedans poured into North China after one of the emperors had made a bargain with the caliph for the use of Moslem troops. Many of these soldiers married Chinese wives and remained here. In some northern districts, their descendants form 1/3 of the population, while their mosques are found also in several cities of South China. Closely interwoven with their religious beliefs are the superstitions that color practically every act of the Chinese. They are a part of the life of all the people, from the lowest to the highest, the average Chinese believing that the very atmosphere is full of evil spirits conspiring to do harm, and that he is never safe from them, night or day. The Chinese cannot even die in peace in his bed, but when the end seems near, is stretched out upon a board, lest his soul take possession of the bed and make it impossible for anyone else to sleep there. If he passes away before he can be moved, the bed is destroyed and the room renovated before it is occupied again. Another superstition requires that cats be sent away from a house in which there is a dead person, as they are accredited with the power of bringing a corpse to life by jumping upon it. In preparing a corpse for burial, the Chinese first bathe it with water purchased from the gods by burning incense or paper money before an idol. After it is dressed and put into the coffin, bed quilts, parcels of quicklime, and articles of clothing are packed around it. Care is taken that no fur is put in, as this may cause the deceased to be born again as an animal. On the 3rd day after death, the soul is supposed to arrive at the terrace of oblivion, which means that the coffin can be sealed, Taoist or Buddhist priests having in the meantime performed their rites over it. All Chinese more than 60 years of age are supposed to have their coffins ready, and a coffin is a not uncommon gift to one's parent or grandparent upon the latter's 61st birthday. The Chinese coffin is made of boards from 1 to 4 inches thick and as ornate and expensive as its purchaser can afford. Those used by wealthy families cost hundreds and even thousands of dollars. The one made for an emperor who died when I was in Peking on a former trip was constructed of cypress planks about 10 inches thick. Over these were stretched a rhinoceros skin and the hides of water buffaloes. After His Majesty's corpse was put in, the whole was hermetically sealed and beautifully lacquered. For children under 15, there are practically no funeral rites whatever among the poor Chinese, while infants are not even given a decent burial. The parents say that the fact that a baby has died proves that it is not a true child, but an evil spirit that has been inflicted upon them, and that to bury it in the family cemetery would be the equivalent of keeping the spirit among them always. In the case of a grown person, however, the spirit of the dead is thought to wander about and inflict punishment upon his descendants if the proper burial rites are not performed, and families vie with one another to make their funerals as pretentious and as gaudy as possible. Indeed, it has been said that only a person well versed in Chinese customs can distinguish between a funeral and a wedding procession, both being accompanied by such gala effects. For an ordinary person, the Chinese hearse is a framework of heavy red lacquered logs, on top of which, under a drapery of red satin, rests the coffin. It is carried on the shoulders of 8 men, and the number of people who follow it depends chiefly upon how many professional mourners the family can afford to hire. There is usually a band, Street urchins bedecked in gay caps are hired to carry paper figures and bright banners, and coolies carrying red boards upon which are Chinese characters relating the wonderful deeds of the deceased and his ancestors. If he was wealthy or an official, his coffin is carried on a red catafalque by bearers who may number as many as 56 or 64, being always in multiples of 8. Often a sedan chair containing his portrait immediately precedes the catafalque. With the passing of the empire, much of the old splendor of official funerals has likewise now disappeared, and I consider myself fortunate in having been an eyewitness of the funeral procession of the next to the last of the Manchu emperors. It lasted for 5 days, the coffin being carried 80 miles from Peiking on the shoulders of men, accompanied by an army of officials and other mourners. The line of march was guarded by policemen armed with clubs and by native soldiers who carried rifles and bayonets. At every cross street blue curtains were put up to prevent ordinary mortals from seeing the procession, and all foreigners were warned that they must not come out of their houses. Notwithstanding this order, I decided to see what I could, and after various adventures with soldiers and police, gained a position on the ledge of a house from which I had a fine view of the procession. First came a company of palace servants in blood-red gowns and huge black hats, then a caravan of ponies 2 abreast, draped in imperial yellow. Behind them were 50 magnificent camels, each blanketed with yellow. Then came the imperial musicians and men carrying trays of yellow wood on which were the meats to be eaten by the ghost of the departed. They were followed by other men bearing the emperor's flags, and others carrying gilded poles to which great silk balloons were attached. It was at this point in the procession that a crowd of government officials clad in white sheepskins came along, throwing to the 4 winds paper discs the size of a saucer, each with a square hole in the center. These represented money, and were scattered so that they might delay the evil spirits that hover over every funeral procession to work ill will to the corpse. According to the old belief, each spirit has to crawl through a hole in anything that obstructs its way, and the more discs put in their path, the slower the spirits are in crawling through, and the soul of the dead thus escapes. Following these paper throwers came the highest officials of the government, carrying sticks of burning incense, then the favorite horses of the emperor, and finally his hearse. It was covered with a gorgeous canopy of yellow silk that was a mass of exquisite embroidery and shone like gold under the sun. It was carried upon long, heavy poles supported by other poles, all tied together with ropes of yellow silk, in such a way that the weight was distributed over the shoulders of 80 men. Funeral ceremonies in China reach their climax at the grave, where besides the religious rites, firecrackers are set off and theatrical performances are often given. The burial itself may take place immediately or be postponed indefinitely. It is most necessary that a lucky day and place be selected, and the Chinese will keep a corpse for months rather than put it into the ground when the spirits are not propitious. The Emperor Tung-Chie, who died in the month of January, was not buried until October, while the body of Kwang-su, another ruler, remained uninterred from November until May. It is necessary to select a burial site where the evil spirits cannot attack the bodies of the dead, and where no star on high and no dragon below can disturb their repose. It takes a geomancer to tell just where such a spot is, and grave selecting in China is a well-paid profession. These men pretend to calculate the stars, they go forth with books and diagrams, and they use forked sticks with which to hunt the lucky spots. The search, I am told, usually continues just as long as it can be made profitable to the geomancer. The mourning customs of the Chinese are fully as interesting as their funerals. In the deepest mourning, sackcloth is worn. In the next grade one may have blue clothes with a sackcloth belt, and in others he may wear ordinary plain clothes in white, gray, or black. For 3 years after the death of a parent, no silk should be worn, and if an official is so bereaved, he should retire to private life to wail. After the death of the emperor, whose funeral procession I saw, The country was officially in mourning for 3 years. The government issued orders also that for 100 days no man should be shaved or have his fingernails cut, and that every person should leave off jewelry and bright colors. All feasting and love making were prohibited, and for 27 days even marriages were forbidden. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Tientsin. I am in Tientsin, the city where, more than almost any other place in North China, the yellow giant that is this great country is awakening to modern progress. He has sprung from his long sleep and is fast drawing on the clothes of Western civilization. The ruts and filth of the old Tientsin have largely disappeared. Macadamized roads, widened streets, and rustic parks are taking their places, and a beginning has been made toward water and sanitary systems. The old wall, 40 feet high and 20 feet wide, that I formerly saw here is now only a memory, and its base furnishes the foundation for a fine roadway extending all around the city. Over it run the electric street cars that have almost driven the rickshaws and the wheelbarrows out of business. The tearing down of the old city wall was one of the first of many rude blows that made Tientsin rise up and take notice. It was done by the foreign troops at the time of the Boxer Rebellion, when the Allied armies laid siege to and captured this city. The Chinese were greatly excited when they learned that the wall was to be destroyed, and claimed that it would ruin Tientsin. A town without walls, said they, is like a woman without pantaloons. It is disgraceful and cannot bring good. Nevertheless, the powers proceeded, determined that never again should this city, which is the key to Peiking, some 80 miles inland, be in a position to hold out against invasion in case of another uprising against foreigners in China. At the same time, they destroyed the forts at Taku at the mouth of the Pei Ho, the river on which Tientsin is situated, 47 miles from the open sea. This was the beginning of the advance of Tientsin, which has since then progressed so rapidly that today it is the commercial center of this part of China. Tientsin has the second largest foreign population of all the treaty ports in China. The great powers of the Western world realize fully its importance and are strongly represented here. Outside the old native city, 10 different nations have concessions in the large territory they seized just after the Boxer Rebellion. Here, each foreign country has its own little city, in practically all of which troops are stationed. Even the United States, which has not played the game of concessions in China, as have the European governments, keeps some 1,200 soldiers in Tientsin. Our trade with this section of China has increased greatly since the World War, and today there are more Americans here than any other foreign nationality except the Japanese. The foreign concessions are in every respect modern cities that in appearance and convenience compare favorably with places of the same size in the United States. They have fine broad streets, most of them macadamized and equipped with electric lights, water service, and sewage systems. All are well policed and even have fire departments with modern apparatus manned by volunteers. Tientsin is the central point for telephone service in this part of China. It has a telephone system extending throughout both the foreign and native cities, and from my hotel in the British settlement I can call up friends living in Peking. The system of lightning words, as the Chinese used to call it, is under government administration. An hour's ride through the foreign concessions of Tientsin is like visiting a half dozen different nations. Many of the buildings would be considered fine in London or Paris, and there are scores of palatial homes occupied both by foreigners and by retired or exiled Chinese officials who have sought a haven of refuge under the foreign flags. The hotel in which I am stopping is modern in every respect, and there is an English club adjoining it that must have cost several $100,000 to build. There are fine banking houses and stores with plate glass windows filled with all sorts of goods from Europe and America. The foreigners have their golf courses, tennis courts, and cricket fields, and in the parks concerts are given by the military bands. The British and Americans maintain a school for their boys and girls, and the French have built a cathedral here. Tientsin, as I have said, is the northern terminus of the railway from Soochow and Shanghai, and on the direct route from central and southern China to Peking. It is connected with the capital both by railway and by the Peiho River, which forms the northernmost section of the Grand Canal route from Hangchow. The Peiho is here crossed by two steel bridges that have replaced the native boat service, formerly the only means of transportation across the river. When the first bridge at this point was begun, the boatmen made such a protest that the viceroy did not dare to risk their enmity by taking away their means of livelihood, and it was several decades before these bridges were finally built. The two of them stand today as signs of the passing of the old order in Tientsin. Lying as it does less than 50 miles from the coast, Tientsin is one of the important ports of the Peiking district. By eliminating some of the windings of the Peiho River, the city has been brought 10 miles nearer the sea than it formerly was, and it is believed that the route eventually will be still further shortened. As it is, the river freezes over at Tientsin every winter, and there is a bar at Taku that prevents the largest ocean steamers from coming up to this city. But experiments with icebreakers have shown that it is now possible to keep open the channel except during the most severe winters. At present, the harbor of Tao, which lies to the east on the line of the railroad to Mukden, is used as an alternate winter port, and the only other competition that Tientsin has as a port for this region comes from Tsingtao. In its commercial aspects, Tientsin is the New York of North China. Tributary to it is the vast population of the northern interior, and it is the natural collection point for North China, Mongolia, and even parts of Manchuria. Many of the products of those regions are carried by caravan to the railheads and then shipped here for export. They include furs, hides, and wool, and especially the first mentioned, Tientsin being the chief fur market in all China. While Tientsin first came into importance as a shipping and trading city, it is now becoming an industrial city also. It has factories for spinning and weaving the wool that comes down from the northwest, flour mills that grind the products of the wheatlands, and modern mills for manufacturing cotton goods. There are a number of soap and candle factories in the city, a tooth powder factory, and cold storage, meat packing, and egg freezing establishments. Many of the Americans in business here are engaged in the importation of oil, tobacco, iron and steel, machinery, and provisions, while others are exporters, dealing in rugs and carpets, wool, skins, hides, bristles, straw braid, cotton, and peanuts. Ever since its modernization began, Tientsin has been an important center of Western education in China, and in no other city of this country have the Americans and other missionaries made more rapid progress. Millions of dollars have been invested in new school buildings by both the foreigners and the Chinese, and many of the old temples have been turned into schools. In a drive about the city yesterday, I went past structure after structure of brick and stone, all devoted to education. There are kindergarten and primary schools, secondary and grammar schools, schools of manual training, domestic science, and technical studies, as well as high schools and universities. There are night schools largely attended by pupils who work by day, and other schools that have both day and night courses. Tientsin was one of the first places to take up the education of girls, which in times past was never encouraged by the Chinese. The first women's medical college in China was established here by Yuan Shikai, who succeeded Dr. Sun Yat-sen as president of China, and who was probably the greatest man of his time in this country. During a previous visit to Tientsin, I called on Dr. Yamei Qin, the woman who was the first head of this institution. She held a degree from one of the best medical schools in the United States, and I was much impressed with her earnestness and ability. "Women doctors are greatly needed in China," she said to me. "Our customs are such that it is not proper to call in men to attend women, and in most of our cities there are neither female doctors nor trained nurses. The few Chinese women who have received medical education abroad have all and more than they can do. Those trained in the mission schools are largely employed in the mission hospitals, and it is almost impossible for us to get Chinese women teachers for our institution. As it is now, we do not claim to be a college. We are rather a medical academy, and we give such an education as is common in England and America for visiting nurses. Our students come from every grade of Chinese society. We have the daughters of merchants and also of some high officials. One of our students is a slave girl. We have many widows, and I expect the practice of medicine to become a favorite profession with such women. The condition of the Chinese widow is not as bad as that of the widow in India, but it is often most unhappy. She must live with her parents-in-law, and if they are not kind, she may be a drudge or a slave." One reason for the educational and commercial progress of Tientsin is the fact that for many years it had as its viceroy Li Hongchang, who was for a long time the virtual ruler of China, and who deserves to rank among the great statesmen of the world. He was ready to experiment with all kinds of new things, and tried out many of them here in Tientsin. As early as the latter part of the last century, he began the introduction of Western civilization. It was he who started China in railroad building, and it was he also who introduced telegraphic communication. I first met Li Hongchang on my first trip around the world, and at that time and during the interviews I had with him in later trips to China, I learned much about this man who was such a dominating figure in the days of the empire. From a poor boy who had managed to pass the literary examinations with honors, he had risen to be the biggest man in all China and also about the richest. The royal family at Peiking used to shower upon him presents of money, jewels, and works of art of untold value, at the same time giving him positions of honor amply provided with opportunities for lining his own pockets. Under the old system, no official salaries were paid in China, but it was considered quite proper that one in authority should make his position yield him a profit for his trouble. Although, since the founding of the Republic, salaries are supposed to be paid to officials, I am told that the system of graft has changed but little. Still, Li was a truly great man and a remarkable character. In his palace at Tientsin, he was accustomed to work 12 or 14 hours a day, and he told me once that he found 5 hours sleep all that he needed. To keep in touch with international events, he subscribed to clipping bureaus all over the world, and sat there with his fingers on every important string in China. It was my good fortune many years ago to attend an official dinner given by Li Hongchang in honor of John W. Foster, the former American Secretary of State, who was then in China on a trip around the world. This occasion was a revelation to me of the magnificence and splendor with which the official class entertained in the days of the empire. To begin with, the invitations were inscribed in letters of gold on red cards larger than a magazine page, and accompanied by Li Hongchang's personal card, also red and as big as a sheet of notepaper. In going to the dinner, which was in the Admiralty Palace on the edge of Tientsin, I had to have my own specially made Chinese card carried by a servant in official livery, while I followed in a chair trimmed in blue silk and borne upon the shoulders of 4 men gorgeously dressed for the occasion. I wore evening dress to this dinner, but felt shabby in comparison with the Chinese guests, who were clad in silk gowns trimmed with costly furs and had their fingers loaded with rings. The old viceroy himself, whose tall form towered above those of the European and American diplomats, was garbed in a yellow gown, light pink trousers, and heavy black satin shoes with white soles at least 2 inches thick. On his head was a fur cap in which was stuck the famous 3-eyed peacock feather, the highest decoration in the Chinese Empire, and which had never been worn by any except royalty, until it was granted to Li. 50 guests were present at this dinner, all of them men, except the wives of the American officials present. After they were seated, each of the Chinese took off his coat and gave it to his own servant in gorgeous livery, who later waited on him during the feast. From time to time these servants handed their masters hot, wet cloths with which the nobles wiped their lips and rubbed their faces in order to refresh themselves between courses. Not one, but 2 or 3 servants hovered about Li, waiting upon him and keeping his dress in order. The menu at this dinner was written in gold letters in both English and Chinese on a red card a foot long. I have it with me as I write, and so I can tell you just what dishes were served. They included pigeon egg soup, fried fish, bird's nest soup, meat pie, red shark fins, wild duck, bamboo shoots, fillet and vegetables, stewed leg of mutton, fungus in clear sauce, pâté de foie gras, Korean shrimp dumplings, truffled turkey, ham, salad, roast duck, asparagus, fruit custard, Chinese cakes, fruit jelly, fruit, and coffee. In addition, there were 6 different wines imported from Europe and 2 kinds of native liquors which I tasted with the utmost respect. It seemed to me that I had never in my life seen so much food, but like my fellow Americans, I tried manfully to do my duty toward our distinguished host. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. The story of China's capital. From Tientsin I have come 80 miles westward to Peiking, the vast walled metropolis that is the capital of China. I have made the journey between the 2 cities on a modern double-tracked railway, a means of transportation far advanced over the only ones available when I first visited this country. My first journey between the 2 cities took me 4 days and was made by houseboat and donkeys. I hired the houseboat at Tientsin, engaged a crew of sailors, a captain, a cook, and an interpreter, and provided my own bedding, a cook stove, and enough provisions to last us for the trip. The sailors worked day and night, half the time pulling the boat along by a rope attached to its mast and extending to the shore, where, harnessed like so many horses, they struggled slowly onward. At the town of Soochow we left the boat and made the remainder of the journey by land on the backs of donkeys, while our baggage was carried behind us in native carts. The Chinese Empire at that time was governed by the Empress Dowager, the most autocratic sovereign in 3 centuries of Manchu rule, and Peking should have been one of the finest capitals on earth. Instead, I have never seen any city more filthy and slimy and foul. Its streets were without sidewalks or paving, and the native carts sank up to their hubs in mud, making deeper and deeper the holes in which pigs wallowed and scavenger dogs searched for refuse. The city was without water system or drainage, and the streets were the sewers for 1,000,000 people. At night they were a pitch-black maze, without lights or police. The pedestrian who dared venture forth upon them knew that he stood even chances of being beset by robbers or falling into a mud hole. This, then, was the Peking of the last decades of the empire, a city at that time more than 3,000 years old. There is said to have been a settlement on this site 1,200 years before the birth of Christ, with men living under a municipal government centuries before the founding of Rome. Here was the capital of the kingdom of Yen, which was overthrown by the Tsin dynasty about 200 B.C. And here, 1,000 years later, the Tartars, sweeping down from the north, defeated the Chinese and occupied the city. It was recaptured by the Chinese in the 12th century, later occupied by the Tartars again, and then taken by Genghis Khan, the great Mongol leader whose grandson, the famed Kublai Khan, made it his capital. With the ascendancy of the Ming dynasty, the capital of the empire was established at Nanking, remaining there until the 3rd Ming emperor moved his court and the seat of government back to the city, which he called Peking, or northern capital. Although far removed from the real centers of Chinese civilization, thought, and population in the Yang-tse Valley, it has continued to be the capital, even when the Ming Dynasty was overthrown in 1644 and the throne taken by the Manchus, who were destined to occupy it until the fall of the empire almost 3 centuries later. Today, although Imperial China is no more, the capital of the Republic remains at Peking. With the chaotic conditions of the country and the power usurped by the factions in the south and in Manchuria, it has become a capital in name only, the seat of a powerless president who has been left with little more authority over his people than has the throneless boy emperor. Its royal pomp and splendor are no more. Its temples and palaces are falling into decay, and the footprints of Western civilization are everywhere to be seen. The old imperial Peking seems to be gone forever, leaving unchanged only the spirit of China itself, which, ageless and changeless, has survived through the centuries. But let me tell you something of the plan of Peking as it lies sprawled over the plain on which it is located. It is a vast city of low 1- and 2-story buildings, surrounded by walls and divided into 2 main parts. At the north is the Tartar city, a great square compound crisscrossed by 6 broad avenues, and noted for its open spaces and long vistas. At the south is what is known as the Chinese city. Into the latter were driven all the Chinese after the Ming Dynasty fell, only Manchus and those Chinese who had aided them in their conquest being allowed to remain in the Tartar city. The Tartar city is surrounded by walls greater than any others I have seen in all China. They were begun by Genghis Khan 200 years before Columbus discovered America, and in spite of sieges and revolutions still stand in their entirety. Parts of them are grown up with grass and brush, but they seem just as substantial as they were centuries ago. With a length of more than 13 miles, they are almost as high as a 5-story building, and wide enough at the top for 4 automobiles to be driven abreast upon them. Like those around Nanking and the other walled cities of China, they were built by putting up 2 parallel facings of bricks and then packing the space between with earth and stone, which have been turned by time into one solid mass. The Tartar walls are pierced by 9 huge gateways, each of which is surmounted by a giant watchtower, the blue tiled roofs of which were the first things I saw when approaching Peking. From them one can look over the whole city and even beyond to the hills behind it fading away into the mountains of Mongolia, and the level lands to the south that stretch down to the Yellow River. Until a few years ago, the gates under these towers were bolted every night, just as they were in the times when Mongol hordes threatened this capital, but today they are open to any traveler and to all merchandise that pays the required tax for entrance. In the center of the Tartar city, occupying about 1/6 of its area and surrounded by walls 20 feet high, is what is known as the Imperial City. It contains the President's Palace and the government buildings, and in the days of the Empire was the residence of royal princes and high Manchu officials, who lived here in magnificent style, supported largely by the rice tributes from the Yangtze Valley. Rising out of it at the north is Coal Hill, a 5-peaked elevation said to be formed by 5 great mounds of coal gathered together by a Mongol ruler to be used in case of siege. Whether or not this legend is true, the mountain is obviously of artificial origin. Its sides are covered with grass, and each of its summits is crowned with a temple, in one of which the last Ming emperor hanged himself when he saw that usurpation of the throne by the Manchus was inevitable. Inside the imperial city, enclosed by still other walls of reddish pink, is that holy of holies of old China, the Forbidden City, in which the dwellings of emperors and kings have stood for 1,000 years. It is a park-like expanse of beautiful grounds, exquisite artificial lakes, and trees, out of which rise the royal palaces with their roofs of imperial yellow. Here, surrounded by his family, his concubines, and his thousands of eunuch servants, lived the emperor, the exalted son of heaven. No one but the nobles and high officials were ever admitted to his presence, and not even when he went out into the city could he be seen by ordinary mortals, as strips of matting were hung over all the houses along his route, and side streets and alleys were screened with cloth. To the mass of the Chinese people he was as a god, revered and obeyed, but never seen. During the last half century of imperialism in China, the dominant power in the sacred precincts of the Forbidden City was not one of the several emperors on the throne during that time, but rather the old Empress Dowager. She was undoubtedly the most remarkable woman in the history of China, having kept the reins of government in her hands for almost 50 years after the death of the Emperor Hien Feng in 1861. She was only the secondary wife of that ruler, and one of the many stories circulated about her insinuated that the subsequent death of the first wife was caused by her machinations and plots. After that, the Dowager reigned supreme during the minority of her son, the Emperor Tung-chi, who was only a baby when put upon the throne. When Tung-chi had reached the age of 15, at which time he might aspire to rule independently, he died of smallpox, but there were many who said that his death was really due to an overdose of opium pills. They whispered also that after his death, the suicide of his wife, the Empress, who threw herself into a well, was caused by the same woman, and that she was guilty of other crimes in a similar nature. During my early trips to China, I heard countless rumors of the most contradictory kind about the Empress Dowager. Some exalted her to the skies as an angel of mercy and light, while others said she was a demon incarnate, and compared her private life to that of Catherine the Great of Russia. Everyone acknowledged, however, her unusual ability and strength of purpose. She kept a finger on the pulse of China year after year, and her indomitable will was felt all over the empire, in spite of the fact that before the Boxer uprising few people had seen her. It is true that when the emperor received the nobles of the court, she was present also, but with a gauze screen before her. The Empress Dowager held all foreigners in the greatest contempt, and looked upon the ministers of the Western nations as vassals, rather than as emissaries of countries equally as important as China. Indeed, the avenue along which the foreign legations were located was designated by the Chinese as the Street of the Subject Nations, and the ministers from Washington, London, Paris, Berlin, and the other great capitals of the world were popularly supposed to be present in Peking for the purpose of acknowledging the greatness of the ruler to whom their respective governments were paying tribute. The Dowager is said to have had the most luxurious tastes and to have spent money like water. In contrast with the present poverty of Peking, she exacted and received a constant stream of tribute, and upon occasion had no scruples about diverting government moneys to her own purposes. One of her most expensive whims was the building of a new summer palace on the Mountain of 10,000 Ancients, about 8 miles west of Peking. The old palace had been destroyed by foreign troops in 1860, and when the Empress Dowager decided to build a new one, she used for the purpose of the money appropriated to build up a Chinese navy. The summer palace is now falling into decay, but the evidences of its extravagance and luxury are yet to be seen, and on the swampy surface of the once beautiful artificial lake it overlooked is still standing the imperial marble pavilion, which she had built in the form of a houseboat. This represented the peak of her extravagance, which was costly to China in more ways than one, for had the old empress invested this money in modern gunboats instead of such playthings, the defeat China suffered in the subsequent war with Japan might not have been so severe. Another crushing blow to the power of this autocratic old lady was the Boxer Rebellion, and the way in which China was made to pay for it. In this uprising against the foreigners, said to have been encouraged by the Empress Dowager herself, the Chancellor of the Japanese legation and the German ambassador were murdered by Chinese. With hostilities becoming more and more serious, all the foreigners in Peking were obliged to take refuge in the British legation in the Tartar city. Here, poorly fortified and inadequately armed and provisioned, they were constantly besieged by the Boxers for 2 months. We all know the history of that terrible siege, when for weeks the lives of the Americans and Europeans hung by a thread, and were finally saved only by the foreign troops marching on to Peking. That relief army of 18,000 men was made up of Japanese, Russian, British, American, and French soldiers. It took Tientsin on July 14, 1900, and reaching Peking a month later, defeated the Boxers and captured the Chinese capital. It added the final thorn to the crown of humiliation forced upon the Chinese by marching into the Forbidden City, the first time in history that foreign troops had trod the sacred soil of that imperial spot. With the terms of peace that followed this uprising, China was obliged to relinquish many of its old customs, catering to "that divinity that doth hedge a king." Foreign ministers were granted access to the Forbidden City and audiences with the emperor, and the Empress Dowager was compelled to receive the ladies of the diplomatic corps. Nevertheless, her contempt for the foreign barbarians was in no way lessened, and when some of the guests at her first reception presumed to touch her exquisite curios and draperies, she afterward had every article thus defiled removed from her palace. She also caused to be erected a foreign-style building, in which she declared she would receive these barbarians in their own vulgar surrounding. This structure today is occupied by the President of the Chinese Republic. The death of the Dowager in 1908 was likewise the death knell of the empire, which fell in the revolution of only 3 years later. The emperor of that time was a boy 6 years old, and with the founding of the republic, although stripped of the power that would have been his, he was granted the privilege of retaining his title, his imperial seclusion, and his palace in the Forbidden City. In addition, he was guaranteed the same courtesies that would be given to any foreign emperor on Chinese soil. In 1924, however, even these semblances of royalty were taken from him. Fearing that an attempt might be made to reinstate him upon the throne, the Republican government caused him to be evicted from the Forbidden City, which was then open to the public. Today, anyone with a permit may go through this domain, which so short a time ago only royalty could enter. Visitors may now inspect the hallowed dragon throne of the Son of Heaven, that masterpiece of exquisitely carved wood backed by a screen of priceless lacquer, and they may stroll about the throne hall of purple effulgence, the jade rainbow bridge, the bridge of 10,000 years, the halls of central peace, intense thought, and literary abyss, and the palace of earth's repose, places the very names of which retain something of the mystery and fascination of the old regime in China, although they are today falling into disrepair and shabbiness. Peking has indeed been shorn of its pomp and power. The foreigners living here today are as safe as they would be anywhere in China. In the settlement following the Boxer trouble, they were allotted the section of land on the southern edge of the Tartar city, now known as the Legation Quarter. This reservation is, I judge, about a half-mile long and perhaps 2/3 as wide. It is bordered on the south by the Tartar wall, and on the other 3 sides by walls that have been put up since the siege, and by open spaces in which no buildings may be erected. Inside these walls are the homes of the foreign ministers and the attachés of their legations, the military barracks and officers' quarters of the troops stationed here, and the foreign churches, banks, shops, hospitals, clubs, and hotels. The buildings of each nation are enclosed in a separate compound, and soldiers are always on guard at the gates. Other troopers patrol the section of the wall from which the Chinese bombarded the legations in that fateful summer of 1900, and where afterward the guns of the foreigners were pointed at the Forbidden City. No Chinese is supposed to live in the Legation Quarter, although from time to time several have been given refuge here, and no foreigners except missionaries are officially allowed to reside outside this quarter. In spite of this decree, many Westerners and Japanese now do business and make their homes in the Tartar city, where commercial establishments have sprung up on the sites once reserved for the yamuns and pleasure grounds of Manchu nobles. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. Shops and Shrines of Peking. The old and the new China rubbing elbows. modern buildings side by side with ancient temples, Western schools and colleges and imperial examination halls crumbling into dust, electric lights and pavements along streets that once were reeking mud holes, tram cars competing with rickshaws, wheelbarrows, and native mule carts, 20th century traffic policemen displaying their authority on thoroughfares where once the mandarin and his 50 servants had the power to drive all from his path, and the cheapest and most popular automobile of the Western world rattling along beside caravans of surly camels that might have stepped from a page in the era of Kubla Khan. Such is the Peking one sees when he leaves the legation quarter and walks or rides through the native streets of this huge Chinese capital. It is one of the most interesting cities in China and as fascinating perhaps as any on earth. Lying as it does on the northern edge of China proper, it is the meeting place for the Chinese of the south, the Mongolians and Manchurians of the north, and the Tibetans of the west. The people of half-dozen religions and as many languages jostle one another as they walk through the streets in a stream of yellow humanity of all classes and ages. One meets silk-gowned officials, bespectacled scholars, strutting Chinese gentlemen, American and European tourists, and officers and soldiers of almost every nation. There are cotton-clad coolies, Manchu ladies, little boys with their hair braided in pigtails so that the evil spirits will think they are girls and pass them by, and everywhere the ubiquitous beggar. One boy who followed me was naked to the waist, and his arms had been cut off at the shoulders. He held a pan in his mouth, in which I was glad to put a few coins to be freed of him. Another beggar who has long been in Peking has thrust through his cheeks an iron skewer a foot long, which he twists to keep the flesh torn and sore. Poverty and wealth may always be seen here hand in hand, and there is no other place in the world where the contrasts in humanity are so great. The street traffic of Peking is even more interesting than are the crowds on the sidewalks, and the policemen who maintain order in it have more difficult jobs than they would have almost anywhere else on earth. Peking is unique in China for its broad streets and the great amount of its wheeled traffic. Moving along in two noisy streams are wheelbarrows hauled by donkeys and pushed by men, rickshaws, cabs, automobiles, and the springless two-wheeled hooded carts typical of North China. They are used by all classes of people, and the ones owned by the wealthy residents often boast highly varnished woodwork, silken hangings, and silver-trimmed harnesses for the donkeys that pull them. There are funeral processions and wedding parties, both as noisy and gaudy as an American circus parade. Hundreds of donkeys and ponies loaded with goods, and most curious of all, caravans of camels. These animals are of the dromedary or two-humped type, and are covered with dirty brown or white hair from 6 to 12 inches long. They have come down across the Chinese wall from the wilds of Mongolia and Siberia, and even from beyond the great Gobi Desert. They bring furs and coal for the Chinese markets, and carry back chests of brick tea that will be mixed with mare's milk and eaten as soup by the Tartars. Many of the camels are roped together in single file, and others are ridden by savage-looking Mongol men or women clad in sheepskins and fur caps. I have already spoken of the new streets of Peking. The main avenues are now lined with granite gutters and trees. The roadways have been leveled and built up with crushed stone, and sidewalks have been laid. Also, waterworks have been installed in the city to fill a long-felt need. The flat sandy plain on which Peking is built makes it subject to frequent and heavy dust storms, and formerly the only way of sprinkling the streets and laying the dust was to have men go over them dipping out water from buckets. Modern Peking likewise has its radio and telephones as well as its electric lights. When I was here years ago a story was going the rounds among the foreigners that the government had appropriated $80,000 for lighting the city, but that this sum had been distributed as followed. The official in charge of the matter took $40,000 as his squeeze, and then handed the remainder to his chief lieutenant. The latter pocketed $20,000 and gave the balance to a third man, who made a similar division. The distribution went on until the appropriation for lights was at last reduced to a few copper cash, which were given to coolies to buy oil and wicks to be placed in saucer-like lamps. The lamps were set on the streets, whereupon the beggars drank up the oil, and that was the end of the lighting project. All these evidences of a modern civilization only emphasize the more the old Peking that still exists. Riding at ease in a motor car, one can visit the old temples and pagodas outside the city walls, and can live amid the most up-to-date conveniences in a huge hotel, yet be but a few minutes' drive from remnants of hoary antiquity. Only a short distance east of the Legation Quarter, for instance, is the oldest astronomical observatory in the world. It was originally built by Kublai Khan in 1279 A.D. and still contains many scientific instruments made under the direction of the early Jesuit priests. Near this observatory are the ruined foundations of the old examination halls, an educational institution that has long since been replaced by universities, colleges, and a large number of elementary and advanced schools. North of the Forbidden City are still standing the great drum and bell towers. The former rises high over Peking and commands a magnificent view of the capital, and the latter contains a bell cast by the order of the Emperor Yung Lo, who built the porcelain pagoda at Nanking. Farther on is the Hall of the Classics, where the emperors came to expound the ancient literature of China, and adjoining this hall is a temple to Confucius that was built before the time of Christ. Another religious institution in this part of the city is the Lama Temple, one of the many such in Peking. Here live 1,500 Tibetan monks, practicing their strange rites amid surroundings of the worst filth and squalor. They have never learned to speak Chinese, but since their revenue from the government has been cut off by the founding of the Republic, they have recognized commercialism to the extent of acquiring enough pidgin English to serve them in begging from visitors. Peking is famed not only for its temples and palaces and shrines, but also for its shops, which are found chiefly in the narrow streets of the Chinese city, south of the Tartar Wall. Had I the space, I could write a whole chapter about this part of Peking. I could tell you of a vast business done in the paper that the Chinese burn at the graves to furnish their dead with money to pay their passage to heaven. I could tell you of stores where thousands of dollars worth of incense and joss sticks are sold every month, and I could take you into establishments that sell only birds and goldfish. We could find shops that make nothing but porcelain stoves, places where wood is sold in bundles by weight, and others where coal dust is mixed with mud and sold in lumps the size and shape of a baseball. There are markets for buying and selling chickens and flowers, all sorts of toy stores, locksmiths, and hardware establishments, and dirty little shops where for a few cents one can get a meal of camel's meat soup and mule roast. Peking was formerly one of the chief fur markets of China, and whenever the death of a ruler forced the nobles into mourning garments of white, the most valuable furs of the forbidden colors could be picked up almost for a song. It is still the best place in China for buying curios and antiques of native workmanship in porcelain, lacquer, jade, embroidery, and cloisonne. In the days of the Empire, the finest products of the craftsmen were brought here as tributes to the emperor and the officials, and were added to the private and government collections. After the Boxer uprising and during the revolution of 1911, thousands of almost priceless articles were looted from the palaces or pawned by reduced Manchu gentlemen. Most of these, of course, have by this time been bought by collectors, but genuine antiques are still found from time to time, and so are eagerly searched for by practically every foreigner who comes to Peking. Many of these credulous buyers, if the truth were known, often pay fabulous prices for antiques that were turned out by machinery in Japan or Western countries and then shipped back here to be sold. But whether the search be for museum pieces or inexpensive trinkets, the Peking shops are sure to make it interesting for the visitor who has time to explore them. Even their names are fascinating. few people being able to resist an institution of felicitous understanding, or an establishment of 10,000 glories. Their chief attraction seems to be their embroideries, some of which have really come from the palaces, and some from the factories behind the stores where they are sold. Few travelers come to Peking compared with the number who annually visit Shanghai and Hong Kong, and the result is that those who do come here have the field more to themselves. Embroideries are sold by peddlers as well as in stores, and during my stay in the legation quarter I had visits every morning from silk-coated merchants who, incidentally, asked 3 times what they expected to get. Examples of the best of the arts and crafts of China are now being preserved in the Art Museum that has been founded in a former military hall of the Forbidden City. This museum contains the old Manchu collection that was brought here from Mukden in Manchuria, and countless articles besides that were taken from the royal palaces. It has what is undoubtedly the world's finest collection of Chinese cloisonné, lacquer, porcelain, paintings, ivory and jade, embroideries, and bronzes, and it is unique among national museums in that it contains the art of no other land than its own. Experts who have visited it value this art collection at no less than $30 million, while others have even appraised it at a figure 3 times as large. Besides its shops, the old Chinese city of Peking is famous for its 2 temples, the Temple of Heaven and the Temple of Agriculture. The Temple of Heaven is an enclosure about 3 times as large as the legation quarter. It is surrounded by 3 miles of walls and filled with gardens and trees, temples and altars. Here the emperors of China prayed to heaven and offered sacrifices for the welfare of their people in annual ceremonies that were probably an outgrowth of a primitive type of nature worship. The origin of this worship is lost in the mists of antiquity, but it antedates Taoism and Confucianism and is generally believed to have existed for 4,000 years. The imperial processions from the Forbidden City to this place were always screened from the view of the common people, who were never allowed inside the temple, being represented in their intercourse with heaven by their divine ruler. The emperor rode here in a cart pulled by elephants sent from Siam, and was always accompanied by the highest officials of the empire, each of whom in turn was escorted by minor nobles and their retinues, all gorgeously gowned in beautifully embroidered robes. Arriving at this great park, the emperor made his sacrifices of oxen on the altar of heaven, which was formerly the most sacred spot in all China. It is built of the purest and most beautifully carved white marble in the form of 3 circular terraces, the uppermost of which is about 18 feet above the ground and 90 feet in diameter. The base of this altar covers nearly an acre. The flights of steps between the terraces, the pillars of the balustrades, and all the measurements are in multiples of 9, according to the Chinese belief that there are 9 points of the compass and 9 divisions of heaven. In another part of the Temple of Heaven is the altar of prayer for grain, at which the emperor worshipped each year after spending the preceding night fasting in the Palace of Abstinence. This altar also is in 3 marble terraces. Above it rises the Temple of the Happy Year, the highest building in the enclosure, and perhaps the most beautiful example of religious architecture in all China. It is a circular structure with red columns, green gold friezes, and windows shaded by Venetian blinds of blue glass rods. It is surrounded by 3 roofs of sapphire blue tiles, above the peak of the topmost of which is an immense golden ball. The original building was struck by lightning and burned in 1889, a catastrophe that the Chinese believed occurred because a centipede had climbed up to this golden ball, angering heaven by such presumption. Be that as it may, they immediately set about reproducing the temple, and the one that now stands here is said to be an exact duplicate of the original, with the exception that Oregon pine instead of Chinese timbers was used for the beams upholding the roof. Just opposite the Temple of Heaven, on the other side of the wide roadway that leads down from the Forbidden City, is the Temple of Agriculture, where the Emperor always started the spring plowing for the nation, and where the Empress annually fed the silkworms with mulberry leaves. It is dedicated to Shan-tung, the Emperor who is supposed to have been the inventor of the plow. As such, he is greatly revered to this day by this people, who place farmers second only to scholars and ahead of merchants and craftsmen in the four most honorable professions. Like the other once sacred places of Peking, the temples of heaven and agriculture have been greatly desecrated in the eyes of the Chinese. Foreign troops camped here after the Boxer uprising. The committee for drafting the Constitution of the Republic made the Temple of Prayer for Grain their headquarters. The grounds have been used as public parks, and today there are barracks and playgrounds where formerly only the feet of nobility could tread. The altars and temples are becoming grass grown and shabby, but even so, neglect and vandalism have not yet been able to dim their beauty. Before leaving Peking, I rode out to visit what was at one time the largest and most gorgeous royal cemetery in the world. This is the burial place of the 13 Ming emperors, whose tombs lie about 30 miles from the city in a huge natural amphitheater selected by Yung Lo, the emperor who caused the capital to be moved from Nanking back to Peking. These mausoleums of the last purely Chinese rulers to occupy the throne are approached through a gigantic gate, 90 feet long and 50 feet high, covered with beautiful carvings. Farther on are the Pillars of Victory, and beyond is the Triumphal Way, an avenue lined with huge stone figures like those leading to the Ming tomb at Nanking. These statues formerly bordered a paved highway, but the stones over which the Ming emperors rode on their last earthly journeys are now torn up. The trees that shaded the avenue have been cut down, and the country stretches away on every side, bare and desolate, with no sign of habitation and no evidence of life except a few poor peasants at work in the fields. The tombs are situated perhaps a half-mile apart in the form of a great semicircle about the amphitheater, in the center of which is a temple to the Emperor Yung Lo, whose tomb, just beyond it, is the most ornate of any of the 13. This temple covers an area nearly as large as a city block, and has a central hall 200 feet long. The structure must have been magnificently beautiful in its day, but now the teeth of time are gnawing into its grandeur, and the iconoclastic foreigner is carrying away the porcelain tiles from its crumbling yellow roofs. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of China by Frank G. Carpenter. This recording is in the public domain. The Women of China. When a son is born in a lordly bed, wrap him in raiment of purple and red. Scepters of gold and playthings bring for the noble boy who shall serve the king. When a girl is born in coarse cloth wound, with a tile for a toy, let her lie on the ground. In her rice or tea be her praise or blame, and let her not sully her parents' good name. These verses from an ancient Chinese classic indicate that the status of woman in China has changed but little through the ages. Today, as when these lines were written, the female of the species is considered of small importance among the majority of the Chinese. Her birth is usually a cause for disappointment to her parents, who have been praying for a boy. Her marriage is looked upon as a failure if she does not bring a son into the world, and if her husband dies while she is young, her only alternative to a lifetime of practical slavery for her parents-in-law is to commit suicide. In my travels through this country, I have seen Chinese women of every age, class, and type. Whether rich or poor, old or young, and whether eking out an existence on a filthy river boat or enjoying every luxury in a palace, all of them to a certain extent are bound by about the same customs and conventions. The discrimination against woman in China begins when she is born. A girl baby cannot grow up to bring glory to her ancestral name, having to marry into another family. She is often considered a burden rather than a blessing, and the festivities incident to her birth are far simpler than those for her brother. Every expectant mother prays for a son, and keeps a knife and paper animals on her bed to frighten away the spirits that might harm him. When he is born he is presented with gifts and offerings, including eggs colored red, and when he receives his first bath 3 days later, these gifts are put into the water with him. When he is a month old there is a feast in his honor, at which time his head is shaved, and on the 100th day the hair is thrown into a lake, an act that is believed to bring courage to him. When he is a year old he is supposed to give the first indication of what his future will be. At that time a number of articles are put on a table, and the one he reaches for first shows what occupation he will follow when he becomes a man. Needless to say, if he favors a pen, there is great rejoicing, scholarship being the most honored profession there is in this country. The girl baby, on the other hand, is shown little attention in comparison, and among the very poor is often given away or sold. This practice is now officially prohibited by law, and has disappeared in the treaty ports, but in the interior cities it probably flourishes almost as much as ever. It is carried on largely by slave brokers, whose business increases at times of famines and floods, when parents will sell boys as well as girls, both for the money and because such a sale will mean one less mouth to feed. The boys and most of the girls bought by the brokers are later usually sold as house servants. It is cheaper to buy a servant than to hire one, for if one purchases a girl of 8, her services can be had for nothing until she is 15. She can then be resold for perhaps 10 times the original price. Parents of China no sooner have a daughter than they begin to make plans for her marriage. Many children are betrothed before they can walk, although among poorer families it is customary to wait until they reach their teens. Whatever their rank, most families consider it a disgrace if their children reach the age of 20 without being married. The family being the social unit of China, marriage is the greatest event in one's life here, and the old-fashioned Chinese cannot conceive of any one choosing to remain single. Even in Shanghai, that most modern of Chinese cities, I heard of a native unmarried woman of 28 who is an efficient and well-paid forewoman in a factory, but who is looked upon with pity even by the married women who envy her her easy life. The latter slave 12 hours a day for a mere pittance, carrying a baby and sometimes two back and forth to work with them, and their life is one of drab, never-ending drudgery. Nevertheless, it is to be preferred, they believe, to the disgrace of spinsterhood. According to the old belief, it is not respectable for a boy or a young man to do his own courting, nor for his parents to do it. The parents select the girl, it is true, but they make their overtures through third parties, who are often professional matchmakers. There are both men and women who do nothing else but arrange marriages. They are supposed to understand all about human nature, and to be able to judge at a glance whether a girl will make a good wife. The most important thing the matchmakers do, however, is to ascertain that the day and the hour on which each party was born were such that their marriage will be a happy one. If the horoscopes are not right, another bride has to be selected. The Chinese bride sometimes goes to live with her future husband's parents months and even years before the marriage takes place, but generally she remains with her family until her wedding. The ceremony usually occurs in the evening at the home of the groom instead of the bride, and on a day chosen by the groom's family, although the parents of the bride are the ones to select the month. Red, not white, is the color for brides in China, and the presents exchanged by the two families after the betrothal are often partly or entirely scarlet. It is customary for the parents of the boy to send a pair of geese to the home of the bride, indicating that, like those fowls, their son is mating for life, and if the geese are white, it is proper for them to be dyed scarlet. Other presents are symbolic of good luck. Vermicelli, for instance, carries with it the wishes of the giver for a long life. Wedding gifts are expected from the friends of the young couple as well, and are usually sent in pairs, together with a present of money. Each family has a feast of its own before the wedding, while another feast always follows the ceremony. The girl is carried to her future husband in a covered chair of bright red, which, together with a veil and dress of red, are sent to her by the groom. As she goes out the door she throws a pair of chopsticks back over one shoulder to indicate that she will eat her father's rice no longer, and it is expected of her also to make a great show of weeping and wailing as she is put into her chair, to signify her deep sorrow at leaving the parental abode. I wish I could show you one of the many wedding processions I have seen in these Chinese cities. In Canton I met 4 of them in a single ride, and in Peiking and Tientsin have witnessed as many as a half dozen on a day that was decided upon by the matchmakers as particularly lucky. They are always accompanied by a great din, produced by a band with crashing cymbals and drums, and by the sputtering of firecrackers set off to frighten away the demons. The chair bearers and most of the marchers are dressed in red, and banners and balloons of this color float at the ends of long poles carried by boys. The bride herself cannot be seen, as her chair is tightly closed to keep out evil spirits. Behind her are brought bedding, clothing, and foods of all kinds, displayed partly to impress the neighbors and partly to intimidate these same evil spirits. Upon reaching the home of the groom, the bride and her prospective husband together prostrate themselves before his ancestral tablets. Next, they kowtow to the kitchen god and to each other, and, as the culmination of the ceremony that makes them one, drink wine from the same cup. The groom then lifts his wife's veil, probably seeing her face for the first time, and the guests flock in to congratulate the couple. The newlyweds are next seated on the edge of the bed, and 2 candles lighted and put on a table before them to determine which one of them will live the longer. If the candle on the right side burns out first, it is a sign that the wife will die first, but if it is the one on the left, then the wife knows she will one day be a widow. At the same time, posterity as well as the dead is remembered, by putting about the room dishes of watermelon and pumpkin seeds and vegetables and fruit that contain seeds. The characters for seed and sun have practically the same sound in the Chinese language, and the presence of these edibles is an encouragement to the gods to send many sons to this union. The remainder of the night is spent in feasting and celebrating. The lot of the average bride in China who marries according to the old Chinese customs is far from an easy or enviable one. She must obey her mother-in-law, and if she is the wife of a younger son, she is imposed upon by her older sisters-in-law as well. Her status in the family rises only when she bears a son, but if she happens to be a secondary wife, even her boy baby is not her own, but is given over to the first wife. The latter is the legal mother to all the children of secondary wives or concubines. By law a husband may have as many concubines as he likes, but the ordinary man can usually support but one wife, and as a rule takes another only when the first has borne no male child. Practically the only solace the young wife has is the thought that when her son grows up he will look upon her with honor, and that when she is a mother-in-law she will have a chance to issue orders to others. In no land in the world have mothers and mothers-in-law such power as here, and I should not be surprised to learn that all our mother-in-law jokes originated in this country. Not only is the wife the servant of her mother-in-law as long as the latter lives, but old men also seem to obey their mothers just as they did when young. In the treaty ports and the cities where Western influence is most felt, and among the Chinese educated in the mission schools, there has been a decided revolt against the old marriage customs. Boys and girls are demanding that they have a part in the selection of life partners, and occasionally take the whole matter into their own hands by refusing to marry the person of their parents' choice and eloping with someone else. Women who have learned our customs are demanding more independence after marriage, while as for widows, they are defying the ancient Chinese teachings and beginning to marry again. Not only in marriage, but in other respects, is the new woman ignoring old precepts and precedents and adopting the ways of the foreigner. The women who have been educated in mission schools and abroad, and the ones who have had an opportunity to observe Western customs, are but a small proportion of the feminine population of China. Nevertheless, their progress during only a decade or so has been so remarkable that I should not venture to say what they could not accomplish were they given the same opportunities for development as those of our American women. Less than a generation ago, no Chinese women who worked outside their homes were considered respectable. Today, they are employed by the thousands in the silk and cotton mills and in other industries, and in lesser numbers are even entering business and professional life. In Shanghai, there is a business woman's club presided over by a Chinese graduate of Smith College, with a membership of native women bankers, typists, advertising writers, proofreaders, saleswomen, reporters, teachers, doctors, and office workers. Peiking has a savings bank conducted entirely by and for women, and the commercial press of Shanghai in 1914 began the publication of a woman's magazine, printed in Chinese, that contains departments devoted to fiction, sewing, cooking, homemaking, civic improvement, babies, and in fact everything that is covered by the modern woman's magazine in America. Most of the Chinese women who have broken with the old restrictions and conventions received their early training in the mission schools, in many cases followed by courses in an American college. One such woman is famous all through the Orient. She is Dr. Mary Stone, who was adopted in childhood by an American missionary, given an anglicized name, educated in mission schools, and then sent to the University of Michigan to study medicine and surgery. Today, she conducts a hospital that is one of the foremost in China in its good work among the natives. She has a sister who is also a physician with a degree from Johns Hopkins University. Chinese women have proved to be particularly successful in the medical and nursing professions, in which their quietness and steadiness are valuable qualities. In society, as well as in business and professional life, women are emerging from their old existence. They are going on the stage, formerly the exclusive domain of men, taking their place as hostesses to their husbands' guests, appearing in public at theaters and restaurants, dancing with men not of their family, and engaging in sports. Even their looks have changed. They have taken up new ways of dressing their hair. Some of the young girls are having it bobbed, and in the treaty ports they generally wear foreign clothes or modifications of the native styles. I see the old-time loose silk jackets and wide full pantaloons, but I also see short skirts, blouses, and sleeves cut off at the elbows. Often the skirts are so abbreviated that as the girls walk along they display, I shall not say intentionally, a conspicuous red or blue silk garter clasping a silk stocking leg just over the calf. The blouses reach to the hips and end in a slight peak at the back and front. They are usually tight at the neck and loose across the chest. It is contrary to the Chinese proprieties for a woman to wear clothes that even indicate, no matter how plump she is, that she has a bust, and this convention is being outgrown very slowly. The modern Chinese girl of a well-to-do family presents a most attractive appearance, more so, I think, in native clothing than in foreign. Her silk blouse is of the brightest of red, green, or yellow, and her skirt or white trousers are likewise of a gay color. Her feet are small, but the smallness is nowadays only that of nature and not the result of tight binding. She has low shoes of satin or leather, and her stockings are silk, while the wearing of knit underwear or lingerie is replacing the old custom of putting on layer upon layer of outer garments in cold weather. The women of the old regime have not discarded the gold combs or gold knots in their hair, but their modern sisters prefer instead diamonds, pearls, and jade set in finger rings, earrings, and bracelets. Cosmetics are plentifully used, and the eyebrows are shaped into the merest lines of black. On the other hand, some of the women try to ape the ways of the foreigner to such an extent that they succeed only in making themselves ridiculous. Probably the most pronounced departure from age-old custom among the women of China has been the abolishing of foot binding in many parts of the country, especially the larger cities. This custom is so old that its origin has been forgotten, and nothing but legends remain. One of these stories says that it was started by an imperial concubine 10 or 15 centuries ago, because she thought her feet were too large for beauty. Another intimates that the custom, like the wearing of queues, was a mark of conquest imposed by an ancient emperor, and another that it was adopted to keep Chinese women from gadding about. Perhaps the most accepted explanation is that foot binding was introduced by an empress who had club feet, and who bandaged them to hide the deformity. She clothed them in yellow satin, and they came to be known as golden lilies, which is a term still used for these crippled extremities. Of course, the people did not know of the empress's deformity, and were eager to follow the new fashion she had set. The binding of the feet is begun when a girl is 5 or 6 years old. The first wrappings are put on by professional foot binders, and consist of long pieces of tape about a half an inch wide. The binder presses the 4 small toes down under the sole, and then takes a turn with the tape about the big toe at the joint. She fastens this, and then draws the tape back around the heel, pressing it forward and materially increasing the height of the instep. The tape is next carried to the front of the foot, and the 4 small toes are bound in so they are almost sunken in the flesh. Next, a piece of stiff cloth is wrapped around the foot, and fastened with heavy thread, and the feet are squeezed into stiff shoes or slippers, over which more binding is put until they are absolutely rigid. The instep is so forced up that the heel and the big toe form a perfect bow, and it is not unusual for the flesh to break and the bones to protrude. Needless to say, this binding is accompanied by severe pain, not only in childhood, but all through life, while in the winter these compressed feet are liable to freeze. It is exceedingly difficult for a foreigner to see a bound foot without its wrappings. The Chinese women will not take their bandages off even in the presence of their husbands, and it was only through a missionary doctor that I was able to see the bare foot of a native girl in his hospital. I cannot describe the ugliness of this golden lily, which looked more like a club than a foot. The heel and the ball of the foot were bent together, leaving a crack between them about 3 inches deep. The big toe was abnormally developed, being really the only part of her foot upon which the girl walked. The unnatural way of walking, compelled by the bound feet, had prevented the development of the muscles of the calf, and her leg was the same size from ankle to knee. I have asked many Chinese why foot binding has such a hold upon the people, and have always been answered that it is because it is the fashion. The truth seems to be that the men are the cause of its continued vogue. By the majority of the masculine sex, a small foot is still considered beautiful, and a large foot the sign of a servant or plebeian. Such men feel that a wife with large feet would lower their social standing, and if a husband discovers after the marriage ceremony that his bride's feet are not bound, he is considered to have sufficient excuse for sending her back to her parents. With such a feeling existing in a country where marriage has been woman's chief aim in life, it is small wonder that the practice of foot binding continues. The most regrettable thing about the slowness with which foot binding is being abolished is the fact that it is the poor, the ones whose need for natural feet is greatest, who suffer the most. The rich, who can afford servants, are the first to break away from the old custom, but the lowest classes are too enslaved by convention to make much progress in the movement for natural feet. In the country districts I have met farm women with bandaged feet, who were obliged to hitch themselves along on their knees as they worked in the fields, and have seen others so crippled that they could not leave their homes. The first step in the movement against foot binding was taken by the mission schools, who refused to enroll any girls with bound feet. Later, a national society was formed to abolish it, and many of the leading Chinese officials expressed themselves as against it. Today, natural feet are the majority in the treaty ports and large cities. But throughout the interior the bound foot remains, to a large extent, a symbol of the slowness with which, after all, the mass of the Chinese assimilate new customs. Chapter 26.